A tapestry of passion and pride. Brazil is woven from the threads of sports, music, dance. At the beating heart of its beach lifestyle, Rio's breathtaking landscapes, sun-drenched beaches, and contagious festival energy reflect the limitless joy of the Cariocas. The sounds of samba will follow huge crowds to the sands of Saquarema for the ninth stop on the 2025 World Surf League Championship Tour. History will be written among the rhythmic chants and thunderous roars of unwavering loyalty as the world's best clash at the Maracanã of surf. The pursuit of the WSL Finals continues at the 2025 VIVO Rio Pro presented by Cero.
Bom dia, surf fans. Welcome to the VIVO Rio Pro. We're looking about 7:04 Rio time here, Thursday, June 26th. All the stars are here. They know we've got some work to do. Saquarema kind of going off today. Yesterday, pretty much a tow day. So today we're going to catch up on some heats. We're going to start things off. The big men's elimination round, overlapping 40-minute heats. Priority heat is going to be Jordy Smith versus wildcard Gabriel Klausner. Ethan Ewing and Marco Mignot will be in the secondary heat. But as you can clearly see here, the waves have stuck around. Things have cleaned up on this stretch of sand. Tons of free surfing happening, warm-ups out in the water. A little bit chillier. The vibe still stunning. Beautiful Saquarema Rio. This is going to be a big day of competition. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar and Kaipo Guerrero. And what a week it's been. A couple lay days. Like I said, yesterday, pretty much a tow day. I think Molly Picklum was one of the only surfers that paddled out here multiple times. She was the hero of the day. But up the beach, surfers are riding 20-foot waves. This was a crazy day of surfing yesterday. But today, it's about competition. It's about who is going to make it through this elimination round.
A lot at stake today. And right from the beginning of this elimination round, we got number one in the water, Jordy Smith, and he's coming up against a really dangerous wild card that is just kind of blooming in front of our eyes right now as far as global surfing perspective.
And we know this, the wild card story throughout this entire season has been radical. What do you think Jordy Smith has on his mind right now, Mitch?
Well, he's been focused all event long. I mean, we've really haven't seen him outside of the Red Bull Athlete Zone either. And to me, he's having the best year of his career so far. Already has 2 wins this season and looking for another one right here in the room. He's been a former champ at this location before. And as you said, dangerous wild card. Klausner has been looking good all season long, Chris.
Yeah, this is a tale as old as time right here. A local wild card going up against world number 1. So, as we mentioned, we are doing overlapping heats. These are 40-minute heats. You're about to see a ton of waves ridden. So maybe you could just talk about the subtle differences between a 30-minute heat and a 40-minute heat when you do have 4 surfers in the water. Basically, they got to take turns. The surfer, Jordy Smith, Gabriel Klausner, you got yellow and green. These are the 2 surfers in the priority heat. So what does that mean?
Yeah, so priority heat is going to be the back half of your 40-minute heat. The beginning 20 minutes of this 40-minute heat is the non-priority heat. So you have to yield to the priority heat. This first heat, though, they're in priority the whole time because they're the first 2 guys in the water. Looks like Jordy's going to kick it off.
Here we go. Great way to start. Jordy Smith, surfer in yellow. Your world number 1, cranks it off the bottom. This is a great sign of things to come.
Whoa.
Wow.
Matching power for power. That is not an easy thing to do first thing in the morning. Attack a big Saquarema lip like that. But Jordy Smith getting things started. That means priority will go over to Klausner, your wild card. So we will wait about 20 minutes to see Ethan Ewing and Marco Mignot take to the lineup. But let's start off with Jordy Smith.
Yeah, high risk right here and great amount of difficulty. I mean, that slight readjustment he does on the second turn, so difficult, and a large wave on the outside too.
I love this first carve But even more impressive is he doesn't go all the way to the bottom, cuts a little bit short so he can get back up there. Fast twitch muscles from Jordy Smith and really good awareness to have a completion on here. You can see right here, this first turn, this is a standard just backhand carve, but I like the fact that he had the awareness not to go to a deep bomb turn, shallow, back up in the lip, high risk, like you said, Mitchell.
Second or top third of the wave right there, and good readjustment, good read by world number 1, Chris.
Yeah, we're going to have the Red Bull skis out there, making sure these surfers can get back to the takeoff zone as quickly as possible, again, so we can see as many waves ridden as possible. This leaves Klausner out the back with priority, nice and smooth on the surface. You know, yesterday we came down here, total Brazilian storm, the different kind of a Brazilian storm. It was wild and woolly, 15-foot faces. It was going nuts out here, so it's so nice to see it cleaned up like this.
I think you mentioned it yesterday. The only person that we saw paddle out from the competition was Molly Picklum. And that's just such a good sign of just how hardy Molly is getting ready, you know, for her challenge in the women's quarterfinals. But it was so impressive because it was huge. There was a lot of current, and she braved the elements out there. When she came in, she actually got a standing ovation from
She didn't even care either. Like, we were all clapping, and she was like, yeah, guys, just another day in the office. And the surprising thing is, as we see this two wins so far this season from Jordy over at Punta Roca and then at Main Break in Margaret River, I mean, she's half of the size of Jordy Smith. And look at the size of the first wave we saw this morning from Jordy. It's still overhead at least, Chris.
And this wave is half the size that it was. It was twice as big yesterday.
It was
so
huge.
I guess it illustrates how much power and how much swell this stretch of coast gets.
Oh, yeah. Well, the first score comes through for Jordy Smith. Playbook is open. He wanted to get out there and get an early start. He did it a 6.33. Gabriel Klausner, your 2022 Banco do Brasil Surf Circuit champion. And you can imagine a Brazilian surf circuit with all of the best surfers, you know, in that 16 to 25 range, let's say. It has to be so heavy. I mean, you think of all the talent coming out of Brazil. This is the entire country, and this kid won that circuit, which is a huge, huge accolade.
Yeah, and the fact that he probably surfed so many heats at this break. Remember, this is the Maracanã do Surf. This is the Stadium of Surf in Rio, and this particular break hosts both a junior series, a qualifying series, a challenger series, and this CT. So the Brazilian kind of underground is very, very familiar with Itona.
Eventually, you got to run through this place, don't you?
Yeah.
It's like Huntington Beach, Lowers, Pipes, Sunset, anywhere you go around the world, Newcastle in Australia as well. But this is a location that you're not only going to have to compete at the different kind of echelons of surfing competition, Chris, you also got to be able to prove yourself at every single one of those levels. And this kid has so far been able to do it, compete at the Challenger Series level last year. And to be honest, in the opening round, he had more than 10 points. He was still looking good. He was leading the majority of the heat up until the time that he got dropped down to second.
I think that, you know, the conversation definitely started when we saw this draw come up. Jordy v. Wildcard Klausner. A lot of Jordy Smith fans out there, maybe a little worried. Seems like the only person not worried at all about this wildcard is Jordy Smith. Of course, not taking him lightly, but already got out there, got a 6.33, and now he's right back in the takeoff zone, doing Jordy things, just icing out this wild card so far with 34 minutes to go. Look at this beautiful offshore, peaky, rights and lefts, definitely today. Could even see a couple barrels.
Yeah. And Jordy, I like
knock on wood, let's see him.
Jordy's putting, this is a test, right, for the wild card because he's putting pressure right from the get-go. That's an intimidating start right there with that 6.33. And so we'll see how Gabe is able to respond to that, but it's got to be like a little bit of a blow mentally, knowing that you're already kind of behind in this heat, and you know, right in within the first 7 minutes.
We'll
Here
see
he
his
goes.
answer back. This is Gabriel Klausner, your event wild card, straight up and under the lip.
Oh my God.
Good morning, bom dia. That is a wake-up call right there. That's better than any alarm clock out.
And you know what that is? That is a priority error from the wild card as well.
A for effort, but
Picked a bad one. I mean, this is not a good wave. Sorry, there wasn't a lot of potential on that, and so I'm going to count this. Well, we can enjoy the wipeout, Mitch.
Oh, man. I mean, he gets up into the lip just a little bit more, and there's potential for him to ride out of that, but just a little too late, and that is a bad one right there. I mean, you're going face first into the ocean with all that power coming down on you. Dude, kid's got guts to paddle back out that way.
Bro got exploded right there.
Yeah.
And you know, that has there's two ways out of that. Fire you up, you know, it's like, you know, you see athletes punching themselves in the face to get going.
Nothing else he can do now.
Or you can, you know, maybe that'll calm your nerves. Hopefully, Gabriel Klausner now will get right back out to the takeoff zone where Jordy Smith now waiting in that yellow jersey, world number 1, now with priority. So far, everything nice and solid for Jordy. That's 6.33. I feel like that's going to be kind of a prime backup score, which of course we'll see in this next 32 minutes. But you could figure if you can pair a 7 or an 8 with that 6.33, you're looking like you're in the money.
I mean, with priority now, a veteran like Jordy Smith, he's going to be like a cheetah on the African plains right now, just stalking his prey, and his prey is Gabe Klausner. So I expect Jordy to really, really take over on this heat, and likely going to put Gabriel into a combo next time he gets to his feet.
And Lions wear yellow too.
And Lions wear
32 to go here. We've got our morning call right now. I believe we're down there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Where are we at?
Hello guys, good morning. It's pretty cold out here in Saquarema, but let's talk about the conditions with the right guy, John Chuminho. How are the conditions today? Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, conditions looks really nice. Just right wind throughout the night and wake up pretty clean. And I think surfing is pumping right now. And yeah, definitely a good day to be competing at the event.
Great day at home, isn't it?
It is. It is a really blasting day, we call it. And yeah, I mean, every bank throughout along the beach is working right now. So we even have some barrels at Itaúna. So that's a rare thing, but it's what WSL and all of us deserve it.
You found one out there, didn't you?
I did find one. Just saving energy and saving to the heat. It should be really fun all day, though. Everyone's really excited.
Great. Good luck and have fun. Back to you guys. Have a great job.
Obrigado, Mano. That was our Mike Terra morning call. If Jao Chanka says it's good in Saquarema, it's good in Saquarema. That guy put in the work yesterday. Rumor has it, 8-hour tow session up the beach. So when he says he's saving his energy, maybe he's saving it from yesterday. I'm sure he got a good night's sleep.
He slept good last night. I like 3-chain Shianka, by the way, too. I don't know
He's
if you
gone
noticed
triple.
that. He went triple chains right
How
there.
many are too many, though? That's the real question.
I don't think there's a number. I
Mr.
think
T.
the more chains, the better, bro. Bring them out.
Well, 30 minutes now.
There's G.
Yeah, there's Jordy's dad, Shaper,
Legend.
absolute legend. And I'm not good at lip reading, but I think he's probably saying, yeah, Jordy's doing good. Good start, 6.33.
So Jordy's had an interesting year, too, when he talked about surfboards. You know, his dad, Graham, shapes most of his boards, Smith shapes, but he's been experimenting as well. He was on some JS boards over in Australia. He was on some Mayhems when we were at Lowers, just testing those things out. So I like the open-mindedness of Jordy Smith to, you know, kind of experiment with different shapers, but always having the baseline with his relationship with his father.
Solid base there. Many years of R&D between those two. 29:30 to go. The beach is starting to fill up. Even though it's a little chillier today, you know the sun's going to be out. You know the guns are going to be out. And Strider, in between selfies, is going to give us the beach report.
Thanks, guys. Well, yeah, we're down here on the beach. It's definitely cold this morning. It's like 64 degrees this morning. Got down, I think, about like 63 or 2 last night. But this morning, everybody came down to the beach. I think maybe some of the people have still been here from last night. The place has been raging, out of control. This town has been turned up on 11, so the athletes having to manage their time here well, because you don't want to be out too late to show up to this. I mean, the waves down here on the beach look so beautiful. Straight offshore winds. The low tide, I think, is coming up at about 9:49 or something like that, and with that, you know, we're just going to see the waves barreling. I've seen spitting barrels out here this morning already, and that wave that Jordy took off on from down here on the sand, it looked really solid and substantial. So definitely a lot of power in the lineup here, kind of like the North Shore of Brazil. It's pretty sick.
Yeah, I'd say this place underrated for the punch it can pack. We already seen Gabriel Klausner on the wrong side of that. Just gets a .83 wipe out of the day so far. And You know, I think this long day of competition with overlapping heats, yes, we will see triumph. We will see radical surfing. We're also going to see some carnage, and there's nothing wrong with that. You got to get both sides at an event of this magnitude. Marco Mignot coming up, huge test for Marco. He'll be going up against Ethan Ewing. It'll be white and blue in the secondary heat that'll paddle into lineup. They're going to have to sort of give way to Jordy and Klausner, but they can actually pick their own peak down the beach. But if Jordy or Gabriel Klausner is paddling for waves, both two surfers have to give way to them.
Actually, really good point, because it is a big enough playing field at this location. It's not like it's emphasized on just one bank at the moment either with the size.
We've seen the South Bank here come into play in past competitions as well. We've seen, I think we've seen both Italo and a couple of years back, Gabe Medina utilize that South Bank. So it is a nice kind of secondary plan in these overlapping heats to move down the beach. And like Joao said, catching up with conditions this morning, that all the banks are working down this whole stretch of beach.
Fun. How lenient are the judges to let you kind of roam a little bit too? Because you usually have a judging panel that's more focused on one heat rather than the other. And typically you have two priority judges in this kind of case too, Chris.
We're going to see it in about 6 minutes. So this opening heat will be kind of split in half. So your preliminary heat, Jordy Smith and Klausner are out there alone for 20 minutes. And then for the final 20 minutes of this first heat, you're going to see Ethan Ewing and Marco Mignot. And then we're going to start swapping things out. So we're going to see 4 surfers in the water throughout the majority of the rest of the day. And we could get pretty deep into this competition today. Depending on this round goes, we could see a lot of surfing. We could go almost all the way to the women's quarters.
Yeah, and then we'll be all set up for a finals day and can cherry pick through the rest of the days in the event window. So a good call by Tours and Comps this morning to get things going and to kind of expedite the matter with this elimination round being overlapping. It's going to be really interesting, though, as we get into this elimination round, you guys, as we're going to have people like Jordy's going to be in the water at the same time, not versus Ethan Ewing, but in the water at the same time as with Ethan Ewing. Oh, take a look here.
They'll be scouting each other.
And our virtual eye, Chris.
Yeah, here we go. Coming down from space, Saquarema, a special place, not just for Brazilian surfing, but for surfing in general. So many superstars have come through this lineup. So you see we're just on the other side of Rio. And basically, when this event comes to town, the entirety of the surf fandom of Rio de Janeiro comes to this sand.
You saw that Bahia there at the river mouth. That's where the action was happening yesterday with all the tow sessions, and that's the right down the beach. We're centered here at Itaúna, but all of this sand here created by this river and all of that sediment coming up, setting up, you can see the sand flow and the river flow creating all these banks. And Mitchell, like we talked about before, open to a number of different directions of Atlantic swell.
Yeah, and it helps out the banks depending on how big it gets to. But yesterday, I mean, it was basically unrideable from a paddle standpoint. You get today, though, I mean, picture perfect waves with excellent conditions, strong offshores this morning too, Chris.
Yeah, and a big snap for Jordy Smith, second wave ridden. You know, had to kind of force the issue on the second turn, but made it look clean. So most likely not going to be as good as that 633 because you saw that 633, a bigger wave, a little bit more punch, but solid look here for Jordy. So everything going his way, just in terms of priority. And first turn was nice.
Yeah, it looks like the Brew just decided, hey, I need to back up this, just get another score on the board. Maybe a little impatient, you know, in my opinion, but he's going to get something here.
That's the first wave ridden. So now we can compare and contrast the second wave right here.
Yeah.
Bit smaller, but still nice and tight in the pocket, though. And to be honest, it's not a bad decision.
Yeah.
You're 4 minutes away from the next heat moving over. Probably going to add some pressure. You want to get into the double digits if you can. And once again, the incredible start. Anything above a 6 is already a good start by his standards. But more importantly, the way he's been competing, he established positioning out there. He mentioned that he was the alpha. And especially up against the young wild card, you got to be able to do that at the beginning.
And we mentioned also now the wild card is in a combination.
Yeah.
So
big difference as to just needing one score.
Exactly. So actually, you know what? I'm going to take that back. Jordy played his cards pretty well right there.
Yeah.
Putting him in an early combo. It's a soft combo of just 11.33, but nonetheless, Gabe's going to have to get busy, and he needs 2 waves.
Coming up next, you've got Ethan Ewing versus this guy, Marco Mignot. We're going to take a quick break. We will be back. Our elimination round continues. It's the VIVO Rio Pro. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the VIVO Rio Pro. Let's take a quick look at your surf line forecast so far. Spot on throughout this competition. See a lot of colored blobs moving around the Atlantic. Today, we're looking at overhead clean surf through today into Friday with another swell lining up for the weekend. That means we've got some options.
Yeah, we definitely do. And anytime you see that purple, it's usually a good indication of some size out there. So as you mentioned, Chris, the swell is decreasing throughout the day. Still plenty of size in the morning, though, 6 to 8 on the faces. Strong offshore, will be turning side shore this afternoon. But as we have seen, side shore, depending on the direction, Kaipo, doesn't tend to be something bad here at Saquarema.
And this is what I'm excited about. Look at the long-term forecast right here. A little bit of a drop tomorrow, but like ample opportunity for this weekend to pick a finals day. And I mean, look at Sunday. You start off with 4 to 6 foot faces, the crescendo 6 to 8, but we're always watching those winds. So how we're gonna play it? Tune in, find out.
Tune in, find out, just like us. Thank you, Surfline, for that forecast. And let's get straight back into it. Klausner now, the wild card, trying to fight back against Jordy Smith. Great turn. Kind of punched it up right under the lip. Only one turn available for Gabriel Klausner, but he will be on the board now. Rough start, got absolutely pounded, a big slam per 0.83 as his wake-up call, but better done here. And that almost looked like what he was trying on that first wave, which was almost 3 feet bigger and way heavier, but rode out clean there.
Really late to get to it, too, and it just seemed like he was a little bit out of position to be able to get to the one setup spot for him to take off. And talk about a critical turn under the lip. We saw one right there from Klausner. Should be his best score.
And don't take the pedal off the metal right now because Gabriel Klausner still has 20 minutes, 11 seconds to go. And while Jordy does have that big lead, he is in combo, but a 6.33 and a 5, you know, we've seen that happen, especially in 20 minutes. This is basically a restart heat for Gabriel Klausner. Now he's got time. He's out the back. Jordy is sitting in priority. We're going to see Ethan Ewing and Marco Mignot with 40 minutes on their clock now, making for a proper overlapping heat situation.
If there is one thing I will say, though, overlapping heats, it always benefits the surfer with experience in this format. Jordy's had plenty of time. Ethan, the same thing. Marco's first year on tour. He's only experienced it a couple times. But this heat's interesting. Ethan Ewing, former runner-up at this event at the CT level. Marco Mignot was a champion here at the Challenger Series level in order to qualify for the CT last year.
I love that point. Both Marco and Ethan have had success here, so both are proven at Etona. Here's Gabe.
Klausner now, big hook. Okay, so things are starting to escalate for Gabriel Klausner. The crowd's getting behind him. They're waking up. Coffee's kicking in. Yep, there's his pit crew on the beach. So now Klausner sitting on a 4.10. Probably going to improve on that a little bit. That was a really quick, snappy turn. Let's take a look at it.
Good selection, too. He gets on the right wave, though, and you got to watch out. Don't give him too much space if you're Jordy Smith right here. He gets 2 of those. Might be getting the score he needs.
I think he's got the most out of his last 2 waves, even though there were one-turn waves. Pretty hard waves to surf, and the judges really putting a lot of emphasis on that critical section.
Great bottom turn, too. Really deep right there. Love the line that he was able to draw coming off of the bottom, and a whippy snap in the pocket.
Win or lose, we're not going to forget this kid's name for a long time. Here we go, Ethan Ewing. First strike in elimination round, heat 2. He finds a gem.
Wow.
3-turn burner. Our first triple combination out here at Saquarema this morning. He's going to make his way into the Red Bull jet ski to get whipped back out in the lineup. Was runner-up in 2023. Right now sitting at 7th in the world. To me, this is a make-or-break event for Ethan Ewing if he wants to get himself in the final 5.
It's a pivotal event for him. And
I like that.
And
2
this
left.
This is a great start. So this is under priority. He finds one with a little bit more slower pace to it so he can fit 3 nice turns in here. Pretty standard surfing for Ethan's scale.
But for everyone else.
But it's just a nice strategic start for Ethan Ewing.
And great variety, too. It pushes just a bit more on that second one, and excellent way to finish off the wave, too, just adding in a bit of spice. But wave selection on point, obviously, but to me, it's really just not having to wait around. You get something right off of the bat, buzzer sounds, you get a wave, and you get things going. You put yourself in a much better spot to succeed later on in the heat, Chris. But we talk about variety on the backhand. 3 completely different turns right here from Ewing going left.
Wow.
Marco with a roll in. All right. We've seen what he's capable of in the air. Will we see it now? He's going against the wind. Bob Seger style, but this wave, to me, looks more of like a positional play.
He was looking for a ramp and couldn't find it. Here's his.
You saw the spring. You saw the springs coiling up when he stood up.
Jason Aparicio, Marco's coach, right there. But you can see, we know his air game, but just couldn't find the ramp.
He threw a stale fish the other day, Chris. You would have been super proud of it during the free serve. The day we didn't run, that was, fun, but a little inconsistent. He had a couple airs that day that, to me, have been some of the best I've ever seen him. And he was actually one of the few surfers that actually wanted to run that day because of that reason.
And speaking of stale fish, I got to acknowledge Huey Vaughn, stale fish backflip.
Nasty.
That was in a pool, but it was really cool.
Broke the internet yesterday.
Love you, Huey.
You can't talk about surfing without talking about current news, and that's something big in current news. But here's a replay. And you could see Mitchell, like, he's just looking for that ramp, can't find it.
Well, I'm not mad at this decision,
You got plenty of time, 40 minutes. It's like, what do you have to lose, especially up against Ethan, where, stock standard, he's getting 11, 12 points every time. So might as well go out there and try for an air.
Yeah.
We got 15:52 in the Smith v. Klausner heat. Ethan Ewing and Marco Mignot just getting started. Ethan's first score comes through, the highest score of the day so far, a 6.5. I mean, that was just technically perfect surfing, 3-turn hit. What a way to start.
How did he do that, okay?
He's Ethan Ewing.
That was in the first but just to acquire that wave, right? That was in the first 2 minutes in the non-priority position, in an open priority with his heat to find that wave. That was some wizardry.
We ain't
by
talking
Ethan
about
Ewing.
just anybody, This guy, when he's on, some people call him the best surfer in the world, and, I think every now and then, especially certain waves, there's a case for that.
We're going to see a lot of this right here. Saquarema known for these strong currents. Sometimes on the inside, the currents go in the opposite way as the outside. So holding your position is a crucial element for success here at this wide stretch of beach. So you're going to see all these 4 surfers just trying to find their spot in this lineup. Ethan Ewing has priority in his match against Marco Mignot. Jordy Smith retaining priority in his heat against wildcard Gabriel Klausner. We're inside of 15 minutes for Elimination Round Heat 1.
Good
Still
pressure.
all the time in the world for Elimination Round Heat 2. Do you think Marco Mignot's coaching team told him to go out there and do big airs?
Yeah, and with Jason Aparicio, Marco's coach, I don't know if it's a lot of strategy. I think it's just a lot of just like nurturing and just having someone in your corner and a sounding board. Marco knows what to do. And Jason's just such a positive energy that he brings around him. And I think that's his main, his main role is just to bring the positive.
Here we go, Chris.
Ooh,
Maybe.
We're going to hunt a ramp. Yeah, I think for Marco, he's shown us this year, go out there and go off. That's the plan. Here we go. And that's what he's attempted and more often than not made throughout the season, but that was just a wild section to try to attack like that. But I like the thought process. Go out there, get wild, get weird, do a big air, and that is one way to go up against the rail work of Ethan Ewing. We know Ethan does have the ability to blast an air every once in a while, but I don't think his air game is quite on par with what Marco Mignot has been doing this season. And the vice versa could go for the power and the rail work.
I may be eating my words later on in this heat, but I don't think the rights are the answer this morning.
So far, you're absolutely right.
It looks like they're just going against the grain, and they go into that deep water channel.
But the lefts have kind of been closeouts.
Yeah.
Except for Ethan Ewing.
Well, I mean, even Jordy's 6'3", like, if he doesn't get up there in time, like, there's no way he's pulling that. And, yeah, as you said, Jason's usually the guy that is there to nurture you. He does give you some strategical advice. The other day, he actually told me that he sent out Marco on a board that was just a bit too long for how conditions were. He wanted him to ride a standard shortboard in the end, but, you learn from your mistakes. And so far, I mean, look at the 3 rookies that made the cut. All 3 of them have had at least one excellent performance throughout the season.
I'll use a baseball analogy for you with the longer board as soon as we get out of this replay, because this is what happened with Gabriel.
This was during that replay. So Klausner, 1 turn, and then goes down. So rookie mistake right there.
So with that longer board for Marco Mignot, it's almost like you're swinging a bat with a weight on it, right? You ride a little bit longer board, then this board seems
way lighter.
Way lighter.
By the time you get on it, yeah.
And I think maybe that was part of that drill that he was going through yesterday.
The weighted bat drill.
The weighted bat drill, or the longer board drill, you can call it.
So another attempt at a magical finish there for Marco Mignot. So far, they've been a no-go. He's got a 2 and a 1.4. Ethan Ewing kind of doing Ethan Ewing things, just silent assassin out there, sitting on a 6.5. Again, the highest single wave score of the morning so far. We haven't seen Jordy Smith ride a wave in a little while. He's got 11 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Heat win percentage at
look at that number.
20.5 is huge for Jordy Smith, 72%. Italo second with 71%.
Wow, there's little to no separation between the 5 guys right there.
Yeah, those are the big dogs right now, right? Given the numbers so far this season.
I think that's pretty much your final 5 picture at the moment.
So speaking of final 5, what's the chance of this guy being in there? Pretty high.
Well, he's looking happy, looking excited, and that looks disastrous for anyone who's going to try to go up against Italo, because when he's on,
Defending champion, too.
watch out.
Yeah, I saw his dad here too. Made his way out of the north and into Rio.
Had a backflip for his dad on stage last year when he won.
I want to say last year was the first time that his dad saw him live in a CT event.
And win.
And win.
Even cooler. Good pressure by Jordy here, Chris. Talked about him being the alpha out there in the water, controlling the lineup. How efficient has he been, too? Only caught 2 waves, and after the 5, he can let time go by.
He's looking like a brick wall right now.
I call him a cheetah, but you called him a lion. I think the lion's more appropriate, Chris.
He's kind of slow and steady.
Slow and steady and stalking his prey right now.
Yeah, you can see he's definitely not taking Klausner lightly, nor should he. If this kid finds a good wave, there's a big score behind his surfing. Meanwhile, Marco Mignot in the second priority heat, still hunting ramps. If he can nail this one, so he's going right into that win. You can see it's almost just giving him a little bit of added loft. That was super close right there. So eventually, he's going to nail one of those front threes, and a big score is going to drop. That'll be really cool to see the difference between a nice big air and Ethan Ewing's 3-turn combo. The judges are going to have something to think about for sure.
I mean, this is another bail, but it's playing to your strengths. And so Marco knows this is his strength, is his air game. So you guys are 100% correct. He's going to just keep on trying attempts like this, just coming up a little bit short.
Oh, that was cool.
That was sick.
Yeah, he just got exploded.
Usually he makes that.
Yeah.
But
He's done that
backwash
so many
here
times this year.
It's so different. It like comes up from underneath so much, and by the time you actually land on your board, the board's probably moved like 3 or 4 times.
What Marco does really well on those front side rotators is he's able to ride out of stomping it in the flats. A lot of times when he has completions on that particular maneuver, he's projecting way out into the flats and somehow is able to come out of that, which is super difficult. That way he got caught in the trough a little bit, and that was why it was unsuccessful. But the fact that he can stomp these big airs way out in the flats and maintain projection and make it a make is very unique to him.
It would be really hard to get a deep stat that we can try to look for. Maybe we'll stay up late looking for it tonight. Is how many heats has Marco Mignot won by doing a big air?
The majority of his heats.
Right? It's got to be in 75%. I'm just throwing numbers out here. I don't know. I just remember being very excited watching Marco in previous heats. Here we go, Jordy Smith now. He's got a 6.33 and a 5. Nice power surfing right there. Medium-sized wave. But here we go. Is the wild card going to make Jordy pay? He's got a good face to work with here. Big snap right in the lip, and he gets blasted again.
Gosh.
Not as bad a wipeout as his first wave, but you can see the power here. His board's tombstoning in front of him. And it's going to be a battle race here.
Kind of surprised that Jordy went on that wave, though, if I'm honest.
Yeah, me too.
Because
well, he was sitting for 15 minutes just then.
He was, but you're looking to replace a 5. He needs the best score of the 2 heats so far, and now it's going to be a battle priority, and whoever recovers priority in this last 7.5 minutes still going to have a chance to get the best of the heat.
Whoever got a better duck dive on that wave is going to win this race.
Jordy gains on him. And look at
duck
the big
diving.
move.
Duck diving.
Duck diving 101.
Saves the day.
Wow.
That was a cool. It's so rare to see that happen right there. So the duck dive was going to be the edge if he does in fact get priority. So here's that last wave. Pretty lumpy first wave of the set. Nicely surfed, but not super clean.
Yeah, the second one's just a bit forced, and right here, he gets a clean connection, and this could easily be moving up into the 6-point range. And good attempt by Klausner, but still no try. And it seems like Jordy Smith should be recovering priority at this moment.
Yeah.
We'll wait for that P to drop. There you go. So kids, practice your duck dives.
Yep.
And we did see some duck dive practice yesterday. Again, it was 15 foot. I think Jake Marshall, Griffin Colapinto. We saw a couple attempts. Jao Chianco try to paddle out here, but the most successful surfer yesterday, Molly Picklum, yet again.
Skitty goat.
Yago Dora getting in the zone. Love to see this kind of new generation leaning into this meditation and spirituality as a mindfulness preparation. And whatever works, we're seeing the best surfing ever here on the 2025 Championship Tours. Marco Mignot now. He goes to some power surfing. A couple of big hacks out the back. Strong carve on the inside section. So he's not a one-trick pony. Does have power. Can hit the lip with precision. Marco Mignot now back in the conversation. He's got a 2-2 and a 2-0. He'll definitely get rid of one of those scores. So we see Ethan Ewing, who also went on that last wave. He now catches a ride on the Red Bull ski. Let's take a look at the replay. What did Ethan do?
Looks like he found a nice left, and it's just going to be a one-turner, but it's completion, so that's going to back up a 6.5 nicely.
That was dramatic.
Yeah, it was. And then Marco right here going right. Still not opposed to this strategy. As he said, he wants to bring something different in this heat. Really clean surfing. The only issue with the right in comparison to the left, it is much flatter. The sections aren't as critical. Still needs to be looking for that ramp on the right if he wants to continue his success over here. But talk about clean surfing. He gets the right wave right here going right, and talk about picture-perfect precision, especially with the offshore. Really beautiful stuff in the pocket by Mignot.
You know, you can tell he's hunting ramps, but he's not stubborn. You know, he identified the right spots on that wave to hit, and we're kind of looking at a tale of two breaks right now. Whoa. These rights are kind of lumpy and running away from the surfers, and the lefts are pretty much closing out.
For Marco, strategically, he knows he needs to just get even just a mid-range score because he's just holding on to a couple of twos right now. So that was a wise decision for him to go with more of fundamental surfing on that right and just locking a number just so that he's kind of keeping pace with Ethan and doesn't let Ethan run away with this heat.
This is a great illustration of Ethan Ewing's season, right? Brilliant surfing every time, no matter what. But he has had those close losses where he just needed a backup score or he needed something in the 4 or 5 range. And I'm not telegraphing anything because there's plenty of time left, but I will say if Marco Mignot keeps doing what he's doing, one of these sections is going to hit and he's going to nail one of those big frontside airs, and that's going to be a big number. It's going to happen.
It's going to be a big point
with this much time left. 40-minute heats, I mean, that's like a lifetime out in this lineup. Here we go. Klausner driving down the line. He gets a section and goes absolutely ballistic, straight to the flats. I mean, talk about a kid who wants it.
Heel bruise. That was a tough
That
one.
was a straight front 3 down a 12-stair set.
Yeah. And
he almost made Jordy commit to that one, too.
Yeah. Look at this again from a different angle. Sees a ramp, and then on his heels right there.
How did that board not break? Well, that's how you get people to remember your name. Valiant effort right there. Fearless approach.
Well, at this point, there's no other way to make it out of the heat.
But just watch for the...
Jeez,
Take care
that
of
looks
yourself
scary.
right there. That was scary.
That was sketch.
Yeah, but as you said, remember the name. It's the only way you're going to be able to do it, especially up against world number 1.
3 minutes left.
If you can beat the best guy and the most consistent surfer in the world at the moment, there's nothing else you couldn't be able to do. So props to the kid. He's trying. Caught 6 waves already going out there. But look at the efficiency of Smith, and look at the score for Ethan Ewing on his last.
Yeah, big number for Ethan Ewing. Comes through to 7-point ride. Back to Gabriel Klausner. Still just looking for a 6.76. Had he made that air, I mean, that's a buzzer beater right there. Jordy Smith is not safe right now with Gabriel Klausner out there looking like he has vicious intent every time he takes off. This right here could be a finisher for Smith, but he's up and out. So again, the left is closing out.
And he is riding a JS right now, by the way. He was riding a Mayhem the other day. Has a couple of Smith shapes in his board back too, but the open-mindedness, the awareness of how good his father's boards are, but you know, being non-complacent is a really big thing out of Jordy Smith, and especially at this point in his career, why would you even want to think that way?
Well, he's mentioned many times that he's just having fun, feeling loose, feeling light. And
That's dangerous
of course,
for everybody
that's
else.
one thing to come into the year feeling like that. But then when you get in that yellow jersey, how do you maintain that mindset? We'll see if he can do it for the rest of the season. Your Banco do Brazil 2-minute warning stands for Jordy Smith and Gabriel Klausner. So far, Jordy in the lead. But Klausner keeping him honest. Right now, just needs a 6.76.
Well, the Lion right now in Jordy Smith should just be able to close this thing out in 90 seconds and just put the guard on Klausner. So this should be a standard final minute drill.
That little look right there. That's just casual control. He looks back and he goes, I see you, Grom. We've got to give it up to Gabriel Klausner. This is not over yet. A minute 15 to go.
You guys want to hear an analogy that I actually asked my dad about?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I asked him, hey, Pops, why is the lion the king of the jungle when it seems like the gorilla could just beat everybody? He's like, does anybody attack the lion? Does anybody even try to go after the lion? And I was like, actually, you're right. Like, the most intimidating figure out there, guy doesn't even have to move.
Yeah.
And that's the person in yellow at the moment, too.
Well, he's aware of what Gabriel Klausner's doing. He's going to play the game right here. This is just that casual priority control. And you know Jordy Smith's not taking this guy lightly because, again, if he would have landed that air, hindsight, time machine, whatever you want to do, this would be a much different heat and a much different final 30 seconds for Jordy Smith. But your world number one maintains control. Ethan Ewing is controlling his heat as well. He's got a 7 and a 6.50. Massive heat total of 13.50. Marco Mignot trying to play catch-up. Did drop a 4.17 on the strength of a couple good turns. And Jordy has to exercise his priority, fending off Gabriel Klausner with 7 seconds left.
I love it. Looks at the Apple Watch, says there's no chance he's going to get one, and closes the heat out. Well played.
All right, Dad's hyped. So Jordy will maintain that top spot. He is the king of the lineup and the king of the championship tour for now, sitting in that yellow jersey. World number one survives the attack by Gabriel Klausner, but full credit to Klausner coming through as a wild card, putting on a great showing. He should be very proud of what he did here in Saquarema. But we got so much surfing left to come. It's the VIVO Rio Pro. The elimination round will continue. Overlapping heat, something for everyone. Stick around, we'll be right back. Yago Dora is the most underrated surfer on the championship tour. The Brazilian is a cool, casual, creative genius who surfs with a style that is so technically advanced, it's hard to comprehend.
I love surfing itself more than anything, and competing is what makes me want to be better each day and keep improving.
Gets there early for the big rotation above the lip. Upside down, Yago Dora pulls off one of the best punts of the year.
Where most of the surfers can get a bit inverted with their tail out high above their head, you know, Yago's consistently tweaking and boning out airs and actually grabbing so many different ways.
Dora goes to the air, answers back.
I like to be creative and really be free to do whatever I want on a wave. The feeling I have from surfing is more important than any title, I think.
Yeah, watch Inside Pro Surfing right now. I must have recorded that VO before Yago went absolutely ballistic at lower trestles because he is rated right where he should be. Your current world number 2. He'll be going up against Peterson Crisanto. So we've seen two of the top surfers in the world right now going up against two wild cards. And speaking of wild, that was a crazy look for Marco Mignot, who has 16 minutes, 52 seconds left. So your priority heat is Ethan Ewing and Marco Mignot. Ethan Ewing in control of this heat by a mile. He's got a 7 and now an 8. So that means Marco Mignot is in a combination spot needing 15 points. We saw a soft combo earlier. This is a hardcore combination. He does have time, though, 16:30 to go. Just needs 2 huge scores. But meanwhile, your secondary heat paddles out. Peterson Crisanto going up against Yago Dora. This is another huge test for Yago Dora. I mean, Peterson Crisanto, right? He's got a lot to prove right now and nothing to lose.
Yeah, he got, well, let's see what happened. This is the 8-point ride, Mitch.
Yeah, and Ewing so far, picture-perfect technique and great timing on the backhand, and for good reason right there. Excellent extension on the second maneuver, Chris, but we talk about just surfing in the pocket the entire time. The most critical sections, not rushing anything. Great stuff right here by Ewing, our first excellent score of day 2.
And, arguably the most technically sound surfer on planet Earth. Everything is in its proper spot and got the wave selection, put those turns in the most perfect place you could do them. Couldn't have done any better on that wave.
The extension on that first turn to kind of spring out of that and apply power, and just the biomechanics of Ethan Ewing is something that is always a pleasure to watch. But when we break it down, we really can see why it's excellent score.
All right, from above, we see Marco Mignot now.
Better.
On the attack. I feel like Marco is a kid that thrives on surfing with his back against the wall. That's when we've seen him really rise to the occasion. So this could be a good final 15 minutes for Marco Mignot. Of course, he's going up against a juggernaut in Ethan Ewing, and the scores are telling that story as well. It's going to take something really special, something really big for Marco to get back into this heat.
Yeah, I mean, what it's going to take for him to get back into this heat is a minimum of 7. So let's see if he got that on this wave. Nice approach. I mean, got a couple turns. And what do you think, Mitch?
Yeah, second turn's not bad either. Under the lip, great timing. Maybe not kind of extension that we've seen from Ethan's wave so far, but it'll get him in the heat. It should easily break the 5-point combo that he's looking for at the moment. Seems like Dora right here.
All right, Yago Dora finds a little left runner. Big snap there to start. This wave pretty bouncy, but there we see a near fall, but a quick recovery for Yago. All the way through. 4-turner there for Yago Dora. Not a bad way to start. Crazy how his back foot came off on that second turn.
Yeah.
He just so casually just put it right back on. Like, no, just don't look at that.
He got twisted.
That back.
He definitely, I mean, when we see the replay, he got twisted on that second turn. But like you said, nice recovery.
He gets twisted in the air a lot too. I hope we see one of those this heat.
Yeah,
we will.
Here we go on the replay. You can see nice snap there, but this is where he gets a little extended, twisted, but able to pull it back out. Could have caught a rail there.
Made it even cooler though.
He salvaged this wave. Yeah, he 100% got some spare parts out of it.
Point of difference right here. I just think it's the intensity of the second carve. We haven't seen a goofy footer so far be able to do this. I mean, we haven't seen a goofy footer within the water outside of Yago, so, kind of redundant right there. But in the end, talk about a complete wave, well surfed overall, especially the power, the intensity that he puts on that one. And I just really love the extension that he gets in. Underrated no more when it comes to power surfing, right, guys? I mean, everybody used to think of Yago only as the air guy. He can do a bit of it all.
He's got the complete act. Airs, power, plenty of speed there. Flow might be where the judges are going to take a little bit away from Yago's wave. You saw him have to kind of recover and react. Meanwhile, that power act of Peterson Crisanto, this guy is solid. Rides out clean from a big backside whip.
That was hard. I will say, I do think that his front side is still his key to success up against Yago, but we've seen the rights go flatter and gets vertical right there on the second one. Really nice stab.
Hey, as we come out of this replay, which was well done by Peterson Crisanto, but I just wanted to focus back on the priority heat. Marco Mignot, I said he needed a 7 to get back into this heat.
6.93.
Just did it.
There you go. Never count out Marco Mignot. He's proved it time and time again on the 2025 Championship Tour. His rookie year, definitely in that conversation to be Rookie of the Year. couple more events to see how that thing shakes out. But Marco has been that clutch performer. He has given us so many amazing moments, amazing buzzer beaters. And it's only a matter of time till Marco just blasts out and wins an event.
Well, one error can make a difference in the heat. He's got backside rotations too. Don't forget about it. And you know, if there's somebody who's willing to go for it on a set wave, it's definitely him. And
he is not afraid to land in the flats.
Not at all. And the cool thing about him, he has confidence for days. I mean, self-belief is one of his biggest things. He chose 73 because 10 was already taken, so the 7 plus 3 adds into another 10. Like, when the guy qualified on tour, he said, I'm not just here to be another surfer on tour. I'm here to win.
Yeah.
And having that kind of attitude gets you a long way.
He could have chose 82.
or 91.
91's already taken.
Well, you guys are good at math.
Who's
11,
91?
15.
Cole's 91.
Oh, that's right. How she forgot. Well, another probably guy that looked at it, he was like, I need a 10 somehow, huh? 64. I mean, we could go 5 and 5.
Okay. Different numbers.
Too much math for you this early, huh, Chris?
Yes. I need to paddle out and get smashed by a set wave to get woken up here. At 10 minutes, 50 seconds ago, Ethan Ewing smashing his way to a huge 15-point heat total. But Marco Mignot will not give up. He's fighting back. He just got a 6.93. Now he needs an 8.07, but you see Ethan Ewing's scoreline, that 8 and the 7. That number is achievable as Marco makes his way, hopefully, to his takeoff spot. He's sitting in second priority. There's Ethan Ewing sitting in top priority. And you know, even though they're not looking at each other, they know exactly where the other surfer is in the lineup. As we see now Peterson Crisanto on a runner. Cranks it off the bottom. Over. Hyping his backside turn right there. Gets blown out the back. That leaves Yago sitting out the back with priority and 30 seconds left. So we're going to have a lot to unpack with every single heat in the lineup with 40 minutes. 4 surfers in the water, overlapping. There's going to be a lot of cool stuff happening today. And cool stuff happened in our first heat. Let's go down to the glass with the winner.
Hello, guys. I'm here with Jordy that just won a tough heat against Gabriel Klausner, young wild card that's making some noise in Brazil. What was your approach into this heat? Congratulations.
Yeah, I just kind of, thanks, Dad. Off the bat of the heat, just to stay close to him. Try and take kind of opportunities away from him. Started out with those 2 mediocre scores, and there weren't a whole lot other ones out there. Obviously, you want to go to where you want to be in the heat, like catch the waves, but at the same time, you just got to manage the competitor. And yeah, I'm sure he's got a really bright future. He's a good surfer, and it's always difficult coming up against the wildcards because they've got really nothing to lose, you know. And yeah, that's a tough round for everyone. There's a lot of top seeds in this round, so making it out of it, I was stoked.
Great. And now you have the most consistent surf in the world. What drives you to this momentum this season?
I've said it all year, but I'm just such a surf dog. I love surfing, and yeah, man, this is my dream, you know, to wake up and go surfing, and then the second part of it is just to compete and yeah, provide for my family.
Great. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Good luck. Back to you guys.
Surf dog.
Yeah.
I like that thoughtfulness that Jordy had right there, listening to that opening question from Raquel. Just thinking, look, anybody can have their day. And wildcards have had their days throughout this entire season. So even though Jordy was controlling that entire time, definitely not taking anybody lightly. And during that interview, we saw Yago going off. Big 3-turn combo there for Yago Dora.
I'd be thinking this score is probably going to be either just above the 5.5 that he already has or right around there. I mean, a lot more intensity going up into the lip, and just talk about consequential maneuvers. There were 2 of them on that wave, and seems like Ewing here.
Yeah, Ewing keeps applying the pressure. Right there was a backside whip. And a rare mistake for Ethan Ewing.
Yeah.
Because that was looking like a good wave.
He was just off tempo, right? And
maybe overslid a little bit on that
first turn, and then that made him get late to that second turn. Unfortunately,
didn't have to go on that wave either.
So
had a priority.
Yeah, here, take a look at this. So this first turn, this is actually where things went wrong for him, trying to get up there, and like I said, off tempo, so got up to the lip late and paid for it.
The wave kind of looked like it just held back a tiny bit right there. The backwash does some interesting things to some of these waves.
He just came out with his own Future Fins model too, Chris.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, really good fiberglass.
It's a DHD template, but it's made in a solid fiberglass. We've seen him with the prototypes all year long. Here's the comeback, maybe.
Marco Mignot, big hack to start, and the wave just collapses around him too quick. Marco Mignot, so he goes down, unable to get a second turn in. But he's keeping Ethan Ewing honest. I mean, Ethan went full power mode on that first turn and fell on the second. So kind of the similar look for Marco Mignot, who needs an 8.07. That's got to be a really good wave or a big ramp. Two ways out of this one for Marco Mignot.
Or maybe you'd still try to replace the 693 if you can and break it up, but it's almost the same thing. You're going to need 275. So either way, you're going to have to go big. You have to be on the right wave. And I'm actually kind of shocked that we had Ethan Ewing fall in the first one, which was kind of a mistake with priority, went on a wave that wasn't going to improve on the 7-point ride. And then Marco right behind him goes on a smaller wave and didn't really seem like it had too much potential from the get-go.
Yeah, and it just handed back heat control to Ethan Ewing with just 6 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
So it's Ethan's game to lose right now. He just has to play this 6 minutes in a smart fashion.
Well, they're on the side for the left only, too, so you've already taken away the right from Marco. And now right here, the only case is really to be on the peak because you have absolute control being in the priority heat, too.
And look at these numbers. I mean, you got Ethan Ewing, just patience right here paying off. And Marco Mignot has just been attacking every little crumb he could find. Those first 4 or 5 waves from Marco were in the secondary heat. And now in his priority heat, the 2 or 3 waves ridden. See Yago separating from the pack. Love this overview. I mean, from the beach, you're looking out there, you're thinking, okay, cool, standard beach break. Plenty of places to take off, but there's really 2 hot zones that we've been seeing, the left and then that right that has kind of gone unridden for a while. So we'll see strategy coming through here for Jack Robinson. He's getting in the zone. He'll be coming up next against Rio Waida. We have some really cool matchups, really unique. You know, you haven't seen a lot of these matches through the years so far. Yago Dora stalling, finds the barrel, pumping through.
Oh, yeah.
Nice, clean exit. Yago Dora getting the crowd fired up. Good morning. Bom dia.
Moved away from the pack and just found that away from everyone else.
And he was
proper barrel.
Completely disappeared, multiple times. And he had to go through several sections to be able to do this. But as soon as I saw him kind of stall for this and put that hand in the water, I mean, look at the way he is just able to pump in such a short space right there and so low, too. Sensational.
The perfect read.
It's like a stop and go. Here's the stop part, and then the go part is getting a couple pumps in the barrel to get some speed. So well done. Such a technical barrel ride. Check it out in slow motion, Mitch.
Yeah, and once again, just stalls a little bit, putting that hand in the water. And once again, he gets to the bottom, makes sure that he has that double pump. He goes through 2-3 sections right here and completely disappeared, Chris. The 5.5 is easily going to be gone. I actually see this being an excellent score by today's standards. Yeah,
this window, the doggy door was tiny, and he just somehow...
And that's a large wave, too.
Comes through clean, dry. That was... I mean, Yago Dora just proves it time and time again. He is a title contender. Airs, carves, speed, tube riding.
2 finals in a row here will do that.
I think it's the year of the Yago.
Yeah.
I'm going to write that down and date it, and then I'm going to send it to
The year
myself
of the
in the mail.
Yagoat?
Yeah. Because I've been saying it all season long. Yago Dora 2025. Print the shirts already. 3 minutes left. Ethan Ewing going up against Marco Mignot. Marco still needs an 8.07. He's down, but definitely not out. This kid has shown us before that he has those instincts to prove to the judges. 1 big air, 3 big power turns.
That's a pretty slow-moving Red Bull ski on the way out right there.
Well,
maybe it's kind of a no-wake zone or something, but there's a cautious crawl back out there. But there we go.
There you go. Big score for Yago Dora. 8.67, near perfection on the perfect read. Biggest, best barrel of the event so far. Yago Dora way on top. Peterson Crisanto is comboed now. So Yago with an 8.67 and a 6.5. Commanding lead.
Yeah, and not just that. A lot of time left, more than 22 minutes on the clock, too. So Crisanto can still get back into it, and Ewing here, big decision to make, Chris.
Uses his priority. Flowing into this one. Deep bottom turn, top turn combo. You can't do that combo any better. Bottom turn straight into the lip. That was beautiful, precise, perfect surfing.
What I love there from Ethan Ewing, I talk about the P's, the pick, paddle, and position, was the positioning and the paddle of Ethan Ewing. Well, you watch him enter the wave. He faded into this one to set himself up for this. And then it's a backhand clinic.
Jeez.
Beautiful destruction right there. You're going Patches O'Houlihan on me again, aren't you? Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge this early in the morning, but ain't no dodging right here, Chris.
Well, I'm taking notes. How do you do this? What do I do? What do we all do to even approach the excellence in that bottom turn, top turn combo?
I think it was all the fundamentals of where he dropped in and that fade that he did. He did a slight fade to the right before getting into that bottom turn. That was beautiful. Here's Marco.
The answer.
Ooh.
What were we talking about?
Yeah.
I'm still in shock. A minute 10 to go. Ethan Ewing. Did he improve on the 7-point ride? Shorter wave,
probably.
But technically
Yeah.
sound, at least.
My first impression is he should improve upon that 7.
It's quality. It's easily one of the best turns we've seen out of the entire event, and especially with how significant one maneuver waves have been so far today. Had just one right there and then added in the little 2 and 3 little extra ones.
It's like when an NBA player drops a 3 and then puts his finger up to hush the crowd, like,
Pull the
everybody
Kobe.
just be quiet. The Banco do Brazil timer is inside that 2-minute warning at 30 seconds. Ethan Ewing still waiting for that score to drop. Meanwhile, Yago Dora achieving excellence already, and he still has 20 minutes left. So the second score comes through for Ethan Ewing. It is bigger. It's a 7-2-7, really on the strength of one perfect turn. That means that Marco's ask now is an 8-3-4. Yago up and out real quick. 10 seconds left. Ethan back at it. It's a little speed lap, potentially a victory lap with 2 seconds left, and it's going to be the technician, Ethan Ewing, getting the win over hard-charging Marco Mignot. Full credit to Marco. You know, he tried a couple different things, showed us a flash of brilliance with a 6.93, but that's going to be it for the surfer representing France and Mexico. Marco Mignot goes down in men's elimination round heat 2. Parabéns, congrats to Ethan Ewing. He will advance through. We're going to field 2 more surfers in the lineup. Yago Dora and Peterson Crisanto will be in the priority heat now. Jack Robinson, Rio Waida, they'll be in the secondary heat. We're going to bring in Joe, Jesse, and a whole new crew. So don't go anywhere. It's the VIVO Rio Pro. We'll be right back.
The VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by VIVO, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Banco do Brasil, official bank of the WSL in Brazil. And by the city of Saquarema, official host of the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero. Hi, everybody. It's a busy morning with the overlapping format. It's really fun for pro surfing, getting a lot done on a fun day of surf. Jack Robinson and Rio Waida hit the lineup now. Rio, world number 19. Jack Robinson inside the top 10 picture, number 8 in the world, as he's looking for a spot in the WSL Final 5. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel, Maida Paps, and also Jesse Mendez here for the call this morning. Great to see Yago in form again at his favorite event on the calendar, Maida.
Yeah, true. We are so excited to watch Yago Dora, what he just did in the tube riding. So amazing to see all these guys again.
So Yago has the priority heat with Pedersen Crisanto, Jack Robinson, Rio Waida. Just getting started. As you can see, the whole pack there. Paddling in now as Pedersen Crisanto as he belts it. Big backside hanger, but ends up getting caught as he's trying to break through the combination. More waves on the way here. It will be Yago Dora. Nice clean connection. Just a one maneuver closeout hack, and he'll step off. Coming off his second victory this season. 3 CT wins all time for the career of Yago at his favorite event on the calendar, having to jump off his board with the energy that we have here today, Jesse.
I mean, I'm so excited to see how the waves turn up to be today. Obviously, beautiful 4 to 5 foot faces, or even a little bit bigger in some of the sets probably. And this is Yago, loving it. The wave just kind of runs away from him, has to do the double kick there to penetrate and get on the back of that wave. And here Pedersen. Beautiful, very vertical, catches that inside rail. He has to commit, like with the situation of the heat that he's sitting. Wow, a lot of action. And the break looks like a barrel here for Pedersen.
So yeah, Pedersen catching this wave during the break, looking for an extension of that tube ride on the backhand, but ends up incomplete. As you see him running into the beach here. Pedersen Crisanto, a familiar face we've seen several times in the championship tour jersey, even full-time on tour. But when he just got started building his profiles, we see the board change. This event was really the one that put him on the global stage. So many times he was getting the call up to the event when it was down at Barra da Tijuca. He was in video parts where world champs like Andy Irons were speaking to his brilliance on how good he was when he was just a young kid from Brazil. Watching this, a big bowling left, setting up for Rio Waida, attacking it for a single maneuver option, Jesse. This guy has started off well at the start of the season, and he's trying to pick up some points on the rankings toward the back half. Well-timed backhand snap again for Jack Robinson. So we've seen a few of these in a row. One maneuver opportunities. Basically a closeout, but these guys are so good they can make it look like they've got a bit more time, Jesse.
I think it all comes down because they saw how Ethan Whelan got rewarded very nicely for that one single backside maneuver and got a 7-point ride. Obviously, this situation here of Rio Waida and Jack Robinson not as critical. The wave didn't have that curve and the coping that it had on Ethan Whelan's wave, but it's definitely going to help this situation at the moment. And yeah, they're both solid turns in the right, very precise in the right part of the wave, and they came out clean, which was important, obviously.
Strider Wazalewski, we just saw the board change for Pedersen. What did you see there?
Well, he came in, he switched out the board, but the board is still intact. There's nothing wrong with it. Everything's still tight, but I think he went to a different model. Just felt he needed something different, a different change up, a vibe or something in the heat, because Yago is on fire, just finding waves everywhere he goes. So he just went in, came in, switched it out to maybe switch up his luck in this heat. I think that's all it is.
Thanks so much, Strider. Pedersen making the swap, trying to change the flow because he is in a combination spot at the moment. What an amazing story. I mean, Pedersen was getting big paychecks when he was pretty young, and then it kind of all went away. But there's a group of surfers, part of the Brazilian Storm, like Miguel Pupo, Felipe Toledo, that were going, hey, you're way too good to stop your career. And then he went on a roll and qualified. Did well in Bolito, started picking up events again. We saw his name back into the competitive arena. And so we're still celebrating Pedersen Crisanto, never giving up on his dream.
Yeah, for sure, Joe. He's such a good surfer, and it's good for him like to don't give up, and now he's one of the best of South America on the Challenger Series. So it's good to see him back like surfing. Unfortunately, right now he's in a very tough situation, comboed without priority, but he still keep trying.
Just a short ride on the new board that he grabbed from the beach, up and out, as Yago's controlling this one. 8.67 and a 6.5 rolling in now is Dora. Nice read. Leans on that rail to start. Open face, front side hook. One of the smoothest surfers on tour. Throwing a nice series of front side carves and just jams a nice finishing move through the backwash. We talked about this before the event started, the famous backwash at Saquarema, and Jesse always impressed with how smooth Yago makes that look.
Yeah, and that's the point of difference that Yago's going to bring to the table, I think, in conditions like we have on offer today. Like, he's always in such a good rhythm with that backwash. He uses to his advantage this beautiful layback, kind of like a two-tempo layback. He puts his arm up, lets the board drive a bit, and then brings it around, extending that turn. And then this is kind of gets to that flat part of the wave, keeps the speed and finish it off strong. Obviously, nothing crazy or too critical on the end there, but just very hard to do it. But notice, deep bottom turn. Keeps that arm up and high in front, and then he starts to swing it downwards, extending it, putting both arms behind his back. Just beautiful style and commitment there for Yago.
Yago on quite a roll, ripping through this end section. Pedersen Crisanto on the next opportunity. Throws up a nice vertical in the pocket. Out in front, throwing some water off the second turn. End section, backhand float. Controls it, little extra climb to finish. Pedersen kicking out of his 7th wave so far, matching the wave count of Yago. And we'll catch up with Strider Wazalewski in Yago's camp.
Here on the beach, and I found Yago's camp. They all have the skinny goat hat on. They're loving it. They were down here like literally in the dark, riding their bikes down here. They're all here. Issa's here, it's his girlfriend, and they're loving life down here. It's pretty sick. The vibe, the energy, obviously down here for Yago since the dawns, and they were down here yesterday morning really early too. So beautiful thing right there. Everybody down here. Thanks, you guys. A lot of vibe.
A lot of great vibes. Thank you, Strider, for bringing us into Yago's camp, and that is something that Dora feels directly. We saw him rise with that energy when he was a wild card, where he beat multiple world champions into that famous semifinal result before he qualified for the tour. Series of replays here. Maida, we've got Pedersen trying to get back in this heat.
Yeah, for sure. Nothing less than 5.17 changes his life. So, but he's doing a great job. Combo, nice turns right there. Let's see what the judge is going to score.
The goal there is for Pedersen to break free of the combination, wild card into this event. And great to see that strong power-based surfing is still working out for him at this point of his career. Back when he was in those early events as a wild card, he did a lot of crazy boned out airs, really powerful punts into the flats. It was undeniable how talented he was. Now let's catch up with the winner of the last heat. Ethan Ewing is with Rachel.
Thanks, guys. Such an incredible performance for Ethan. Congratulations. Your wave selection always on point. What were you looking for in this heat?
Yeah, I was kind of just looking for space because with the overlapping heats, I was, yeah, kind of depends on how aggressive the other heat is. So just find my own space, and yeah, there's really good waves. So lucky to find a few and get in rhythm.
Yeah, and being the runner-up back in 2023, how is the energy to approach this event in Brazil?
Yeah, it's difficult. There's just so many people, and yeah, there's definitely some times when you're uncomfortable. But yeah, I enjoy coming here. Everyone's been really friendly, and especially when there's good waves, it helps. So yeah, been having a lot of fun.
Thank you for your time, and good luck in the next one. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel. Ethan Ewing trying to find some downtime. You've got to be strategic where you get your accommodations, especially if you like the peace and quiet. Not every surfer wants that. Sometimes they want to feel a little bit of the action. Maybe if you're Al Cleveland Jr., a few others, they want to talk to people, really engage in energy. That helps their performance, but that's not for everybody. For Ethan, he's always traveling with his dad, Bill. They like quiet mornings, kind of having some peace together. Even when they travel in the airport, you know, they don't have a big entourage around them. They just keep things pretty simple, and that's a recipe for success for Ethan Ewing. Past runner-up in not only this event, but also in the world title race in the past.
Yeah, and here Joe, it's so hard to get a place like peaceful, especially during the night. Like we keep like listening to music until the dawn.
Maida, what's the difference with the amount of people compared to the Challenger Series? Is it a bit quieter at the CS?
Yeah, for sure it is. Like it's getting bigger year by year. I mean, because it's such a nice event. I really love to come here in October, but completely different vibes.
A lot of fun places to hang out, eat lunch. The church that's on the hill, that's a common spot for people to enjoy the sunset in the evenings. And we've had a kind of a variety of weather the last couple days. It was cold and windy, stormy on one of the late days we had where you didn't even want to leave your room. And then the sun was back out. A couple of guys were towing yesterday. Even Jack Robinson got a crazy pit down the beach doing some step-offs. Jesse, that was pretty entertaining.
Yeah, it's expectable this time of the year. We do have the storms coming from the south, and previously as until it gets this good that we've seen today, it's going to come with a bunch of wind and rain, and then it smooths it out afterwards. So yeah, for our luck, there's plenty of swell in this place. Really holds it down pretty nicely. And yesterday, like you mentioned, the waves are pretty fun, and Jack up and riding.
Jack now starting a little whip there on the back end. It punches out that next section, just really trying to put a little extra into the smaller wave. And he'll just move down the line with a clean little pace. Throwaway scores of 0.2, so he'll improve on that. But yeah, it was easy to think that Jack would put his hand up for some step-offs yesterday when it's closing out. And it just shows how talented he is hunting down closeout barrels.
And I was actually talking to João, like this wave came here, we'll watch it first, and it's a smaller wave in size, probably not gonna make too much difference in his score line until the end of the heat. But I was catching up with João right before we jumped in the booth, and he was mentioning that he saw Jack, he picked up Jack in the ski and was like, hey, like let's just try 30 minutes and see how it goes. And all of a sudden he puts him in the 2 best waves of the day. Obviously for the context, it wasn't good to run an event. It was just twice as big as today, unruly, a lot of bounce, mostly on this corner of the beach. But, you know, if you combo it up, Ski, Jack, and João, most likely they're going to get barreled. So
that's a pretty good combination.
Yes.
Where you think, if you have the dream of being on tour, it would make sense to buy a ski if you can, have a friend that's got a ski, and really get good at hunting down waves wherever you live in the world. As we watch the Natura Kayak recap, all Brazilian matchup, Yago and the wild card, Pedersen, Crisanto. Pedersen working hard, but still comboed at the moment, Maida.
Yeah, it's true. He couldn't find the best waves, but this guy was so on point. Look, very strong finish over this one, and also finding a good barrel, Jesse.
Yeah, it's impressive, just the rhythm that he gets. You can see this barrel here, slow himself down, starts to pump and put on the gas, and just finds that sneaky doggy door. You can see it, just so much precision for you to actually drive through that barrel and identify the exit right before it closes out and doesn't even get touched by the lip. That was beautiful work from Yago. And yeah, Pedersen is just in trouble right now, needing a 15.17, and not just because of the number, but the type of surfing that Yago has previously done in his heat. For you to match that, or actually better, man, it's a huge task right now.
Yago with total control and also just catching another wave. Yago just got one, and in the non-priority heat, Rio Waida as well, getting his second scoring ride. Rio and Jack just getting started. We'll focus on Yago's last wave here, Jesse.
Yeah, and it feels like it just doesn't stop, you know? He's kind of on a free surf mission right there. Massive layback to finish that wave up. Just a one single big maneuver. And the judges have been loving it so far. We've seen big scores from the surfers in the first heat and Ethan Ewing on the second one. This is a beautiful layback. Gets that release. Notice that front foot almost comes unglued. Goes to the corner of the board, almost touching the rail, and he regroups it.
Also, Rio Waida just getting this wave, Maida.
Yeah, on his backside, nice first snap right there. Beautiful combo with this cutback and strong way to finish it off.
Rio Waida coming off a couple of big results to kick off the season. Even had himself in that top 5 after the first few events on the calendar. And then he started going through a little slide in the rankings. Some tough results, losing in the round of 32. And he was open about it on his social media, saying, Matt, didn't feel like myself today, ready to move on to the next one. And he's still in that kind of space of trying to find that magic that saw him make the podium, even back at Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, he said that last year when he made the final in Fiji, that he was taking baby steps, and now he got to the finals. But I mean, it feels like he didn't. I don't know. He didn't got everything that he needed to keep like the momentum. We know how tough it is, like to be consistent, and that's the thing that he needs to figure out.
Last score for Rio Waida, 6.67 as we pass the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning in the priority heat. Rio's got his Apple Watch. You can check time, you could ask for priority, and sometimes you just want to hear your score announced from the loudspeakers.
Makes you feel better. It really does. And he just, like, obviously he applies a little bit of more pressure to the opponent. Obviously, Jack is, in my personal opinion, the best competitor we have on tour right now as far as being centered to what he needs to do and work in his strengths and not get caught with everything around. But, you know, you hear it once again, your opponent got a 6.67 and it just creeps in your head. So he's, you know, trying to, you use every strength in your position to apply pressure to your opponent when you're in the heat.
Rio Waida's lost to Jack in their 2 meetings they've had on the championship tour, one going back to Mexico. That was Jack's first win. The other one was in Portugal, where Jack made the final runner-up to João. So 2 times Jack's gotten past Rio. He's turned it into at least a final. Rio was coming on as a wild card back in Mexico, and he did take out Felipe in that event. And Rio was shaking in the post-heat interview in excitement. He just couldn't believe that he beat his all-time hero. As we look at Pedersen winding up and throwing everything at the lip line and going down, just trying to search for something really big on the back end to break the combo. Incomplete there as Yago still controlling this one and most likely, well, definitely winning this heat to move into the round of 16. Best of luck to Pedersen. Can't wait to see him in the jersey again. And Yago is still in control here in Saquarema.
Yeah, with 5 seconds left. Yeah, Yago looking pretty great and loose, relaxed, just finding all kinds of wave today.
He's found so much consistency in front of this crowd that loves him dearly, from that wild card, 3rd place finish, to a couple of finals to follow, including a major win. The one thing different about this one is he's now number 2 in the world before gaining all these points out of this event. So he's in an incredible place to maybe fight for yellow before we head to J-Bay.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, as far as live rankings, if we speak about it, I think he's 1 heat away just to be in front of Jordy Smith. Like, if he makes 1 heat in front of Jordy, he's already in first. So both of them in round 3 right now.
Enjoying the vision from inside the tube is a past champ at Saquarema. Yago Dora moves on to the next one. When we come back, Kanoa and Alejo hit the lineup.
Virar Saquarema. Desde pequena eu venho para Saquarema. É um lugar tão especial na história do surf no Brasil. Eu cresci ouvindo sobre as surf trips que meu pai fazia para cá nos anos 70, 80. Então é um lugar muito marcante para todas as gerações de surfistas. 2 horas da cidade do Rio de Janeiro, Provavelmente todo surfista do Rio já ouviu falar ou já surfou nas ondas aqui de Saquarema. E é uma das 10 cidades da região dos lagos, que é conhecida por ter vários lagos e lagoas próximos do mar, todas com água salgada. É uma cidadezinha linda e sempre tem onda boa. Realmente é um lugar especial.
It's always great running into Chloe Calmon, one of the best longboarders in the world. Has been competing on tour for a long time, talking about her relationship with Saquarema, which is the capital of surfing here in the country of Brazil, as we introduce a new matchup. Heat number 5, for the first time these two are meeting at the CT level. Kanoa Igarashi, world number 4, taking on Alejo Muniz, the 22 seed. Here at this part of the year, we only have a few events left to work out the final 5. And for Alejo, he's still taking notes like he was a rookie on tour. He's so focused with his coach, Adriano de Souza, past champ at this event. And Kanoa still working with Jake the Snake Patterson, longtime competitor that won events like Sunset Beach, J Bay, the Pipe Masters. As this one's just getting started, the priority heat turns to Rio and Jack. Alejo did catch a wave, though, during the break, Jesse.
Yeah, just the wave lacked a little bit of curve, a little bit of power on that section to finish it up. He was a touch late, so that's going to keep his score on the lower, but something to start, you know, something to build off.
Alejo Muniz from down south represents both Brazil and Argentina, Mar del Plata. He actually has tattoos in Spanish on one arm and Portuguese on the other to represent where he comes from. Little paddle there for Rio as he's still in the heat with Jack. You can see this big playing field and the overlapping heats moving very quickly today with a lot of opportunity, Jesse.
Also, I just want to know, I noticed something. You can see Kanoa way out the back there and deeper. There is that deep wave that comes, which is probably is the best wave that comes on the lineup today, but it just takes a little bit longer. It's harder for you to position yourself because there's all that water coming out of the rip bow on the left of our screen. Looks like Jack up and riding right now.
Jack just taking some serious palms to hunt the barrel. Robinson makes it. Lays down the rail and completes a clean little cutback, ditches the fins, and a solid read once again for the man from WA. Coach Leandro Dora applauding that effort. We talk about speed management when it comes to barrel riding. Jack, obviously one of the best in the planet, had a great read where he knew he had to get going to line that one up. Big section for Rio Waida, perfect way to attack a big backside belt. He was rewarded with a 667 on his last version of that. That one was bigger and had a little more drama with the backwash as well, Maida.
Yeah, it looked pretty great, that one. Really steep wave, just one turn, but strong. And Jack Robinson one was nice. The way he built that momentum and that speed. Look, Jesse.
Yeah, that's beautiful from Rio. And if I look back to what we've seen it before, this is probably going to be close to something that Ethan got it with that one single turn. You can see him bottom turn approaching, uses that front arm to guide him and get nice and steep. Gets on the lip, on top of it, and he's going to land it. He's going to start applying pressure on the back foot now to make sure he can land it flat with the tail first in order to nosedive. So beautiful approach. And here, Jack Robinson, just like you mentioned, Joe, beautiful speed management. Comes from behind the section. The wave keeps running. Very clean. The wave dissipates after, but rebounds off the backwash and finish it off strong for what he had on offer in that closeout section. But beautiful wave here, and we hope to see more of those as the day rolls in with the tide getting lower too.
Anytime people are getting barreled, everyone's happy. You know, if you're watching surfing, people are getting drained like this, you're stoked. But then the difference of the size of the wave for Rio, the one maneuver section, and quickly watching Kanoa on this wave. Jesse.
Yeah, let's see what happened here for Kanoa. Nice drift, pressuring that back foot, but just that wave running away from him. And that's the problem of sitting up the top. There is that special wave that comes about 20, 30 yards more out the back than all of the other waves. With the lower tides probably going to get a little bit more consistent, but they don't come so often. It has to be that special angle, that special size that hits that deeper and more out the back side part of the bank. So for him right there, just kind of a smaller wave, and it just ran away from him.
Jesse, if you're in this heat, would you rather have Rio's wave or Jack's wave?
If I'm on the heat,
and then compared if you're free surfing.
If I'm free surfing, for sure, Jack's wave, because I would have not done anything in Rio's wave. I'll be running away from that section. But I think they're probably going to be on the similar score range. Jack Robinson got a 6.77. Rio's turn was very, very critical. And from what I've seen it previously, from what the surfers have done, they one critical section, one big turn, they've been getting something around that 6.5 range. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to crack.
It's interesting when you look at the judging component, sometimes it really goes to degree of difficulty. You're looking at what Rio accomplished on a big closeout section, a lot of power there. Judges are always going to reward that commitment to a section that big. And then when you're getting barreled, it's like that's what every surfer wants to do. It didn't have the size of Rio's wave, but for the context of scoring and the context of what a free surfer's looking for, there's a fun contrast there, Maida.
Yeah, it's true. And always they see the risk of the turn, and that one with Rio Ida was really risky. But here are the scores.
Wow, here we go. We've got the reaction from the panel. 6.77 from Jack, and Rio Ida on the single maneuver. His 6.67 still better. So previous wave, a 5.9. So judges liked the combination of getting barreled, the two turns that followed, even though he didn't have the same height. Still getting rewarded for the overall package on that last wave, Jesse.
But obviously I can see the spread here of what the judges did. And some judges actually thinking Rio's wave was better, and some judges thinking Jack Robinson waves was better. So in the average, obviously we went to Jack. I probably expected to go maybe a little bit higher, probably on the low sixes, but it's been, I mean, the waves are getting better with the lower tide, so there's been more opportunities for the surfers to combo it up. So the judges probably paying attention on that, and yeah, it's going Jack's way, which if I'll take that wave, I'll take that any day, any time of the day compared to Rio's wave. So much more fun to ride a barrel than anything else in surfing.
Jack Robinson winning at Bells Beach this year. Very special victory for Jack. First final at Bells for Robinson, and first win, and that was in a matchup with Kanoa Igarashi. And for Jack, it was an important one for the title race, important one for his career to win a bell, one of the most iconic trophies in the game, because he's had, you know, up and down results. Upset early at Pipeline when he's always a favorite to win there as a past champion, and for what he's capable of. So he got that win at the perfect time of the season and is currently positioned just outside the final five, Maida.
Yeah, it's true, and it was a bummer, like after Bells Beach, that he lost the first round on the Gold Coast. But I mean, Jack Robinson, he's been really good here in Saquarema. It would be a nice place to get a win for the first time.
Speaking of wins, a guy that's used to that around these parts, Yago Dora, a solid heat victory. He's hanging out with Manu.
Hello guys, I'm here with Yago, and that was an amazing barrel. Congratulations. What did you feel when you got out of it and heard everybody screaming at you?
Yeah, I knew I had a short space to make out of the barrel, so I started the wave like really trying to stay as deep as I could, and then when I saw the wave was going to close out, I just started pumping and like exit at the last second, and that's such a good feeling when you're able to like get the doggy door at the last second and just hear the crowd roar. Was super cool.
That was crazy. Now, one in Portuguese, a gente sabe do backwash aqui em Saquarema, que atrapalha muita gente, mas no seu caso parece que te ajuda, né? Você sabe usar ele a seu favor e parece fazer fácil surfar aqui em Saquarema. Como é que você faz isso? Parabéns.
Sim, com certeza dificulta um pouco a leitura da onda, né? É um processo, né? Até aprender a lidar com o backwash ali, a ler a onda da maneira certa junto com o balanço. Então, eu sinto que eu consegui durante os anos e me adaptando a esse balanço da onda aqui de Itaúna e me sinto bem.
Congratulations, Yago. Boa sorte. Good luck. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Manu. Thank you, Yago, putting together a solid performance in the victory over Pedersen, Crisanto, and even got completely drained with his 8.67 as he will be reseeded into the round of 16. Let's get caught up in this one. Jack Robinson had a similar type of approach, hunting some barrels again, Jesse.
Yeah, this one just completely different. Obviously, the wave wasn't as hollow, didn't get as strody as the previous one, but I like how he was trying to hunt down that lump. There's like that side wedge that comes through the wave here, and you always want to be in front. If you get stuck behind, the wave's just going to pass in front of you, and he was a little bit behind, but he was able to actually manage that. And you can see in the drone shot how it A-frames right there, and that's all because of the rebound that the wave hits the channel and also the rocks on the corner of the beach, and then it kind of creates that ledge, that wedge, sorry. And the surfers are always trying to be right on top of it.
Jack still moving, big snap. Solid connection. The Australian whips it again in the pocket. Two very strong turns for the combination. With his low score of 4.67, his coach is looking around for some reactions to that number, as he's chasing just a 5.8 to take the lead off Rio Waida. A guy that's so talented on the ski. Shows it there as he hops on the Red Bull ski there, and we'll look at this really tidy combination of turns, Maida.
Yeah, nice first snap. And the second one was stronger. Not a very long wave, like just 2 turns, but with a good flow, good rhythm, well timed. Let's see if he can change this for 4.67.
Nice blast there. Nice vertical sections to work with. And well-timed pace on the left. He's been hunting some barrels, now going to turns. Now we have Alejo Moniz tagging the first section. On the wind-up, oh, a tough read. Alejo gets stuck and goes down as he's in the non-priority heat with Kanoa Igarashi. It's fun to see Alejo's son yesterday, Martin, walking around. So proud of his dad to see him at the CT level. And great to see all the Brazilians getting to come to their home country, even though they might be far from where they actually live in one of the biggest countries in the world. Just finding that comfort, eating your favorite foods, listening to your favorite music on the beach. What happened to Alejo on this one, Jesse?
Just mistimed that second turn. First approach was nice, and then the wave gets wobbly, tries to get vertical just a bit late and too tight on the lip, and catches that inside rail as he's approaching. So yeah, just kind of the wave lacked a little bit of quality as well. He wasn't going to get anything special out of it anyways.
Was Alejo one of your first kind of travel buddies on tour, or did you guys spent a lot of time together over the years?
Yeah, he moved over to where I grew up, so he was coaching with the same coach that I did, so he was like my big brother. But as I got on tour, he was already on the CT, so we did travel. We did travel before on surf trips and stuff quite a lot, but on the tour, to tell you the truth, not so much, because he was just an early, bloomer, just qualified so quick. And yeah, he's 3 or 4 years older than I am as well. So as I got there, he was already flying away from me.
Yeah. Alejo Moniz on tour for a long time. We're watching Joao Chianca walk on the sand of his local beach. Born and raised in this town. Loves his family so much. They all live together in a big house. His big brother, famous for big waves, Lucas Chianca. All live together still, kind of like in Hawaii, Ohana styles. We've got Griffin taking on Joao. I think last time we saw this was in El Salvador with the interference call that ended up taking Griffin out of the event, even though Griffin ended up leaving that heat with a big 9.43, Maida.
Yeah, that one was massive, and Joao was just coming back on tour. And yeah, let's see what this guy's going to bring here to Saquarema with all the crowd in Joao's favor. It's going to be fun to watch.
How's this left setting up for Jack? Wide open face, throws down the carve. Nice pace off the bottom, snaps the second section. Third turn is a big blast down the line, and he's like, that felt good. Let's get the score now. His wave previous didn't turn the heat. Chasing a 5.8. Came up short at a 4.93 on the 2-turn combo. An extra maneuver there on the last. So Jack's really hoping that he gets the lead now.
And not just the extra maneuver, but way better quality wave. The wave was taller in size, had a better shape to it. And Rio, I think, letting that wave go by. Like this beautiful first approach here. The wave is a little bit tricky on the beginning, but then gets up and vertical and gets a third one. Just takes his time on the bottom turn. Whips at that third turn, getting very tight on the pocket, and this is going to be a great score for Jack.
Jack's got to be the best at positioning. I mean, in the lineup, but also where he frames his turns and reading a wave in the ocean. Every turn was perfect, right where that board should be, to give himself maybe more opportunity to try to turn the heat.
Yeah, true, Joe. As Jesse said in the beginning, the first turn wasn't kind of a little bit with no balance, but the second one was just money, you know, just very nice. And the combo with the third one, he might get the 5.8 that he need.
Well, I think he caught that wave right kind of off the ski, so where the wave exits, so there's a lot of wobble, and sorry, where the water exits, so there's a lot of wobble in the beginning of that wave, and he had to just kind of carve it down, and he kept it very smooth, and then the wave cleaned up and got steep, and it was money. Like, great surfing from Jack, and yeah, getting the score.
Jack Robinson's last wave, a 6.27, gets the lead. Rio now with priority, or still with priority, I should say, needs a 6.38 to go back into the position to move into the round of 16. That's what the judges thought there. They dropped the high and the low. Averages out to a 6.27. Jack has a 6.77 as his high. And Rio's best is 6.67, so still incredibly close.
Joe, I could be wrong, but I think I remember seeing Rio kind of by Jack as they were paddling for that wave, and this kind of shows that they're probably right by each other because Rio is very close to the channel. As soon as Jack kind of jumped off the ski, he was kind of right by it, and that's the wobble that I was telling you about with the water exiting the lineup. So I think Rio let that wave go with priority.
That's a huge mistake, especially with Jack taking advantage of it, turning the heat. Let's see if Rio can respond. Big wall stretching out down the beach, and he can't get there in time for one maneuver. Now Jack with priority should be able to shut this down with defense. Rio realizing he's running out of time and really paying for that mistake of letting Jack go into that 6.27. As he's been dropping down the rankings down to 19th in the world for Rio after starting off with some big performances and making finals day through the first couple of stops of the season. Jack talking to Rio, shaking hands as they close out this matchup in the elimination round. Robinson had to fight for this one. Caught a lot of waves. 6.27 on his last made the difference to be reseeded into the round of 16. And the support crew for Robinson shaking hands and probably hoping to have a easier heat to watch, a little less stress-free into the next round. Jack's had some great results. We mentioned Bells, but did get knocked out in the elimination round on the Gold Coast. No more throwaway results in the back end of the season as all roads lead to Cloudbreak, a place that everyone expects Jack to be a favorite for the world title here in 2025. As we continue with this overlapping format, Griffin Colapinto and Joao Chianca will hit the lineup here at the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero. We'll see you then. The VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness, by Riachuelo, official apparel of WSL Brazil, and by the state government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Cero. Look at this beautiful day we have that's underway. A lot of energy, but cleaning up from the last couple of days that were solid, closing out, a lot of wind, and we are going to try to get a lot done today. Elimination round is overlapping. We have plans to get into the men's round of 16 and women's quarterfinals. Before we leave the beach today, Griff versus Joao is a classic. World number 10, Griffin Colapinto, and world number 18, Joao Chianca. This is Chianca's home, the wave that's given him everything. Coming from a great surfing family and still feels like he's on his road to recovery off a very scary injury that he had at Pipeline. Had to sit in the sidelines, and it was a little nerve-wracking getting updates on his status. Even, well, let's watch this. In the priority heat, Kanoa Igarashi got a wave during the break, Maida.
Yeah, nice first turn right there. The second one, he almost couldn't manage the backwash, but looked nice as well. Look, Jesse.
Yeah, beautiful bottom turn there for him. Beautiful bottom turn there for him. Just making sure he was staying nice and compact. Keep the stability, gets up in vertical the second time. The wave starts to bucket him off, but he stays low and comes out clean. I think just smart of him to try and get something on the board, because it's the first 20 minutes of this heat was just really nothing. 3.17, the best score for him, and Alejo with a 2.67. So apply a little bit of pressure on your opponent, get a little lead gap, and try to capitalize now with no priority.
It's fun when you see a surfer get on a roll and just find their rhythm again and winning heats like Kanoa, who we've seen for so long, you know, and being in the final five, successful in the Olympics with a silver medal, and even having a year where he just needed to catch his breath for a second and then reconnect with Snake. What's been the big difference you've seen, Jesse, of Kanoa? Just making heats and finding a lot of consistency. We'll transition into a nice little start for Joao Chianca. Finding a little left to get a nice warm-up against Griff. This one tapered all the way down the beach. He knows how to pick him on his home break. Had a lot of opportunities to feel out his board and get his rhythm going. Chianca in the non-priority heat with Griff is just paddling his way back out after a series of backhand turns. Yeah, it's interesting where you have guys like Joao. He's made the final five, and he's trying to find that form again as we see his opening ride of the matchup.
Yeah, nice first turn there for Joao. The wave's just a bit on the flatter side. There's no action going in front of him, so he's always trying to delay himself to get vertical, but no coping to actually get anything critical on that wave, and just trying to, I guess, also put the feet on the wax and start to warm it up.
So nice flow and rhythm, but we saw, you know, the sections that are really big and pockety with even a big closeout wall to finish on. But anyone around the world would love to ride that wave. Just length of ride, just kept that same little pattern going. And some guys have different formulas in these overlapping heats when you don't have priority. And Griffin got one here, Maida.
Yeah, trying to make this big session worth it. Unfortunately, he couldn't put the air.
So a fun one just getting started. Their matchup at El Salvador a couple years back was intense. Joao was on his comeback to getting back in the CT jersey. And I think the funnest part about the post-heat interview was Joao said, hey, don't hate the player, hate the game, you know, and he just had a good laugh about how much he enjoys competing, you know, and Griffin appreciates that too. They're like, they both here to play the game. Griffin is well aware of that mistake that he made against Joao, and, you know, I doubt he's ever going to make it again.
And if you think about it, I think the best battles I've seen in my entire life, it's always been with Griffin on it. So he knows it's part of the game, and you have to deal with. And just back to what he's saying, I was thinking, you asked about Kanoa, what changed for him. For me personally, just board change. If we go back a few years at J-Bay, he switched it up from Almerics to Sharp Eye. He gave him a new spark, he gave him more confidence, and he was just drawing different lines because it's a different board. It gives you something different. Not that the previous board was worse, it's just you step on the board and it reacts different to each surfer. So now that he changed once again from sharp eye to JS, it's a fresh air, and the judges are liking, and he's liking, he feels confident. I think that's the only difference that I see, because the surfing has been there always, competitiveness has been there, his rhythm with the ocean is incredible, so yeah.
I like that. Yeah, good take, Jesse. As we see, Rio Waida still has time for all of his fans on the beach. And Jack rinsing off a win at the Natura Kayak Athlete Shower. Great performance against Rio in that one because he had to earn it. Came down to the last wave, got it under Rio's priority to have a chance to potentially move into the final five before we head to Jeffreys Bay. J-Bay, a great venue for Jack. Tahiti, maybe even better for what Robinson can do. And then what kind of magic will we see this year at Cloudbreak for the first time in surfing history? The world title being decided in Fiji. Priority heat is got 11:45. Cano and Alejo Muniz enjoying the lineup. Muniz holding down priority, wearing the green jersey. He's got the Brazilians fan behind him. We were talking to Jesse earlier about seeing Alejo rise so quickly. And then his rookie season, Maida. Some surfers have this, where their best season to date is their rookie year. And then it gets a little harder to find that same type of a success. I mean, Alejo was, you know, battling for those top 10 positions with Julian Wilson in that rookie start.
Yeah, I think when they come as a rookie, there's no pressure at all. So sometimes they feel free to show their surfing. They're just getting in, and then after the second year, they have all this pressure that what they have been on the first, you know. So sometimes they struggle to make it great after.
And I guess the topic around surfing the last over a decade has been what's the change in Brazilian surfing of creating not just one world champion, but so many. And now Yago's #2 in the world, where the energy is shared. You know, not every nation in the world is experiencing this kind of domination.
Yeah, it's true. I just think like when Gabe Medina, like in 2014, won his first world title, it just gave like everyone like an example, like you can be there, you know, if you want. And actually, I mean, over the years, the surfing scene grew up with all the guys previously. But when you see someone get there, you get really inspired. So that's why I really cheer for a Brazilian surfer on the female side.
I remember when Felipe won in 2015, as we see one of the most famous managers in pro surfing history. Pinga's found more talent than, I don't know, just about anyone, especially from Brazil. And still very close to it, making discoveries like Adriano de Souza, working a long time with Caio Abelli and many more. But yeah, it was a significant change, you know, in the fans that started showing up. You know, soccer or football is definitely the most popular sport, but it felt like we gained a lot of fans in surfing because there was something to celebrate with more world titles coming to this country. As we look at Alejo on a big wind-up and a well-timed backhand snap. Little fire hose off the tail as he shuts it down. Alejo's best score so far, with 9 minutes to go, just chasing a 6 to catch up to Kanoa Igarashi, Jesse.
I mean, that was very important for Alejo to pull that off. What a gem of a wave he found, that medium-sized wave with a lot of curve, very good wall in front of him. He gets up and vertical, super critical, and notice the transition between this turn and the next one. He cuts that short to make sure he can get lateral and kind of just project down the line, because the most powerful part of the wave was behind him, and he was going to junction in that closeout right here. He cuts it short and gets it down the line to make sure he gets in front of the whitewash and doesn't get stuck. Very good read from him, and yeah, in my eyes, that's probably likely the best wave of the heat, all because of this first turn here. Nose to the skies, a lot of pressure on that back foot, and then just keeps the rest very clean and polished for Alejo.
Real speedy, powerful, attacking type surfing from Alejo Muniz. A guy that took about 8 years to get his spot back on the Dream Tour and then finished in the last spot on the cut. And look how inspired he is. Perfect execution of a great left with a series of turns and a nice earned claim. absolutely feeling it, but he knows he's got one of the best performers of the season in the water with him right now in Kanoa Igarashi. And the man from Japan ready to answer. Nice, smooth, attacking the pocket. Out in front and redirects off the roof for a two-turn combination. Sometimes waves just give you a feeling, you know, and the energy that Alejo produced was solid with a lot of speed. Kanoa's turns were nice as well, but it just left you wanting just a little bit more. Let's take a look, Maida.
Yeah, the first one was nice. He kind of released a little bit the tail right there. And the second one released a little more. It was nice, but as you said, not so vertical as Alejo Muniz were.
Now 7 minutes on the clock here. Looking at the CT by the numbers as we look at scoring totals so far this year, not including the elimination round. So these points won't factor in to these numbers from this round. But you look at where Kanoa stands. He's number 3 in the world, but certainly scoring like world number 1.
I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, like, but that just gets to show that sometimes just luck of the draw, you get more heats with better quality waves, and you're just having more opportunities. Because if you see Yago, like the type of surfing he's done so far this year, second in the ranking right now, it sits in 5th. So I think it's just, as much as he's probably had more heats than most of them, he's still just sometimes lack of, like, you know, luck of heats just being wave-starved heats.
But yeah, those numbers that Kanoa's been enjoying, you know, he's got just about 20-point lead over Jordy.
It's crazy.
You know, and Jordy's world number 1. That just helps your confidence. When you are serving heats, you're getting the best numbers out of the entire championship tour, Maida.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Kanoa has been like very good at wave selection also, so sometimes it's just worth it to wait more and to be patient for better waves. And this is João Chianca.
This is in the non-priority heat. You can see João just freestyling a little bit on his home break. Checking out the right. Seeing if he'd commit to it. Staying really full, so he steps off. His girlfriend, Luana Silva, focused on the lineup. And trying to will João some waves here on his home break, which can come with some pressure. But it also can fuel a huge performance. We've had some classics. I mean, we just saw Barron walking down. He's been able to go back-to-back at Pipeline in front of his local community. Little inside runner here for João up and down. So just taking a nice freestyle approach in the non-priority side of the heat as we send it down to the glass with Rachel and Jack Robinson.
I'm here with Jack, who just turned the heat around. Jack, can you talk us through your mindset? How were you thinking? Like, what clicked for you when you saw that you had to change the rhythm?
I think just this wave, it kind of forces you to like adapt. So yeah, especially when it's like going back and forth and not always going your way. Kind of yeah, I had to keep trying and just, I don't know, you can't really think too much in that situation. You just have to keep catching waves. So yeah, it's a really important heat, especially all of us, except like one guy that is pretty much in the top 5 are all in this round. So we're all in this round. It's scary. So yeah, just step by step.
You are very good at staying in the present. What is your best strategy for that?
I think just breathe. I just try to breathe and not think too hard. Yeah, try ride more waves because it'll take my mind off, you know, because half of the time when you're sitting there, you start thinking a little bit. So just try and ride waves, and yeah, especially in that heat. Yeah.
And what makes you reset when you have to surf another heat in the same day?
I think like I've done a lot of heats in the same day, so just yeah, don't get too ahead of yourself, you know. And I don't know, it's yeah, pretty simple. Just have to go surf again. So yeah.
Zen is playing with the ball in the Atlas area, so you can enjoy your time resetting with him.
Yeah, exactly. I have my family here, so everyone's here. I can take my mind off it doing that.
Thank you very much for your time and congratulations. Back to the booth.
Thank you, Rachel. Great questions as well, just with Jack's headspace. We know he can get really zen. That's why his son's name is Zen, but also just quiet the noise and stay present. There's sometimes in an interview where he doesn't give you that much because he just is so focused about quieting any little noise that might be entering in. So he was a bit more giving in that last one, talking about that space that he gets in to compete. Meanwhile, we got a left that was cornering towards Kanoa Igarashi, looking to a better of 4.93 on that one. Griffin also getting involved here, Jesse.
Yeah, nice critical turn there for Griffin. Getting that tail release, the fins disengaged, come out clean, just a single turn. Let's see what the judges are going to think about that, but definitely Kanoa with a nice wave right there as well.
So we were talking a few minutes ago about an exchange. Alejo went first, got the 7. Kanoa had the 2-turn combination behind him and got a 4.93. Kanoa doing better on that last opportunity, a 6.23, the strength of his lead out front. And the reason why Alejo's in second is because he still doesn't have a backup for the 7. And he has 2 minutes to find it. Just needs a 4.73 to upset world number 3. Like Jack was mentioning, it's a scary round, especially when you got a lot of the top 5, even top 10 in the mix. I mean, what we saw from the women in the elimination round seems like a long time ago now. It was really heavy for the world title race. We lost number 1, 2, 4, and 5 in the world that day. Then seeing the men's draw, it was like Jordy made it out against Gabriel Klausner. Ethan Ewing, world number 6, made it. World number 2, Yago Dora, made it. But pretty rare to see so much of the top 5 involved in the elimination round, Maida.
Yeah, and those points are so important on the title race. No one wants to lose earlier in this event. We just have like two events left on the calendar, so yeah, very scary as Jack said.
Baron Mamiya, world number 5. We were kind of wondering if he was going to be here in Brazil after having to withdraw from the contest at lowers. I checked in with his coach, Luke Egan, and he said, yeah, the knee actually feels so much better than they expected. And in that first heat, you saw him kind of feeling it out, and it looks like that's exactly what he was doing. He was kind of testing it in that non-elimination round heat. But then as he surfed the heat, he's like, wait, I think I'm feeling pretty good. So he's actually got more confidence that he can push with all of his strength coming up next against, well, one of his best friends and travel buddies, Seth Moniz. That's going to be an interesting one.
I mean, that's obviously a bummer for both those surfers that would not like to draw each other out this early in the event.
As we close this one out, 20 seconds. Alejo only needing a 4.73. That 7 put him in a great spot, but he is running out of time. Nothing breaking to where he's sitting at the moment. And Kanoa Igarashi will be happy that the clock runs out. There's a frustration from Alejo, losing with the best wave of the heat. But carrying a 2.67 was the reason why he ends up out in the elimination round. And now Kanoa keeping that top seed intact. World number 3 reseeded into the round of 16. As the event continues, now Baron Mamiya will be on the hot seat for the high-seeded jerseys. That has been successful in every matchup this morning. Total domination from the top seeds all the way through the first 5 heats of the day. Griff and Joao take priority as Baron Mamiya and Seth Moniz are starting their matchup. We'll bring in Chris Cote and Strider Wazalewski for the call. The VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by VIVO, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Banco do Brazil, official bank of the WSL in Brazil, and by the city of Saquarema, official host of the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero. We're going full on WrestleMania all morning long. 4 surfers in the water, overlapping heats. Baron Mamiya coming up against Seth Moniz. This is some Hawaiian-friendly fire in this lineup. These 2 surfers have 37 minutes, 21 seconds to go. They're going to be in second priority for the first half of their heat. Meanwhile, Zhao Chianca and Griffin Colapinto going mano a mano with 17 minutes, 11 seconds to go. They are now in the priority position. So the VIVO Rio Pro rolls on with excellent surf all morning long. And I'll tell you, this is going to be a fun day. I am Chris Cote. This is Strider Aluski. Welcome to the booth. You've been on the beach. What's the vibe like? Is the crowd growing down there?
The crowd's growing. The vibes are high, as usual here in Brazil. But the waves are, all morning long we saw great barrels spitting through from the beach down there. It was cold, but the water was warm enough to get out there and in your trunks even, I think. But, the performances in those lip lines, the Ethan Ewan slices, the Yago barrels, just everything that's happening. I'm enjoying it.
All these notes, all this paperwork, this all equates to one thing, pure surf entertainment. And that will continue because the heats we have in the water right now are going to be epic. Not yet for Zhao Chiang and Griffin Colapinto. Only a 4 and a 4.13
a little slow,
as their high marks. So I'm just building it up in hopes, as I knock on wood, that big things will happen. But we know with this amount of firepower in this lineup, with this amount of time, there's going to be some awesome surfing. We got Baron Mamiya versus Seth Moniz. Baron opting for trunks out there. We got guys in full suits, short arm fulls, long arms, short sleeve fulls, and trunks.
Well,
it's a wide array.
The air is cold. On the beach, it's like 65. The water, though, is pretty warm, so you can move around and heat it up. Here we go.
All right, let's talk about that wave. It wasn't great.
Well, the low tide is happening, I think, in about 30 minutes. So it's dropping, and with that, you got that tide with the rip tide pulling out through the lineup with that low tide coming up. So that's going to affect the lineup and make it hard to navigate.
Well, Joe mentioned earlier on that this has been a top seed beatdown already this morning. We'll see if that trend continues as you see surfer in white, Zhao Chianca. Just one quick snap right there. So the left still probably 75% closeouts. We saw some longer ones earlier on. Ethan Ewing taking an advantage. We saw Jordy Smith take advantage. But so far in this heat, Zhao Chianca with his best Rio result at 9th place. Strange stat because he is a local right here in Saquarema. Why do you think 9th has been his best performance so far, Strider?
I think there's got to be the feeling of local pressure because, you are literally the head honcho here on the beach. His Chianca family runs Saquarema. And, for him, he probably feels a lot of that.
Well, you got 14:30 in the Chianca Colapinto heat, 34:20 in the Mamiya Moniz heat, while these surfers try to find something to attack. Let's go down to the glass. Manu standing by with Kanoa Igarashi.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Kanoa, and it's never easy to surf an elimination round in Brazil against a Brazilian. How did you manage the pressure? Congratulations.
Thank you. That was a hard heat. Waves are so hard to surf out there. It looks perfect, but there's a lot of backwash in the waves, and it's actually so clean right now. This is the cleanest conditions we've got since we've been in Brazil, so it was nice to surf some good waves for once.
Great, and Brazilian crowd really gets behind you. How do you deal with so much love here?
I'm so thankful. It's crazy what surfing can do, and the impact that it has, and surfing such a beautiful sport. And yeah, to be able to, I never thought when I was younger that I'd be flying over to Brazil and have anybody say my name in Brazil, and be excited to watch me surf. So, every time we paddle out, everyone's cheering, and I get chicken skin, and I have to pinch myself every day to see if it's real.
That's so sweet. Do you want to say a word in Portuguese for them?
Sim, obrigado a todo mundo que tá apoiando. Estamos aqui em Brasil, as ondas são muito boas e vamos embora agora para a próxima.
Great, well done. Good luck. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Manu. Parabéns. Konoe Igarashi, a certified polyglot right there. As we see now, Griffin blowing the tail out. So a reversal here of fortunes. Just last, a month ago or a couple weeks ago, a year ago, Griffin was surfing for his home crowd in San Clemente, California. So feeling the relatively the same pressure that Zhao Qianca's got to be feeling right now. So the scores come through for Chianca's last wave, just a 3.23. Griffin's will definitely get rid of that 0.83. But some mystery happening in this Chianca Colapinto heat. These guys usually throw up massive numbers.
Well, this wasn't bad. I mean, a quick board slide, you know, and a nice closer for Griffin. Maybe just getting some flow, getting some energy to start happening for these guys, because there has not been a lot of action for them. There just hasn't been a lot of sets, and you got to take what Mother Nature gives you. So get to work while you can. You can't just sit around and wait. You know, this thing's winding down. There's just under 12 minutes left, so there's work that needs to be done now. And with that, you got to start searching the lineup. You saw Chianca make a move, go to that right reform on the inside, trying to make something out of that, which we have not seen work out for many people. And then those lefts just seem like they're the money makers. So even though they're quick and fast, and it's hard to get the maneuvers in, I feel like the lefts are where all the points are.
Well, Chianca so far has been the busy bee. 7 waves ridden, but one of these guys has got to go full-on murder hornet if they want to achieve greatness here in Saquarema. As we see now, Seth Moniz, 2 quick snaps there. Looks like he's opted for the left bank, where you can potentially go right or left, but you see just a lot of more water filling up. I mean, even from the first heat of the day, pretty drained out where Seth's paddling out right now, but it's starting to fill up. Or reverse.
The tide is
it's a
not
reverse fill up.
The tide is not low yet, but we're getting there.
He's in a strange spot on the lineup right now.
Yeah, definitely. No, I do think that with the tide getting to that point, all the water's moving faster, and it's coming out through the lineup, through that channel, and it's creating the rips and the lumps in the wave. Kind of lost the fins there, so right off the bat, not having the flow that he needed, and that will affect your whole ride. You know, you saw the fin kind of pop out a little bit right when he went to do his first turn, and that was just the undulated surface in front of him. He'll get back out there.
Undulated surface. I heard they're playing Coachella next year. Being sick.
Here we go.
10 minutes to go. Colapinto, Chianca, 4.83 and a 4. So Colapinto did back up his opening ride with a 4.13, or that was his starter kit. The 4.83 is the last wave ridden. So 8.96 total with inside of 10 minutes to go. Chianca now needing a 4.96. That heat's still wide open. Moniz comes through with a 3 for his opener. Still plenty of time for both of these heats.
So when you see that shot of the lineup, you can see the separation in Joao and Griffin.
All right, here we go. Colapinto. This wave wide open on the face. Nice, powerful roundhouse cutback. Setting things up. He's hoping for a ramp here on the inside. Finds a lip. Nails it. Rides over the backwash cleanly. So nicely done there. Nothing super critical on that wave, but just good, clean power surfing for Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, the ride's hard because unless you get a nice steep section.
Well, here's your Banco do Brasil fan picks. Very even, 55% going with Griffin Colapinto. This poll was not done on the beach here in Saquarema. If it was, that would be about 95 to 5%.
Yeah.
Huge fan base for Zhao Qianca here on the sand, but I mean, still pretty even on the global scale with the Banco do Brasil fan picks.
I like it. I mean, really, Chianca's got a great chance out here as being the local surfer and knowing where to sit in that lineup. I think that's key. Getting surf reports from him before the event started. The sandbar was just going ballistic.
I mean, this is not bad for a guy that did toe-ins for 12 hours yesterday.
Oh my gosh, that was impressive. Doing huge hacks. I mean, wow, watching him surf those thick waves down the beach. But right now, out front here, he's searching for a left.
And it's going to be Chianca. Whips into and out of a backside turn. Reminding me of that Les Potts song for the old heads out there. No can handle.
No can handle. You know, he looked like he had a nice line drawing into that, and I guess that little bit of lump caught him. You can see the lumps out the back and how much, we heard Kanoa talk about it in his post-heat interview. There's still, it looks so beautiful from the beach, but once you're out there, you see how much, and you can see it on camera there. There is a lot of lump.
What happened here, Strider?
Well, he comes up for the grind, and then you can see the fins disengage. Board went one way, he went the other. This is the replay for Griffin, Martin Potter, Colapinto. I mean, look at that pot style, man. It looks so good. But this wave, unfortunately, trying to find the lip, which was the only little bit that he found there. I mean, does go into his top two, this wave, but the waves on the right-handers are just kind of letting you down a bit as this swell subsides. It's really hard to keep that thing going, and finding something would give you a big score.
It's a quick replay of Seth Moniz that he caught just after that Griffin Colapinto wave. Griff's wave came through at a 4.37. So most likely be around that mark for Seth Moniz. Looks like everybody's confused out there in this lineup right now, including the ocean.
Griff in a full suit, Seth in trunks. Hawaiian.
Well, we got 6.5 to go. Colapinto with the slight edge over Zhao Qianca. Positioning is crucial this morning. And speaking of that, let's go down to Mitchell Salazar to give us a positional breakdown.
Yeah, Bom dia, guys, here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone at the moment. Everybody's really surfing the same peak the entire time. We have seen a few rights now. It seemed like Griffin was able to get one of the better rights out there this morning, but with the tide still dropping, really the emphasis on the left out here. Seen a couple sneaky barrels on the inside too. Not many people barrel hunting so far, but what I will say, I think the best strategy is just try to go out there and surf under priority of the first heat that's out there. And, going into the men's round of 16, those are going to be normal heats. Same thing for women's quarterfinals afterwards. 35-minute heats, those ones. Most importantly, though, if you're out there in the priority heat, you got to get busy on those sets because it does seem like there are few and far between. But just to kind of get to your guys' point about the reverse osmosis effect that you were mentioning, Chris, about the tide going in and out, I will say that with the tide dropping still, this peak is becoming much more efficient and much more valuable because, it's really the triangle right there. That's the only wave that's breaking at the moment.
Thank you. Mitchell Salazar joining us from the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Look at the zone, too. There was everybody was in there. I think Leo Fioravanti having the most fun. And
Al Cleland Jr. held that shaka for about 3 minutes.
Yeah. And Crosby Colapinto looked like he was still in the heat.
They're right there looking out, wondering when Zhao Qianca is going to find that wave that will allow him to display all of his skills. Here we go, Baramamia. He had priority in the secondary heat. Snap there, hung up in the lip a little bit, but just adds a little bit of flavor for the dramatic at the airdrop of the finish. Okay, that's going to be something. You got Colapinto and Zhao Qianca, as usual, getting chippy with the paddle.
Battling, so looked like right there that Colapinto totally sold that wave to Griffin. Now Joao trying to sell this one to Griffin. It's back and forth. I love it.
And it's going to be Griff with priority, so he's able to capitalize. He takes this wave. Griff on his backhand, deep bottom turn, straight into the lip, blasts it, fins out.
Where'd he go?
He's gone. What the heck just happened there?
Right back, swing the pendulum, and
he just evaporated.
Well,
that was a Houdini disappearing.
With that lower tide, I mean, there is just, you can see the sand in the water. It is shallow right there.
Uphill landings.
Oof. The waves have so much power here, Chris. It's unbelievable. Here we go, a little replay. So it has basically a one-turn wave, but just buckets out the back, but just comes down in transition. Looked like everything was working out, and then the water came up under his board and bucked him off.
Like he landed in a gutter.
Oh, man.
It's not easy to do. It's not an easy pill to swallow because now he has to go out the back where Zhao Qianca is sitting with priority and 3 minutes and 21 seconds to go. The good news for Colapinto is Zhao still needs a wave. He needs a 5.20 to get through this elimination round heat. And it's so wild to see Griffin Colapinto and Zhao Qianca in an ER heat this early in competition. It feels like we've been here for a month because there's been waves and events all over the place, but only one full day of competition behind us. That means this day is going to be impactful for so many reasons, and it's going to be Zhao Chanka looking for a 5-2-0. Big snap to start, but that's going to be all she wrote. A one-turn smasher from Chianca, but he rode out.
He did. Will that come in for the score? That's up to the 5 upstairs. And, you know, this to me, this heat's just been, that last exchange was just basically one mistake after the other between Chianca and Griffin. Here's the replay. Nice vertical section, though. Quick snap. Little drama, hair flip. You know, doing what you can. But look at this section right here. There's a meaty section. Board goes vertical, then kicks the fin up into it. So a little tiny bit hung up, but I think, you know, pretty solid turn all the way around. I'm not sure if it's going to be the score or not. I mean, this is when you know, go time, 2 minutes left. Is this?
Wow, somehow Chianca's right back out there. It's official, Banco do Brazil, 2-minute warning, Chanco backside float.
Whoa, he's coming in.
There's a lot to unpack here. I would tell you I know what's going on. I do not. Nobody does. 1:40 to go. Colapinto out the back, now with priority. Chianca looks like he could either be going towards the Red Bull ski.
Yeah, he
or
wants
just,
the ski. He wants the separation. That's what this is about, to get away from his opponent. That is a really, really smart move, because now he's going to be able to get out the back and maybe have enough separation to catch a wave and get the score that he needs.
Well, he needed a 5-2-0. This one comes through. That previous wave came through at a 4-7-3, so not enough there.
No, and so that's probably not going to be enough either, this floater. But really technical. The thing is razor sharp on the sandbar, perfectly places all the equipment and to ride out of it. So, you know, beautiful choice of maneuver and tactic to get back out and see if he can catch another wave.
In 45 seconds?
You never know.
Is it possible?
A set could come to him. That sandbar out the back is shallow. He could get one right away, right off the ski. You know, it's possible. There's a lot of, and the mana is in his corner, right? The vibe, they call it here in Brazil.
30 seconds left. Can Zhao Chianca do the impossible and find a wave that will give him a 4-4-6? Griff has priority right now. Everyone's just paddling figure eights in this lineup, trying to decipher where the actual peak is that's going to give them their best opportunity. Here we go. Zhao Chianca tries to get the roll in. With 4 seconds left, that's going to be it. Shock and awe for your local hero. Zhao Chianca goes down to Griffin Colapinto, who is now one step closer to smashing his way into the final 5. He needs a big result here.
He needs a huge result.
He knows it, we know it, everybody knows it.
Didn't even get into the double digits, but I'll tell you what, a W is a W. Take it home. You got the W, that's what you needed, and you're gonna move on to the next round. So
you don't carry those points with you like baggage into the next round. All you see is that you advance through. So we do lose Zhao Chianca, but Griffin Colapinto advances through. He is out of this elimination round and in to the money rounds. This is a scary, scary ER throughout the day. We got a lot more to come. You're watching the VIVO Rio Pro. This elimination round is going to continue. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Saquarema, Heavy barrels, powerful walls, and a close-out section built for big airs. Real waves, true physics, the closest feeling to real-world surfing. Download for free now.
Download True Surf today and rip like the pros. And the coolest part about that is you're surfing the actual conditions that are happening in real time. Here we go. Elimination round rolls on. This is a biggie. Jake Marshall, current world number 13, going against Connor O'Leary, current world number 14. Chris Cote with Strider Wasilewski. You gotta like a matchup like this.
It's fun. I mean, the Jake Marshall we're seeing this year is radical. He is just throwing down powerhouse technical gouges in the lip lines. I mean, I'm having fun watching Jake this year.
Yeah, I think we've got the best out of both Jake Marshall and Connor O'Leary this season. Meanwhile, Seth Moniz now in the priority heat, throws everything at the wall. It does not stick. He goes down. Moniz and Baron Mamiya, Hawaiian-friendly fire heat right now has 16:50 to go. Dr. Peanut tells me that there's 36 minutes and 47 seconds in the Jake Marshall, Connor O'Leary heat. It was Mamiya taking the floater route out of that wave.
He just saw that as an opportunity to regain priority without maybe re-injuring his knee.
Oh, I forgot about that.
A lot of tape on Barron's leg.
Feels like it's been a year since Trestles.
He had a very minor tear.
But only, what, 8 days since the injury?
Yeah,
Ish.
it was his third turn on a nice long right-hand wall.
We're just glad to have him back, and here we go. There, you see the knee brace there. Doesn't look like it's affecting his surfing. That was a huge snap. Cheeky little ollie there for his second move, but the first turn can help him out a little bit. He's just sitting on a .50 and a 3.83, so both Seth and Barron almost looking like a mirror image to the heat we just saw from Griffin Zhao. Score-wise, at least.
Looked like he was in two minds, almost went for the barrel, but then finds the release.
Man, if you're coming back off a knee injury, the last thing you want is a big closeout with backwash.
Or any backwash. That is like doomsday. You know, for Barron, there's got to be a tough decision that he had to make. You know, do I show up and, I mean, sit in top 5, dude? You're like
you got to defend by any means necessary.
Can you imagine Barron maybe at like 8-foot cloud break for the finals?
Oh yeah.
Who's gonna back? I mean, his barrel riding is second to none. So he'd have a huge chance to just stomp on guys down there. I think he's probably thinking about that. Just get down here, put up some points, maybe have, you know, he's not at 100%, you can tell.
Well, and then you think of what's to come for Baron Mamiya, right? J-Bay, Tahiti. Come on. That's like the yellow brick road, the Wizard of Oz. Just follow that yellow brick road all the way to Fiji for the final 5. That's a lot of surfing, though, from here to there.
Yeah.
There's no wormhole effect. You can't bend time. You got to fight your way through these heats. And right now, he's got a battle against Seth Moniz, who's sitting out the back with priority. 14 minutes, 35 seconds left. Nothing happening yet for Jake Marshall and Connor O'Leary. They've got 34 minutes. I will say, both Jake Marshall and Connor O'Leary have displayed some wicked surfing on their backhands. Connor O'Leary with the best backside reverse that we saw all season long at Lower Trestles a couple weeks ago.
Blades were out on that one. That was just...
And Jake Marshall has been doing some incredible surfing on his backhand. We'll see what happens in this one with 14 to go. Mamiya Moniz in the priority heat. Marshall O'Leary, no one yet to unleash yet. The surfers are making their way back to the takeoff zone. Positioning is crucial. So as we wait for one of these surfers to strike, let's find Kaipo Guerrero.
Hey guys, I'm here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, the VIVO Recovery Lounge right behind me as well, where the therapists are working on all of the surfers. But we got a bonus today. We are discovering fruits of Brazil right here, like the jabuticabra, which is a beautiful fruit. It's like a grape, but it's grown on the trunk of the tree actually, not on the vine. All the regions represented here and the fruits from these regions. Another favorite of mine is the carambola, which is, in the islands, we call it star fruit. And I know about this one. It grows in Brazil, it grows in Hawaii, and it's absolutely delicious. This is a great bonus here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Thank you, Kaipo. Getting fruity. in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, I did have the chance to try some of those fruits out, and there are some interesting flavors. Some delicious, some strange.
The other green one tastes like ice cream.
Like candy.
Oh my gosh, it's so good. Jesse Mendez is like, it's the oddest looking one there, but it's the best tasting one.
Well, let's hope that Kaipa filled his pockets with fruit and he can
Brings them back.
Bring us some samples. 12:30 to go. Mamiya, Moniz, still locked in. Both these surfers sitting on 6-5-ish points. So no one yet to break free and crack into that near excellent range. And Marshall and O'Leary. Just one waiver in there. Here we go. Deep bottom turn for Seth Moniz. Gets around the section. Nice turn to start this wave. Good little grab there. So solid combination. Two big backside whips for Seth Moniz. Just as I said, no one's yet to do the breakthrough to the other side. I feel like that is going to be a tempo setter from Seth Moniz.
Well, you saw him earlier hunting to try and find this water, and he found it. This is the type of wave you want that gives you the opportunity in two critical sections. I mean, that wave had a nice, beautiful wall. He slowed his bottom turn down just enough to find the vertical part of the wave, and the pace of his maneuvers, everything slipped into that combination perfectly. I mean, this first turn up into the bowl after slowing his bottom turn down, I really like, he did nurse it a little bit and then does a second turn, but the flow of that was perfect. So there was a reason why he slowed himself down and to get back up in there. I loved every part of that wave.
It's a good statement, too. A 7-point ride. That's Seth Moniz saying, it's time to play the game. 11 minutes to go for Moniz and Mamiya and Connor O'Leary now in the secondary heat. Big snap, throwing tons of spray. And a sketchy snap float gone awry for O'Leary. So that'll be his first wave rated. So with 10:50 in the Mamiya heat and 30:40 in the Jake Marshall O'Leary heat, that gives us the chance to catch up with Hakal, standing by now with Griffin Colapinto.
He's Griffin advancing to the round of 16. At this moment of the day with this tide, could you get to follow some strategy or you just had to let it flow?
No, definitely. I feel like in heats like that, strategy comes into play even more. So, yeah, that was just weird. I think we're kind of like at the bottom of the tide, and so it must have just been slowing down, been pumping all morning. And then, I mean, we had a few opportunities that we kind of fumbled. I had one really good turn that I fell riding out of. I don't know. The backwash got me. But and then Joao had a good wave that he slipped on, and then he had another good wave that he paddled and missed, and that was kind of like a mistake on a mistake, and then it kind of just went in my favor right there. But yeah, that was a scrappy one. I'll take it all day. Sometimes those are the ones you need the most, you know.
What makes you more anxious, to wait for a good wave in the heat or to wait for the call to be on after so many days off?
Wait, what was that last part? Sorry?
What makes you more anxious, the days off, like waiting for the call to be on, or waiting for a good wave in the heat?
Yeah, maybe waiting for the call, because like every morning you're waking up and you're expecting it to be on, and you know, you're doing your routine of the preparation, and like your mindset's ready to go, and then once they flip it off, it's like, whoa, how do you just like drop that and just like go into La La Land? So, yeah.
But you did great. Congratulations and good luck in the next one. Back to you guys.
Sometimes scraps can fill your belly. Griffin Colapinto scrapping away at that one, and like he said right there, just a small mistake can be the difference. So he's going to be able to build some momentum from that near disastrous heat with Zhao Qianque. But guess what? Andy Irons said it best. A win is a win is a win.
I love it.
You don't take those numbers with you.
And those end cuts taste good too.
You're right.
Don't discount the end cuts.
I would never.
Little well done grizzle. Let's go. And I like the question from Hakel to Griffin, like what makes you more anxious? You know, the call or waiting for a wave in your heat.
I mean, I think any surfer, you get those butterflies in your stomach when you're taking off on a wave. But can you imagine doing it in front of a crowd this big, knowing you need a big score and you got to surf well? As we see a replay of Seth, nothing happening there. But I just give these guys so much credit, and women.
This right here is so dangerous.
Oh, gosh.
So when you separate from your board like that, and then you reconnect, you really don't have any footing on your board. But if your leg hits the board, it can hyperextend or go a funny way. So that's really dangerous. Oh, look at these guys, the dog pound.
Leo and Richard Dogmarsh seriously talking about what to do and what to expect out in this Saquarema lineup right now, which so far, after the first couple of heats, has proven to be vexing for even the most savvy of competitors. Even a local, Zhao Qianca, only able to put up an 8.73 heat total. Tells me that it could be slightly haunted at this tide. The tide will be switching soon.
It will. It'll flip around, go slack for about 30 minutes, and then it starts to push back in, and that's when we'll probably see the consistency pick back up. And you know, the lineup has changed so much, and I feel like almost inside and over to the right, if you're looking at the waves, is kind of a good spot. It's hard, though. I mean, there's so much playing field out there. Can you imagine, like, there's the inside running right, then there's the peak in the middle, then there's the left over to the far right. There's just so many places to take off.
Well, tide bottoms out in 10 minutes here. Now we see Seth Moniz again. It looks like he's just grinding his gears coming out of that backside turn. But he does have the high mark in this heat so far. He's got a 7 for a pair of beautiful backside hooks.
So a big part of the judging criteria would be flow from maneuver to maneuver. They love to see that, and that's why he got such a high score on his left, was that everything he put into that thing, the timing, the way he dropped in, delayed the bottom turn, went into the turn, actually slowed it down coming out of the turn to get into the perfect position for the next one. All that stuff plays into the score, and I'm, you know, it's really hard to have that out at this wave because of how much bump there is on the face and how hard that is to battle through.
Well, if you're thinking of the speed, power, flow equation, it's almost like each one of those words has a drop-down menu. You think of flow, right? That's just, that's style, that's, you know, fluidity through your turn, and there was nothing in between Seth's 2 turns. That's why he's got that highest single wave score of this heat so far. So 40-minute heats, these have the tendency to feel, you know, long at the beginning, but as you get down to that 5-minute mark, it feels like the time's gone by in a flash. So you're judging elements here, I'm telling you, major combinations. What Seth just did, variety and adaptability, commitment and difficulty, that's just hitting the wave in the gnarliest part of the wave. And of course, we're looking for airs. We haven't seen many this morning. And when you have a field like this, who every single one of these surfers is capable of throwing a massive air out there, but no one's done one yet, we might have to just wait and see what happens. We have had a big barrel from Yago Dora, and that was a look quickly at your priority system. And I'd say at this stage, every surfer has enough experience with the overlapping heats, but can it mess with your mind when you're out there with 4 surfers, when you're kind of set up in your head to be just going up against one?
Say it again. I'm sorry. I was thinking about something.
You were looking into my eyes, weren't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Can it mess with your mind when you're thinking in the morning, as Griff said, you wake up, you get the call, you're expecting to go mano a mano, or woman v woman, but then you have 4 surfers in the lineup, two priority heats.
Doesn't affect you.
Doesn't affect you. They've
No,
been here before.
These guys
They've been down this road.
They know where they're going
Okay,
and
good.
what they need to do. The job's still the same. They're going to go out there. They need 2 good waves, and that's it. And,
I won't mention
And they
it
have
again.
more time to do it.
You're right.
Really.
40 minutes.
So, and under priority, when you're not in the non-priority heat, I feel like you can find a lot of waves.
Seth's kind of reveling in it right now. Finds a barrel, trying to fight through it. He goes down. So that will be Seth's 8th wave ridden. Baron with 3 waves ridden. That is a tongue twister. 3 minutes, 40 seconds to go for Moniz and Mamiya. And in the non-priority heat, Connor O'Leary and Jake Marshall kind of struggling to put up points. Connor did get a little bit of credit for his opening wave at 2.6. Second wave just 0.70.
Another factor adding in here with this heat is the declining swell and the tide going low. So I think that's what's also kind of playing into this slow roll that we're having.
my phone was just vibrating in my pocket. It wasn't a text from my mom. It was actually a timer set for dead low tide. We're here, Strider.
We're on. My Cero conditions, it's low tide.
This place is wild. I mean, it was literally 20 foot yesterday, and now this morning, 10 foot. Now it's 5 feet. It's like you get a little bit of everything here in Saquarema.
The consistency, though, is on the beach. The crowd and the vibe and the energy down there is next level.
Yeah, we've had huge crowds so far here at the VIVO Rio Pro. And if things shake out as potentially expected, this weekend could be raging. 50,000 surf fans on this sand, Strider. You've seen it. You've been there. You've felt the vibe.
Yeah,
it's like nowhere else in the world.
The forecast is looking like it's going to, our best day on paper looks like Sunday. So who knows? But we're going to come down here every morning and be ready to go because we've been surprised every day by what's happening here in Saquarema.
Well, we're now in the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning as it stands for Seth Moniz and Baron Mamiya. It's Moniz on top. Baron needs a 6.68. He does have priority. But will he find a wave to give him that number? Just sitting on a 3.83 and a 2.73 for now.
And I was thinking about the decision for Baron Mamiya to come here and surf after the injury. There's no throwaways on the back half of the year here. Everything counts towards your final point total. So come on in. He had to stack up some points. I think, that is the point of him coming.
You're right. So 1:10 to go. Looks like we could see a set rolling through here. Jake Marshall sitting just with a 0.50. In 1 minute, this will flip, and Connor O'Leary and Jake Marshall will be the priority heat. See if that will help them in this wide lineup. Yeah, it looks like these kind of mid-sized sets are hitting an odd part of this sandbar. Everyone looking at these waves rolling through. Jets, the Red Bull skis on the inside, waiting to ferry these surfers back to the lineup. 30 seconds left. So far, only one banger in the last 40-ish minutes, and it was Seth Moniz with that 7.2 turn hammer.
That's unfortunate. You want to see a battle, right? And the reality of it is you have to shift gears if there's not a lot of waves coming in. That's what, we saw Griffin and Chianca do in their heat, and in this heat's the same. You just have to try to find those waves out there. And I saw Seth paddling through the lineup, just like searching the whole time, and he did. He found the one wave in that corner that came through.
Well, that's got to be a great feeling for Seth Moniz. That's his first big heat win since Burley Head. Seth Moniz gets the edge on Baron Mamiya, comes through with a 7 and a 3.5 straight out of the elimination round. So Seth Moniz now building some momentum here at the VIVO Rio Pro. So as these two surfers make their way in, Connor O'Leary and Jake Marshall will stay out for 20 minutes in the final elimination round, Heat 8. But don't go anywhere. How's this thing gonna end? We have no idea. Expect the unexpected here at the VIVO Rio Pro. really nothing like a Sunday in Saquarema. That was an air show of a different kind that we all got to witness after competition ended last Sunday. And now you see the beach starting to fill up here. These surf fans come correct. They know the appropriate times to cheer, to ooh and ah. And so far, we haven't had much to cheer about or ooh and ah in this heat in the lineup, but we hope things escalate and get a little bit rowdy between Jake Marshall and Connor O'Leary. One score came through for Jake during the break. That was a 5-1-7. So a slight excitement increase out there right now. But what's got to happen, Strider? What do we got to do?
Well, now that they have full reign of the lineup, I think they can find what they need. And, you know, Jake on just a one maneuver wave came up with a pretty solid score. So, I mean, it was a critical section. He blew the tail out. Unfortunately for Connor, he just kind of loses the lip line here. He's a little high on the lip and just kind of pushed out the back, and unfortunately won't keep going.
Here we go, Jake Marshall, certified lateral out of Seaside Reef, California. So Jake would obviously feel right at home at a beach break. I mean, they all would. But this is the type of waves that Jake grew up surfing, and just nothing really, no opportunity on that one for Jake Marshall. So he's going to have to just sit and hold on to that 5-1-7. Luckily for Jake, Connor O'Leary has had a couple of unforced errors for a 2.6 and a .70.
Can I comment just really quick on the ability to get up on the ski and climb all the way up onto the chair there? It is so laborious.
Really?
It's unbelievable how much work it feels like you're doing just to get up there. And then just holding on to the seat, just making sure you don't go bucking off the back of that thing.
The subtleties of being a professional surfer. 15:20 to go. Jake Marshall getting the jet ski, Red Bull ski lift back out to the takeoff zone. While we wait for Jake or Connor to strike next, let's go down to the glass. When he's standing by with Seth Moniz.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Seth. Seth, how did you approach that heat, and what do you think made the difference out there? Congratulations.
I kind of just approached that heat just to catch a bunch of waves. Like right now, it looks really fun, but it's tough conditions. You know, there's not many waves. I mean, there's not many good waves, so I just try to ride a lot. You know, I had like 5 3-point rides, and then I lucked into that bomb left. That was pretty nice. You know, I just really had to surf that wave, then I would have got a score. So, yeah, I think unfortunately Barron just, you know, didn't really get that wave. So, yeah, stoked.
That's Saquarema. Well, you've had a challenging season. How important is this win for you, this result?
I mean, at this point, I'm just kind of winging it, you know, just having fun and maybe get a win this year. But yeah, this year's been pretty challenging. I mean, I feel like I've been surfing well. I've been having pretty good heats, just really close calls. So, you know, I think if a few go my way, I can get a good result.
Then good luck, have fun. Back to you guys.
Thank you. I love that little quote from Manu right there. That's Saquarema. Those two words say a lot.
Yeah, you just, and Seth, he's just winging it. I mean, at the moment, he's just having a good time, you know.
Well, he winged it into that left-hander for one of the highest single wave scores of the day. And that's the recipe, but I tell you, the restaurant's not easy to find out there right now. It's a pretty vexing lineup. So with 13:30 to go, Jake Marshall creeps into the lead with a 5-1-7. Connor O'Leary with nothing of note quite yet. So after this heat, we flip things to round of 16. Ooh, we got a big one to start there. Yago Dora versus Alan Cleland.
Oh,
come on.
That's going to be fun.
The hits just keep on coming. Here we go, Connor O'Leary. Trying to liven things up here in the lineup. Big smash there, but goes down again. That was painful.
He's getting stuck in the lip line, you know.
It's
so unlike Connor. It just gives you the idea of how hard it is out there to surf cleanly.
I'm creeped out.
Keep the rails nice and soft in the. I mean, here he sets everything up perfectly, and then there was an up and down lip line. You can see it right when he comes up to the top to hit the lip, and the thing was so hard to read. He got caught on the underneath of it. Watch right here. His board comes up into the lip, and it goes underneath that part where he wanted to be sliding across the lip. Did you see his board just disappeared away from him?
Well, in the previous one, he flew out the back.
Yeah, so maybe...
Subtle adjustment, but it didn't work. Here we go, Jake Marshall now on a bomb. Big hooking snap there. And it's going to be a one-turn burner for Marshall, but that could be the dagger that he needed to lean on. Sitting on a 517, that was a beautiful turn on a big wave.
Look at the size of this wave, too. I mean, the speed you're carrying into this turn, you're meant to manage it. That's what it's all about as you come up to the, you know, put the hammer down is how hard do you go, right? We saw that kind of be the demise of Conor O'Leary, not really like going too hard on the first one, then not going hard enough on the second one, and Jake just putting it together perfectly, finding the angle.
Jeez, his backhand
getting
is
a
so
little
good.
bit of dangle and then coming down.
2.5 fins out. Fin count.
I liked it.
Perfect turn for the perfect section. 11:23 to go. Let's get a conditions update from Kaipo Guerrero.
Yes, yeah, the Mai Teha conditions update. About 14 miles per hour offshore winds. You just saw that last ride from Jake Marshall. 6 to 8 foot faces. We got a low tide this morning, 9:57 local time. We're right there at the low tide mark, going up to a high tide at about 4 p.m. That's going to be a 3.5 foot high tide. So we're going to have some more energy coming in with this incoming tide. We are the backside of the swell, of course, but still plenty of energy out there. And the drum count on the beach, extremely high at the moment.
Starting to go off down there. Kaipo, as always, right in the mix, giving us the Maitera surf report there. So offshore winds at the moment seem to be wreaking havoc on Conor O'Leary, but for Jake Marshall, control is key. A 4.67 on one big turn. So we have a heat on our hands at 9.84 total for Jake. Of course, getting into the double digits makes your chances of advancing through that much higher. But with 10 minutes, 18 seconds to go, no one in the water safe right now.
Yeah. At the end of the heat, it doesn't matter how high the score count is. It's whether, or it does. It just matters if you're above your opponent. It doesn't have to be double digits, but it is nice when you get a couple of sevens in your heat and you know you're going to be crushing it.
We're inside of 10 minutes now. Conor O'Leary does have priority. It's great to see a classic goofy versus regular matchup, isn't it? Especially in waves like this that are pretty confusing at the moment. I don't think we've seen any rights that have actually counted towards someone's heat total. It's all been about these big, beautiful lefts that are beautiful but also lethal. Pretty much a closeout. I think a lot, 99% of the surfing population would not be able to do a big turn. These guys, these men and women are that good. Here we see the greatest fan base in the world of surfing, Brazilian fan base. Come down here and there's 40, 50,000 fans on the beach with instruments and outfits and flags.
I think the Brazil chant is one of my favorites.
But what is it?
I wish I knew it word for word, but they go off.
Maybe Mayeda can tell us when she comes in for the next one. Jake Marshall, combo there, kicking out the tail in the second turn, gets the third finishing move. 3-turn combo, a potent wave for Jake Marshall.
Somebody's not having a problem. He is just crushing it, and in rhythm with those open face waves.
Yeah, so that 3-turner right there, call that a Marshall stack. Cranked up to about 7. You know, did just enough. You don't want to over surf. We've seen attempts at over surfing.
You don't want to blow out the speaker is what you're telling me.
Absolutely not. There's a time to turn that thing to 11. Now's not the time. Just slow and steady. Keep the pace. So Jake Marshall with a 5.17 and a 4.67. I feel like that wave's going to fit somewhere in the realm of those two scores. See Conor O'Leary now trying to fight back. He's got the firepower. Almost slips there. Blows the fins out. Nice and controlled in the midst of chaos there for Conor O'Leary. He's going to be back in this heat with that wave.
He's part of the dog pound. They liked it. That was 2 aggressive hits big carving maneuver too on the first one. Freed up the second one. Still waiting on Jake's score, but this right here is nice. I mean, great direction change through, you know, it goes through the lip there at the end and just really stamps it with a little progression. But the slow-mo right here, you're going to see the wave and the power, they combine perfectly. You know what I mean? And that's power for power.
Ooh.
Almost caught the rail coming out of it, but
little check.
Pushed right through it. And then board slide, fins out, fin check.
That was sick.
Definitely saw everything out the back right there.
We wanted action, and we got it from Connor O'Leary on that last wave. So now both surfers waiting for scores. 6 minutes, 43 seconds to go. Here's a look back at what Jake Marshall was able to do on his last little left runner.
Small, but really well surfed. I mean, that was one of those waves that was just bubbled up in the riptide over there, and he just happened to be in the right spot at the right time.
Slightly improves on that 4.67. Now it's a 4.77. That means O'Leary would need a 7.34.
Board placement was perfect.
That last wave from Connor's going to make this interesting. A 7.34. I think the excitement level that we felt. The judges are surfers too. They feel that excitement as well.
I feel like he's going to have a really strong score there. I don't know where the judges are going to go with it, though. That's a tough one because the first turn was powerful but not progressive. But the last turn was progressive but less powerful. I don't know. It's like it's in between.
We'll see if that number upsets the balance here. Your percentages of goofy versus regular in two-person heats. Your CT by the numbers. Regular footers with the slightest edge over the goofy footers, 49 to 51. And the score comes through for Connor O'Leary. At the moment, it's not going to change that stat. A 5.93. So what did the judges like about it? What did they not like about it?
They loved the power, and there was a bit of progression, but you need to put those together in one maneuver, and then you're going to have the big score. We had both of the elements in each maneuver, but not together in one maneuver, and that's what they want.
Jake Marshall with a heavy under the lip snap, but pays the price, gets absolutely pounded trying to get out of that wave. Under the lip snap, that's like an 80s style maneuver, and when done well, looks and feels so cool. I like what he did right there. The wave just kind of got a little bit weird. I don't think it's going to replace a 5.17 or 4.77.
I think that was a priority mistake.
Oh, with 4 minutes, 30 seconds to go. We'll see.
If you don't capitalize on the wave, I feel like it could be a mistake. But, I mean, I feel like Connor only needed a 4, and maybe he was thinking Connor can get a 4 on this wave, no problem.
Love Jake's bottom turn. Yeah. Just fluid, stylish, powerful. Okay, Connor O'Leary now hunting. He's out the back with priority. 4 minutes left. Jake's last wave, a 3.67. Deleted. So he's sitting on a 5.17 and a 4.77.
Connor's kind of in a great place in this heat. I mean, the only thing that's playing against him is the lack of consistency with the time on the clock, but he's got the highest score of the heat. So, you know, with that, you don't need much.
A 4.01 is that's like low-hanging fruit for a guy like Connor O'Leary.
Just don't overcook it or undercook it in the lip line. He did that on a couple of waves where he would have been riding out with some substantial scores.
Yeah, there's a string of 3 sub-1 waves that had he ridden out of those turns would be a completely different story. But Jake Marshall doing well to play defense as well as offense with a 5.17 and a 4.77. 3 minutes left. O'Leary out the back with priority. In a good position. This is a precarious lead for Jake Marshall. Here goes Connor. Looking at something. Freight training down line to try to get in position. Not going to get there. But he's hoping for one of these waves to form up out the back. And it looks like a decent sized set rolling through. 240 now. urgency in the lineup.
Right now, you're wishing you had the view from the drone or a little microphone in your ear of your coach telling you where to paddle.
Exactly. So that's a beach view. What's happening in the lineup? Is Connor O'Leary in the right spot? He is. We'll see if this wave shows for him as he's trying to fly down the line. Sees the section. Big float. Snap, airdrop into the flats. Dog Pound likes it. He's looking for a 4:01. Now we're into the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. That's going to make things
that
interesting.
That is going to be so hard to, you know what?
Hit me with it, please.
I think it's going to come up short.
Ooh.
I want to see the replay because I feel like the speed and the power was in it, but did he get progressive enough for the judges to think, okay, this was a radical maneuver? It was kind of just a straight floater. He's got a lot of speed, comes into it. Looks like he's going to, if he maybe threw the tail a little bit and was gliding across it, I don't know. That's such a hard score to drop right there.
Close call. I mean, there's...
What do you think? Do you want to be a judge?
He risked
You don't
it
want to be a judge.
earlier on. No, I don't want to be a judge. Nobody ever thanks the judges when they give them the number.
No.
It's
And
a
they're not
thankless job.
They're
but
not going to thank him right now because the score just dropped.
These judges are the best in the business. I think that's the appropriate number. You were spot on with that call. I mean, any other day, that's a gnarly thing to try to do. Full high-speed floater on an overhead wave.
That was a 90s move.
That's really hard.
That was a 90s move.
I mean, we liked it. Connor O'Leary is one of the most likable guys on tour, but...
Oh, the dog pound.
Yeah.
Richard just lost another hair.
I mean, it was close, right? I mean, 3.67, that's right there. There's 27 seconds left. I mean, heart palpitations at the
Get
moment.
over there to your opponent. You got to sit on him, Jake. Oh, man.
So with a 5.17 and a 4.77, Jake Marshall, Encinitas, California, could just slide past Connor O'Leary.
And he does.
Almost got the last second heroics, but wow. That was a slow burn that turned into a boil at the end of it. Great sportsmanship on display right there. From two of surfing's best, Jake Marshall gets the win and fights his way just out of the elimination round. Unfortunately, we lose Connor O'Leary. But the good news is we got so much surfing to come.
Oh, Yago?
Tide's coming in.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think things are going to start to escalate in a big way for the majority of the day. Tide switch. Swell's still here. Judges are on point. And we've got some big names coming up. You got Yago Dora going up against Al Cleland Jr., Brazil v. Mexico. This is going to be awesome. Let's bring in Joe, Mayeda, and Jesse on the call. I can't wait to see what happens next. It's the VIVO Rio Pro.
It is time for the round of 16. Yago Dora back in the ocean again to take on Al Cleland Jr. to kick off this new round. Round of 16 means there's 16 surfers remaining that have a chance to win the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero. Joe Turpel, Maida Pops, and also Jesse Mendez here for the call. Yago got really barreled in his first heat today. Let's see if he can do it again.
Yeah, let's see. He did it pretty well on his previous heat. And let's see what he can do now.
Al Cleland Jr., big part of the rookie class. Jesse got called up extremely late. And gosh, he's been a favorite for fans to watch. His 2 backside turns he did in the first round looked brilliant.
Yeah, I think that's a great match to go against Yago. Obviously, Al Cleland has way less experience than Yago in this specific spot, but he surfed here previously on the Challenger Series, and just he's a very heavy-footed surfer. So with all this lump and backwash that we have here at Itaúna, it could really help the guy out.
Now looking forward to seeing how the round of 16 continues. Just to know, we did lose Baron Mamiya to Seth Muniz. He was a surfer that was in the top 5 coming into this event. So now we've already seen Ethan Ewing take that 5th spot on the live rankings. Jack Robinson moving to 6, so Baron down to number 7 in the world. But he will have a bit more time to work on that knee and that recovery, so he could be really strong for J-Bay South Africa, and a place where he'll be a favorite to win in Tahiti.
Yeah, for sure. Baron now has to pay attention on his knee, to work with his knee, and he has enough room like to make some points on the rankings.
So things are going to slow down a little bit out there. Changing from the overlapping format, just 2 guys out. They've got the entire lineup to work with. It's going to feel like we're going a little bit slower pace, but as a competitor, you get to just focus on 1 guy out and pick the waves you want.
I mean, for me, sitting in the booth, much rather have the dual heats. Obviously, way more action, so much more fun and excitement for us to just be watching and analyzing. But as a surfer, no doubt about it, you want to have the full 30 minutes for yourself and your opponent, because sometimes you just get the bad luck throughout it, and every time you're in position for a good wave in the heat without priority, you have someone right by you from the other heat, and you just, yeah, it's hard to get a good rhythm and mojo going.
Last heat was won by Jake Marshall. Jake is on the glass with Rachel.
That's right, Joe. Jake's here, beat Sketchy one, but you found yourself out there and you made it. You're advancing to the next round. Talk us through your heat.
Yeah, I'm stoked to go to the next round, so hopefully I can surf a little better in that heat. I don't know, it's kind of maybe just not the best heat for me or Connor. We were kind of both just maybe falling a little bit, or all my waves I thought I was going to get 2 turns, and then they kind of just kept me in 1-turn waves. So it's good. I was getting pretty good scores for just 1 turn, so hopefully the next heat I can, if I can do 2 of those, I'll probably get a big score. So yeah, a little bit frustrating, but stoked to have another chance to try to do a little better in the next heat.
Talking about the next heat, what are you planning to bring new to Brazil to get a better result here?
I don't know. That's a good question. If I knew the answer, maybe I would get a good result already. But hopefully I can just do my best surfing. I don't know. I just kind of feel like so far this event I haven't really been able to connect on a good wave for a big score. So just try to pick a good one and do something good and hopefully put on a show.
We think you have everything to find out. So congratulations and thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Jake, and thank you, Rachel. As you can tell with Jake's response there, he's still trying to figure out how to make heats here in Saquarema, so very open and honest about trying to work his way through some results. He's got a big heat now coming up quickly. He'll be in heat 4 this round against Jack Robinson, one of the strongest competitors in the draw who rarely makes mistakes. Let's see how Jake's going to handle that one. Jack getting closer to the final 5. Jordy Smith will have Seth Muniz, and we might have our first wave of the matchup. Al Cleland Jr. getting position. Rolls in, big backside snap with a lot of spray. And just a little check back into the pocket, trying to find a good section to work with. Throw some water off the tail and lights up the finishing section. Doing a good job just to out-position Dora to take the first wave of the round of 16. And sometimes that's just really difficult, finding your positioning on someone who knows this lineup so well and a past champ in Dora, but Al Cleveland paddling back out. Dora locking into a fun-looking left-hand wall. Likes that little lean-back stab in the pocket to start. Frames it up in the same way and rides away from a nice, clean two-turn combo. You'll also see probably the biggest claims coming from the surfers that are throwing down turns like that, because the crowd's screaming on him, and Yago wants to cheer right back at him. That was fun to see how happy he was riding away from that finishing move, Maida.
Yeah, it's true. It's just passion, you know, Joe. These guys are so passionate for what they do, and here, especially in Brazil, with the whole crowd behind them. And actually, Yago, he's been so precise. He didn't make any mistakes today.
Watching this one again, Jesse.
I mean, I just love the fade. If you notice there, where he takes off, he's just on the apex of the wave, so he delays himself a little bit on that first bottom turn to make sure he gets on the most critical part of the wave. So he's coming from behind now because he just kind of redirect the board and put himself deeper on it and gets up and vertical in the pocket right there. As he airdrops off the sky, starts eyeing it down the section to finish it up, kind of goes a little bit more lateral, which we're gonna see that happen a lot on a day like today, because the conversion of the wave right now, it's very sketchy if you put the nose too far inside. And this is also an incredible way to start for Alan Cleveland. Up and vertical, beautiful turn, always keeping the body very calm and composed. The wave loses a little bit of energy right here, but he finished it off strong with a very nice finish right here. But obviously, if I'm thinking just thinking numbers, the criticalness, how steep the wave was, I got to give the nod to Yago on that first exchange. But look at that upper body work for Al Cleveland to get up and vertical. That back foot's on the TP toes right there. That just shows how much commitment he is on the front leg, applying pressure halfway through that turn. Barely connecting the back foot with the board. Then regroups right here, just keep everything kind of more on the flat side. Trying to generate speed to finish it off with a nice and up and vertical finish for Al Cleveland.
Nice easy pace to read from Al Cleveland Jr., the first from Mexico to do a lot of things, to win the U.S. Open of Surfing last year over Marco Mignon. That was a special final because Marco has spent his surfing life in Sayulita. That's why Marco calls himself the French Mexican, represents France, but raised in his surfing life in Mexico as well. So he's known Al for a while. Both shared the final, both ended up qualifying for the tour for 2025. Yago Dora, also a U.S. Open champ, winning back in 2017. It was a critical win for Yago. Surfing in Southern California, some of the biggest surf shops in the world are right across the street on Main Street. There's a Hall of Fame. To win the U.S. Open, you'll be remembered forever in surfing history.
Yeah, such a huge event, like lots of people around. And also like Yago Dora coming from a win in Trestles and defending his title here in Brazil. He's in such a good moment, and you can feel the vibes, how he's feeling, how he's acting, how he's be cruising around. So it's really cool to see that. And also this number, Joe.
8.5, excellent scores for Yago Dora. Two-turn combination, two big hooks, and using that kind of a lean back frame. He does that a lot. He can see a section, identifies where to lean into it. His dad's always so proud of him as he's stepped back from the coaching role this year. But you see his dad, you're like, well, I'm still going to watch all of his heats, you know. But sometimes he said the big difference is if he notices something, he actually will respect the coaching relationship with Leandro da Silva and kind of hold back. You know, he said that took a little getting used to. He's so ready to communicate with his son. He's like, you know what? I'm going to let them do their thing. It's working. He's rule number 2.
Yeah, and it's very easy for him to just, you know, notice stuff when you're watching from outside and trying to be opinionated. So, yeah, you gotta let your kid, you know, decide for himself and get more mature and make his own path. And I think it's working out pretty great so far.
Yeah, it is. This is the second excellent score of the day. So he got the 8.67 in the previous heat and now 8.5. He's doing great. I feel like he wants to prove himself by himself.
And it's also, he's getting those numbers in different ways. He got really barreled for his 8.67, then an 8.5 on a two-turn combo. his comfortability at Saquarema just shows in every single performance where he looks like he's a local on this wave.
I mean, really does. Like, I don't think anyone flows on this wave as good as he does, and I spoke that plenty of time. And I don't know, it's just some waves you have a connection. Some surfers have connections with waves, and this is one for Yago.
Let's jump ahead a little bit with me. Do you guys mind going to Cloud Break just to imagine what it would be like for Yago? And interestingly enough, Yago hasn't been to Cloud Break that often. You know, he did a strike mission with Jack Robinson, João Chianca at the end of the previous season and had a free surf. It was first time there. Felt pretty comfortable. And he had a heat with the GOAT last year in the regular season, and Yago looked like he'd been there his whole life. He just was picking the right waves, had one of the most memorable heat wins because it was Kelly as a wild card. There was a lot of celebrations happening there. So it seems like even in a short period of time, it's just a natural wave for Yago to perform on.
I mean, if you think about an open face and a goofy footer on the left, like it's on tour right now. In my eyes, he's the guy to beat over there. And it doesn't matter really the conditions. I feel like if it's throaty and barreling, he's going to be amazing. He's an amazing pipe surfer. He's an amazing chopu surfer. And then you combo it up with the type of turns that he's doing out here today or at lower stressos, which that's going to be a little, the progressiveness is going to be a little harder at Fiji, mostly with the wind blowing trades, usually from the back of the wave, pushing the board away. But he doesn't even need to think about going that route, just barrels and big carbs.
We're doing a little bit of this with Molly Picklum, who has she's the number 3 seed, highest seed left in the draw here, by the way. We saw the uphill battle against Gabby Bryan, Katie Simmers, where she's still trying to figure out more consistency against the top 2, but she has domination over the seeds behind her. You know, kind of where Yago's sitting. You look at him in history against Jordy Smith, Yago's undefeated, 3-0, different parts of the planet there. Kanoa Garashi's 1-1 now, got his victory just over him at lower trestles. Italo is the only one where he has a losing record against. 3-4, Yago with 3 wins, Italo with 4. Ethan Ewing, he's got 4-1. And I guess if you focus in on just this year, he's undefeated over the top seeds this season. Hasn't had a matchup with Jordy yet, but undefeated against the current top 5. World number 2 paddles in. Airdrop, wave spits behind him, Dora connects and ends up wiping out. Going for one major section. He usually is so quick, Maida. On a wave like that, that could have been a full road if he was a half a second earlier.
Yeah, for sure, Joe. And he's so good in like making those waves, those closeouts, turning in huge scores. He can just find a small ramp and then go huge. Unfortunately, this one didn't give him the chance.
He had the 10-point ride in his victory here 2 years ago on a closeout section. This one he had to airdrop first, Jesse.
Beautiful, just airdrop to start it off, and then hits that lip line, just gets unglued a little bit there.
Quick whip there. Yago, after the wipeout, already gets a score to right out of. Got there just a little bit late. As we see a couple of happy Yago fans that have been here all morning waiting for this matchup to develop. Second surf he's had today coming out of the elimination round, Jesse.
Yeah, I think it's just very smart for Yago. You see the sense of urgency of him trying to back that 8.5 up. We've seen it in previous heats. Alejo Muniz ended up with the best score of the heat, but still lost the heat, only needing a low 4-point ride. And then the previous heat with Jake Marsh and Connor O'Leary, they were both below the 10-point ride. So he knows how important that 8.5 is and how much power and meaningful it is, that score. So he doesn't want to maybe give the chance of sitting for 20 minutes and seating himself, needing a small score in the end of the heat and with a lot of pressure. So just smart of him to get a 3.83 to back it up.
First win of Yago Dora's career, extra special at home in Brazil. This wave here at Itaúna Beach, it was absolutely packed for that finals day, and Yago gave everybody the show that they were hoping for as he was able to get a perfect 10-point ride going above the lip. But like he does always, giving us a little bit of everything that day.
Yeah, it's, I mean, we're actually watching that live, me and you, Joe, and it was just so impressive for him to pull it off, his first win ever, mostly against someone like Ethan Ewing, and that was just dreamy. What a what a presentation and a show for the crowd. That was one of the most smooth, just such a smooth surfer.
So well-rounded. It's like if you have priority, you're not necessarily using it on that wave. But for a guy like Yago, maybe say an Italo, a Felipe, they can take a closeout and max out the score. There's a few guys that can do that. He did it when he needed it the most in the final. Took his first win. His whole family was in tears. It was really special. He got to share that moment. And now he's already got 3 wins. Seems like he's on the Jack Robinson track, where once Jack won his first, it just kept happening. And Yago's living through that right now. Let's check in with Strider on the beach.
Yeah, we're just down here. We're talking about the vibe and the energy and the way that the surfers are reacting to it. You know, we heard Yago talk about it in an interview, post-heat interview on his last win, where, you know, you're looking out at the ocean. It's just completely calm, and you kind of get a place to hide almost, a place to be, you know, centered. And then you come out of a barrel like he did, and then the entire beach. I mean, look at this crowd down here with everybody here. You can see how many thousands of people are down here. And once you come out of the barrel, you actually get that vibe. I mean, they want it. Come on, let's hear it. These guys can hear that in the lineup, and it's amazing to feel. And Yago talked about it after his barrel. He came out of the tube, and you can hear the roar of the beach, and that kind of energy just lifts you up and keeps you going through these days.
And what a big time to be watching for these fans, Strider, when you have a heat like Felipe Toledo, Miguel Pupo coming up next.
That's going to be a wild one. Hopefully we're down there, the entrance where the surfers run out, because the energy and the vibe that comes off all the fans along the runway, it's just absolutely incredible. And I can't wait to hear those people go mad when Toledo and Miguel run out.
Good man, Strider, enjoying the show from down on the beach with all the locals here in Brazil that are supporting Yago Dora in this one. Big fans of sport, though, as well. If there's a heat with no Brazilians, they're going to give them a lot of love. They get to hang out and get signatures from all the best in the world. There's been a lot of signings for a lot of the major sponsors up and down the streets here at Itaúna Beach. Gabriel Medina showed up the other day. It was that windy, cold day, and there was a line down the street, and I didn't get the memo. I was like, hey, what's going on today? I was like, oh, Gabriel Medina's in town. There was people everywhere. I thought it was going to be a day. No one even showed up. It was windy, stormy. No one was surfing, and it was great to catch up with Gabe, checking in with everybody, and making his sponsors really happy the last couple days.
Yeah, I think he's been around still, and yesterday he was playing a little bit of soccer with people like Altinha at the Corona's house. So very nice to see Gabe around.
Altinha is cool. I mean, Jesse's pretty good at it.
I don't know.
Can you explain the rules of it?
There's not really many rules. You
Okay.
you just kind of bounce it around the, what do you call it?
Juggling.
Juggling around the ball, and you kind of want to touch once each person only. So you don't want to keep, egocentric and just keep the ball to yourself. You want to share with your friends, and that's basically it. Like, it's just a kind of a freestyle soccer.
You know who did really well the other day was Leo Fioravanti and Connor O'Leary. Just headers back and forth.
Leo has been playing, actually, with us on tour. I can remember probably about 10 years ago. That's when he started playing. He loved it playing. So
You know who's
yeah,
really
he's
good at
been
soccer,
training.
too, is Jordy Smith.
Jordy, I heard he was
Sneaky
like decent good, I guess, right?
Yeah, pretty cool. All these hidden talents. But sometimes they come out here to Brazil with a soccer ball on the beach, and they call it alchinha when you're juggling it back with your friends. Foot volley is one of the coolest things I've ever seen. It's a combination of soccer and volleyball. Volleyball net, and you use your feet like soccer to kick it over. It looks so hard. Watching this now, Yago Dora got the speed, loading up, and a flyaway. Maida, I almost panicked. I was like, what are we going to see here? I got so excited, but got disconnected on that one.
Yeah, unfortunately, we are always so excited to see Yago Dora flying up to the sky in storms, huge airs, but this one he couldn't pull. I think the wind kind of blowed his board away. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. You can see the intention as well as he took off. He was just eyeing it down that section, doing like little pumps to make sure he has the perfect time, in which he kind of had to go lateral because the wave was already breaking, and then the wind coming from the bottom of the wave offshore, just kind of putting that outside rail out the back, and halfway through he already knew that was done. He couldn't regroup it, so he just let the board go and fly away from him.
Well, what's your take, Jesse, on double grabs. Don't ever do them?
No, do it if you need it.
If you need it,
Yeah,
okay.
if you don't need to, don't do it. It looks better. It's obviously the safest way for you to do an air, but I'm definitely not against it. Like,
some people are against it.
A lot of
Some
people
people
are
it hurts
against
their
it.
feelings. Yeah.
Yes, it really does. I'm not against it. I think there are better styles and better approaches for you to do an air, but if you have to do it, go and do it because it's still a very progressive maneuver.
Big congrats to Huey Vaughn.
Oh my gosh.
Younger brother of Joel Vaughn. Joel Vaughn coming up later on today. Did maybe one of the craziest airs ever landed in surfing history in a wave pool. Did a stale fish flip.
That was nuts.
Tony Hawk calling it the stale flippy. The thing was unbelievable. I think everyone's been rewatching that clip, and now we're just counting the days for Huey Vaughn to join Joel, his big brother, on the championship tour. What was your reaction to that, Jesse?
I think personally that's the best air has ever done in the surfboard. Strapless, no doubt about it. The degree of difficulty, the grab that he did, he just literally chose the hardest grab you can choose to do any type of air, and he chose to do it on a backflip. And the funny story behind Joe told me that he tried it about 10 times to land, and he was trying double grab. Sorry, he was trying corrupt flip, which is double grab, but with a weird grab. I won't get in that rabbit hole, but and then he was like, you know what? I can try and do something cooler. So he tried once or twice with the stale fish, and it landed.
Crazy.
I don't know how, but he did.
Joel Vaughn taking on Ethan Ewing in the last heat of the round, who's been throwing a lot of airs. He was one of the big parts of the events at Lower Trestles. Joel took out Italo with his air game. This is the champ from Lowers, still on a roll, 8-5 on his first ride. That still has him in the lead over the rookie Al Cleland Jr. Be right back. Bon G, everybody. It's about 10:30 local time. Finished the elimination round. We're into the round of 16. It's a beautiful morning, and there's a lot to check out when you come down to the comp site. Let's see where Kaipo Guerrero's hanging out.
Spin the wheel and fall in love with Saquarema. Saquarema, known in Rio as the surf capital, the Maracanã do Surf, the surf stadium. It hosts a QS here, a Challenger Series, and the CT, bringing over 97 million reais in positive economic impact into the city here in Saquarema. The WSL is proud to contribute to the economic development of Brazil. And by the way, that reais translation for you US folks is $17.5 million of positive economic impact. We love it here.
We are absolutely loving our time. Kaipo always loving his time here in Brazil as well. The energy is just infectious. There's a lot of incredibly nice people to hang out with, and they share their love for surfing and the world tour with us. Every time we show up at this big beach here at Itaúna, we travel around this amazing country over the years to different CT spots that have moved from Santa Catarina. It's been in the state of Rio for a long time now. It was a great move to Saquarema, especially for Yago Dora, who just fit into the system here. on this left here at Itaúna. He's had some good rights as well. He's featured big airs, barrels, everything you could imagine. And coming off a huge win at the High Performance Skate Park at Lower Trestles, coming in here with so much confidence as he's fighting for the yellow jersey against Jordy Smith as we're in the back half of the year. Al Cleveland Jr. holding priority, though, wants to create an upset. He's actually going for his first quarterfinal of his career on the championship tour level. He's gotten stuck in this round a few times. I think the funnest reaction to a heat win he had was back at Margaret River on the steps when he didn't even realize his spot on tour was on the line. His friends kept telling him, "You did it." And he was like, "No, come on, really?" And he just all of a sudden realized that was the most important heat of his young career. It's a tough day when the cut is made at Margaret River. As we know, everything's changing into next year. But it's probably one of the most important mid-season cuts to make for a lot of reasons. The tour is changing. Next year, starting at Bells. You know, mid-season cut is gone. Everything's ending at Pipeline. Like, for Alejo's emotional post on social media, realizing that was so big to not only make it for the rest of the season, but knowing you're on tour with this exciting update on the tour schedule.
Yeah, for sure. And it took so long for him to get back on the tour. So it was so important for him. He went until the end of the competition to make it through. And next year, I mean, the calendar is so exciting, and it's going to be fun to see Alejo back on.
Jesse, I think we've talked about so many things with next year. You know, Pipe Masters returning, 15,000 points for an event win, and that's very, very exciting. One thing I think that's going to be really big, especially from the first heat, is there's no non-elimination round heat. So first heat we start next season, someone's going home, and we're really going to feel that right away.
I mean, I'm all about heads rolling, you know, like that's what makes it exciting. Even when we go to wave pool facilities, the funnest heats that we have, or the funnest moments that we have, are when it's that elimination round. Like when people are losing and there's pressure, like it builds the pressure through the surfers, and it relates to us as well. You know how much is on the line, and it makes it exciting. So I think starting off the first event, the first day of the year, with people already going home, and potentially actually big names going home. You think about, you know, guys that are going to be in the top 5 probably this year could be losing, you know, second round for themselves, because they're going to be rewarded to go straight to the second round. So yeah, that's going to be exciting.
And how much important it's going to be, like, to get fast to the spot, like to the places, and train and get ready for it, because as soon as the contest starts, you're going to be like with all the pressure on your shoulders.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting time. Someone big is going to go down. It's just going to happen. The tour is so good. Yeah. It's just, you know, from top to bottom, even rookies on tour next year are going to be dangerous out of the gates. A lot to look forward to, and a lot to look forward to for the back end of the year. It's been the year of Yago Dora. Didn't start off that well at Pipe, but he knew it wasn't based on form, just didn't get the right waves. Took a 33rd and moved on, and found his first victory of the season at Portugal. And it was in a good battle with Italo Ferreira in the final. He got past Sammy Pupo, Imai Kalani Duval. He got past Jack Robinson, which we know has been just loaded with emotion. Those two are like brothers. And they were sharing the same coach, Yago's dad, for many years. And usually Jack had gotten the win over him in very important moments when it came down to getting a spot in the final 5. Let's send it to Waz.
You know, I mean, are you kidding me? The vibe down here along the run out is just next level. As he runs out, everybody gets so excited to see this guy. And then, you know, Miguel's going to come running out, and the vibes will go straight through the roof again. I mean, it's pretty incredible, the excitement that these guys flare up off of, and the energy they probably get running out through this gauntlet with everybody down here watching. It's really cool. Miguel's up here right now, and he's about to run out. We'll get that vibe as he comes down. And see, I mean, everybody, you can hear it. There. Oh, yeah, we love it. We love it. Unfortunately, we're going to lose another Brazilian out of the draw today. I was talking to a couple of Brazilian fans, and they were saying, oh, we're so bummed. We've already lost 3 Brazilians, and they're just, you know, they have so much pride in each athlete.
They certainly do, Strider. That is a great feeling. Just like sitting next to the tunnel where they're coming out of the Red Bull Athlete Zone like a cave, and they run out into just adoring fans. They all deserve it. Felipe Toledo, the king of Rio. I mean, he's looking for a 5th event win. I mean, he's already got the record as he broke his tie with Dave McCauley. Dave had 3 wins in Brazil in his career. Felipe with 4. And on a, his comeback season where he found his flow and rhythm on the Gold Coast of Burley Heads with one of our favorite 10s of the year, barrel to alley-oop combination. And he was really thoughtful with his words on the podium, and it was really cool. He had a heat with Julian Wilson, one of his old peers on tour, and you could tell how much that meant to him on his comeback to be in world title form.
Yeah, for sure. He said that how on that point was actually when he was feeling everything and feeling like surfing good, happy, present in the moment. And I mean, getting here in Brazil where he won like 3 times here at Saquarema, it's gonna be amazing how he can, how he will deal with that, all this pressure and all this moment that he built for himself.
Big one coming up next as we focus on the Natura Kayak recap. For heat number 1 of the round of 16, things slowing down as we moved from the overlapping format just to standard heats. It has been about the flow of Yago. First wave of the matchup, an 8.5.
I mean, just that fade for me was the 8.5 enough. Like, it set him up for success. Would have been a little bit in front of that wave. He probably would have not connected that closeout as well as he did because the wave was very short, and beautiful surfing here for all Cleveland as well. Just unfortunately for him, that first opening turn was massive, but the wave, you can see the size just dissipates. And Yago, the importance of that backup, I mentioned how he did not want to sit for 20 minutes without a backup, and he got the 3.8, and now he sits fine with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left because looks like Al Cleveland just got a wave.
So now with 3:15 to go, Al Cleveland Jr. chasing a 6.84. to try to make it into his first quarterfinal of his rookie season on tour. And we'll find out what Al did in just a moment. 5.5 has been sitting for a long time and locks into a wave with a lot of size, so patience paying off for a giant first turn. And only turn of the heat.
Yeah. Just a closeout right there, but the wave was really steep and he snapped on the face. It was nice, but yeah, just one. Let's see if he can get the 6.84 that he needed.
Yeah, you kind of broke down Al's previous wave. The 5.5 had the money first turn. It went flat, and he really had to push hard on that opening section on the second wave, and he did, in fact, outscore his first. A 6.0 for Cleveland. Now needs a 6.34 to take the lead off Yago.
And just think about this situation now. If you're Yago without the 3.83, you'll be sitting with 2 minutes and 14 seconds left, and you'll be needing a 3.17 or something around then to get to first. So the pressure builds up, and you don't want to sit in that position. So without priority, it was just very smart of Yago to pull the trigger right after that fall and that air attempt, and get that 3.83 and come back, and now he sits comfortably. His opponent needs a solid score, and he has priority with 1 minute and 50 seconds left.
Out Cleveland looking for just a 6.34. Yago with priority is just going to shadow him to eliminate any options at the back end of the heat. Yago, an incredibly smart competitor, kind of had the tagline of a free surfer, but we realized how deep his competitive drive really is in big heats. He gets emotional in the water. He's been just studying all of his friends that have worked with his father, even before he was thinking about a world title. He got to watch Adriano de Souza win one with his dad full time. Lucas Silveira won a world junior title under the coaching of Leandro Dora as well. And incredibly close in their relationship with the late Ricardo dos Santos, one of the hardest charging surfers from anywhere in the world, but from Brazil, who did unbelievable things at Pipe and Tahiti and beyond, and was also a wild card multiple times in this event. 50 seconds to play defense, and the more time ticks away, the more it's looking like Yago will be moving on to a finals day appearance, world number 2, finding so much consistency here in Saquarema. One of the best track records on tour at this event. And for Al, his backside snaps are looking incredible. He talks about that being his strongest stance, like going backhand. Said he's working on his forehand, but he identified that left with some big scoring opportunity. But he will run out of time. Al will now have some time to prepare for Jeffreys Bay, South Africa. And Yago Dora will prepare for finals day as he's into the quarters once again here at the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Looking very strong as the number 2 seed in this event and a favorite to win once again. All of Brazil cheering Yago's name as they're getting ready for a huge one coming up next. Felipe Toledo going for his 5th title in Rio and his 2nd event win of the season. He'll take on the smooth, goofy footer of Miguel Pupo in Heat 2 of the round of 16. And whoever gets through that will find Yago Dora in quarterfinal number 1 as the matchups will follow the draw after the round of 16 comes to a close. Get ready. Toledo versus Pupo coming up next here in Saquarema. The VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild. By Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness. By Riachuelo, official apparel of WSL Brazil. And by the state government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Enjoying our time in the surf capital of Brazil here at Saquarema. Felipe Toledo, world number 8, taking on world number 11, Miguel Pupo. All Brazilian battle here. Regular footer is Felipe, goofy foot, Miguel Pupo. And Miguel surfing the top of his game these days, just a spot out of the top 10. Felipe Toledo, already one of the all-time greats, especially at this event here in Brazil. Yago Dora comes in from another successful victory, getting past Al Cleveland Jr., off and running into the quarterfinals. He's got a lot of fans to throw shakas to and give him thanks because they are screaming his name as he runs up the tunnel back up to the locker room. Felipe versus Miguel. Yeah, and you break this one down, you know, with Felipe being such a giant name and all over the banners of past champion of this event. Take us into Miguel Pupo's seat right now, you know. How is he going to handle a moment like this? And Jesse, from traveling with Miguel for so long, how do you think he's going to find his strengths against someone who's heavily favored to win?
I think first of all, Joe, we'll talk about that after this wave from Felipe. It looks like he's going to go right to start it off.
Nice strong paddle. He'll fade the first section, trying to create space on the right, staying really full in front of him. But finding more speed, the lip starting to feather on top of that lip. We'll tag it. Redirect into the cutback. He's found himself an inside bowl and blows the whole board out the back. Ends up incomplete.
But back to it, Joe. I think Miggy One thing that is in his favor right now is the conditions. This bowly left is going to suit Miguel's surfing very well. So if he can just stick to his game, forget about Felipe going right, and, you know, doing the craziness that he usually pulls it off, and just focus on himself, it's going to pay off for him. Here, just this wave, a lot of wobble in the beginning. And as it cleans up, it's going to start to bowl up for him. And he knows he has to go massive because there's nothing of damage being done. It just overcooks it, gets a little bit on top of the lip, and the wave doesn't have enough energy to bring himself down. He's going to push on that back foot. You're going to see the board's going to just kind of flip under him. It's just overcooks the section, but he kind of had to go that route. There's no scoring potential in that wave whatsoever.
Yeah, you see it right that's slopey. It doesn't have that solid pocket where it's vertical. You definitely have to do something absolutely remarkable just to get a keeper score, but Felipe might just be getting his flow state activated. Little warm-up ride against what would be a good friend of his in Miguel Pupo. Pupo with the .5 start. As we have, you know, more Brazilian backing in the draw. We got to see Gabriel Klausner start off in the first heat today against Jordy Smith. Excited to see his career, which is just beginning, unfold. But he represents Ubatuba, just like Felipe Toledo. Great surf scene in that part of Sao Paulo, Maida.
Yeah, of course. Oh, let's watch Miguel Pupo here going to left side.
Finding a left, that's one of the smoothest competitors on tour. Is able to pick up his feet after that carve into a float. Third maneuver, attacking the oncoming section. So like Jesse was predicting, sticking to the game plan on a nice, clean, open face left and locking in a few solid turns that'll see him take the lead.
I mean, this is huge for Miguel to start like that and apply pressure on top of Felipe and in a jam of a wave. Beautiful A-frame as he took off, and just the wave kept providing. He had a little bit of a stumble as he was taking off. Something happened, got maybe his foot stuck on the leash or something, but it felt like he was a little off and then just cleaned up. As you see it right there, something happened on his foot. Maybe got like the foot stuck on the leash, but beautiful carve to open up. And then eyes it down, the closeout, so he floats that second section and finish it off strong. This is going to be a pretty solid score for Miguel to start the heat off.
Look how beautiful this turn was. Lost a little bit of balance there, but could manage to finish it off strongly. Nice surfing for Miguel Pupo.
Nice three-turn combination and regained his balance. Started with a big open face hook and kind of had to roll the windows up off the bottom to get going again, but total commitment there.
And I just think that's all because of the takeoff. He was already a little bit shaky on the beginning, and there's that little split of a second, it kind of rides you off on the wave, but he was able to clean up, and actually that was a very hard transitional maneuver. He had so much speed, super easy for him to just disengage and finish it off a little bit on the lateral side of things, but still a solid way to start. And you know, it's going to apply pressure on Felipe.
Veteran of the tour, Miguel Pupo, turns in a 6-point ride to kick things off against the best ever in Rio de Janeiro. Felipe's right, a 3.0. Let's now spend some time with Yago Dora on the glass with Manu.
Oh my God, guys. This one right here, he's definitely on fire. You started the day with that incredible tube and then started this hit with a great wave. You look like a local here in Saquarema. What makes you feel so confident here? Congratulations.
Yeah, this heat started and Alan caught a wave that looked really good, but I had a feeling there was another better wave coming behind and just like more wall to it. And yeah, I just kind of like made him like commit to that first wave, so I was in a good position for the next one. And the next one came and it was just really good. Just gave me like a really good face for two big turns and was good to get a great start.
Ok, now one in Portuguese. Yago, essa onda do 8,5, ela foi de um grau de dificuldade altíssimo. E você parece ter sempre muita facilidade de surfar essas ondas difíceis. Me passa a impressão que você está muito conectado com o seu equipamento, a mente, o técnico, o lugar, tudo. É isso mesmo?
Sim, a onda aqui de Itaúna é bem difícil, né? Mesmo as ondas boas, com qualidade, ela tem um balanço, ela meio que quer te derrubar o tempo inteiro, né? Então tem que estar muito focado, muito conectado, e eu sinto que eu estou conseguindo fazer isso e completar as manobras ali nas partes mais críticas das ondas.
É isso aí, congratulations. This is Yago Dora, a showman here in Saquarema, guys. Back to you.
That's exactly it. Thank you, Manu. Loving your energy always on the glass with Yago Dora. And Yago, like Manu mentioned, looking like a local out there. And I love that first question because you could watch that heat from afar and go, hey, Al got positioned for that first wave. Way to go. And then you hear from Yago, and he's like, yeah, forced him into it. That, you know, that's a huge story to tell in that heat.
Yeah, for sure. And he shows how competitive he is. He sometimes looks like he's kind of more laid back, but he's very competitive and it's playing on his way. Like he's doing well.
There's always those elements of the competitor of what they can force the other surfer to do. For Al, he's probably looking at Yago going, he's the guy to beat out here. He's finaled multiple times. He's won. If he wants this wave, I better get it.
Yep.
And then you fall for that and realize, oh, I took a wave with a shoulder, only gave me one section. That's just that awareness of a lineup and picking the right wave that Yago's got on lock at this event.
Yeah, that's the problem when you surf against champions, you know, like you're always with your back against the wall, like there's not a down moment. And those guys are also, just to mention, Joe, even if that wasn't that great of a wave maybe compared to the wave behind, you give any wave to Yago, he turns into the 7-point rider out here. So like, what do? You know, like you're gonna let your opponent start with the 7? No, I'll take that wave. And then, you know, that's just how it rolls.
Jesse, were you a competitor that would, you know, sit at the contest site, kind of identify the tides of like when your heat would be the following day and kind of get a rhythm of sets and what you might be looking for?
Yeah, sometimes if the condition, we always try to surf and practice it around the tide that you're probably most likely going to surf. So yeah, we try to get a session in the day before around that same time that you surfed the next day. But the condition, it's ocean, it changes so much. I almost like to joke nowadays like that. If I only knew like before, like if there's going to be waves before the event, you know, most likely there's not going to be waves during the event or vice versa if there's no waves. So it's very hard for the guys to train and actually, you know, put into work. So just got to adapt. It's always about adapting at the moment.
We mentioned sometimes maybe you can only break down wave selection in hindsight or, you know, once the heat's over and go, I should have done this or that. But sometimes you're like, no, the surfers actually know really well what to do. There was one event years ago, the Australian Open of Surfing, Jesse Mendez versus Julian Wilson. Coming down to the last exchange, beautiful set came through. Jesse with priority doesn't go. Everyone was going, what is he doing? He knew exactly what he was doing. Julian took the first, blitzed it. Jesse got the better wave behind it. And it was all said and done, won the final. As we look at Felipe Toledo, in motion on the left and just throws down a massive backside snap with power, precision, and with a radical tail slide. Really enjoyed that one maneuver section, Maida.
So did I. Very radical, the way he threw the tail. Just amazing. Just one turn there, but it was enough probably to get a good score.
I know goofies, you know, want more lefts on tour, but sometimes I think regular footers do. There's a good example of that, Jesse, right here.
No doubt. I think, you know, the aggressiveness that Felipe can bring to the table compared to Miguel, that's the point of difference, you know, like he's going to push that tail much harder. He's going to get more compact. And on the other side, obviously, Miggy's just going to be flawless. Everything's going to look perfect. But this is beautiful to see from Felipe right here. Gets up in vertical. You're going to see he's stomping on that back foot, but then transferring the weight to the front foot right there. Touches that front hand on the deck of the board. That just shows the commitment on the front foot to generate speed, getting out of that transitional maneuver. Not transitional, but getting into the transition and hoping he was going to actually find another opportunity to finish it off. But that's all she wrote for Felipe right there. But getting a decent score for a one single turn.
4.67 on one major for Toledo. Has himself in the lead at the moment as we focus on the comeback here. Remember last year Felipe made the announcement while we were at Sunset Beach that he was taking last year off to be with his family, but also prepare for the Olympic Games. And then coming back full-time this year, equal 9th at Pipe, equal 9th as well in Abu Dhabi, which was a bit uncomfortable. And then kind of move forward trying to find a kind of more of a flow, but it all clicked into gear for himself at Burley Heads on the Gold Coast. His trainer, manager, talking shop. Rafael doing a lot of that gymnastica type movement with jiu-jitsu practice. He invited me to come. I was a little swamped the other day. I don't want to hurt myself with their training. Yeah, he's a really great guy, really works hard with Felipe, and was screaming the loudest in his run to the podium on the Gold Coast. And I'm sure if you're a Grom and Pinga calls you, that's usually probably some exciting news, as he's identified you as a future talent. Toledo with some spray off the Sharp Eye. Kind of the team captain of Sharp Eye surfboards for a long time now. Working with Marcio Zuvi, making adjustments on surfboards, and the rest of the team benefits from all those collaborations. So another single maneuver option for Phil, and he's needing to improve on a 3.0 there as we take a look at this section, Maida.
Yeah, nice snap right there, throwing a lot of water, but unfortunately the wave just collapsed. Yeah, a good one. Let's see if he can throw away. Oh, actually he already did 3.5 right.
Yeah, so his turn before, a bit better, but a 3.5 on one move, Jesse.
I mean, it's not going to make any difference on this heat whatsoever, and I hope so. I hope it just doesn't go flat on us just because I mentioned that. But I think he's just on the borderline of reaching something close to excellence, because both of his turns, both of his the previous waves, he only had one turn and he got pretty decent scores. It's just a matter of time of him clicking into that second bottom turn and the wave slowing down just a middle of a second so he can get up in vertical once again, because the criticalness, the power, the excitement is always there for Felipe. It's just, you know, adjusting the wave and, yeah, getting a good rhythm.
Let's now check in with Strider in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, down here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, there's a few of them. There's one upstairs where everybody can watch the waves. There's the locker room, and then there's kind of a quiet room here. This is where they prepare for their heats. They come in here. They've got the steam rooms. They got backup boards. They got bikes. They got ice baths. They got wetsuit dryers. They got Red Bull coolers. But this is kind of a quiet zone right here before they go out into the madness. So they really can find a place to relax, kind of focus, do their stretching, get their warm-ups in, and then go out and do battle. So Red Bull really giving them a nice quiet zone before they go out into their heats.
Thank you so much, Waz. Yeah, it's really come a long way. I remember there was this battle with some of the big brands, you know, in surfing history of like creating a locker room space. And it was really good competition with the major surf industry brands at the time, where you know, they all of a sudden created lockers for the first time. Then they created more space. And then the lockers would be filled with gifts or a set of golf clubs or, you know, maybe a brand new iPad. It was really exciting to see, no, we can make it better. And now look where Red Bull's gone with it over the years. It is so cool that the athletes are treated like, you know, the top athletes in the world that they are. And you can get into a zone. You have chiropractors, medical staff, everything at your fingertips so you can perform and put on a show for us.
And you can see the importance of that, because you notice everyone that qualifies for the tour has an opportunity to show up for an event like Gabriel Klausner. Like, first thing they do, it's always go to the locker and see their name on it. And you know, like when you're a Grom, watching those guys having their own locker, it's like the ultimate prize that you can get for, you know, reaching that level. It's like your own little zone that you can, like, you know, have amongst the biggest names that you've watched it up your whole career.
And then you have people as well that are available to make plans on lay days. You know, like that's like in that Red Bull Athlete Zone, they still have people going, what do you need? What do you want to do tomorrow? And then you can make those plans accordingly. It's like the people that live here will pass those numbers on to the world's best and invite them to great restaurants. I talked to Crosby, and they went about an hour and a half away and had a beautiful lunch on a cliff that they were invited to, and really got to enjoy a lot more of Brazil. And I was curious to learn about Ubatuba a little bit, knowing that's where Felipe got his start riding waves. Maida, what's it like?
Oh, it's a lovely place. There's so many different beaches. You can like surf in many kind of conditions. I think there are like 80 beaches around, so it's pretty close where I live, São Sebastião, where is Maresias. So it's a lovely coast, part of the coast of Brazil, and here's Felipe.
Felipe late under the lip, but somehow stomps that first turn. Another section, working hard for this one. Another air-dropping maneuver that will make him change his surfboard. With two hard landings in the flats, he felt the buckle under his feet. He's going straight in for the board change. And a late decision. He wanted to see if Miguel wanted it. Took off incredibly late. It shows how fast he is. You know, normally he would have wanted to paddle in without worrying about who had priority. But since he had to be competitive about it. Just lunged in and still accomplished 2 big turns.
Yeah, and just the transitional, Joe, the transition in between that first turn and second one, he landed into the flats, stomped it, and it really didn't give him any speed. And he had to just manufacture that. And it looks like Yufu Penrose, team manager for Sharp Eye, just bringing his backup board right now. Where do you think he broke, first or second turn?
Maybe first turn.
First turn?
What about you?
They're very similar. That's why I asked you that question, you know? Like, it's hard to figure it out. Like, some of them you can really tell, like, oh, he probably broke it this time, but this one's very similar. But I would say first one as well.
Yeah, the way he reacted so quick that he needed something. It was almost like he felt it through the last turn.
He already knew it.
He needed the change. Surfing so hard on those 2 sections. Let's send it to Strider.
Thank you very much, Joe. Down here with the board. Looks like we got a little crease. What, does that just happen out of transition, those maneuvers?
Yes. Was like in the second one, I think it felt like increase. That's what's happened, yeah. It's a little buckle.
Okay, so second maneuver, we got a crease. He's going to go back. Does he have more backup boards up there?
Yes, it does.
Okay, let's get him. We'll let you go get that board.
I already have that.
Let's go. All right, well, they got more backups there. We got more action out in the water. Toledo's on his way around the corner. And we'll see if Miggy Poops can come back into this, slide into another wave. I'm sure he will. He's super smooth. Best style on tour, Miggy Poops.
Thanks, Strider. Yeah, great to hear from Yufu Penrose. He thought it was the second turn. Okay.
I think, go ahead, please.
Sorry, I would say the second one, but I didn't have the chance. But now it's so easy to say.
Yes. No, but I wonder if he actually, so I wonder if Felipe told him or he just kind of said it for himself, you know? Like, I think he was just said it to say, because it's a 50-50. It could really happen in both of those turns. But it felt like the reaction, it was just so quick after he already, I mean, I guess he had time to land that turn and do what he did right there.
Yeah, join the predictions online at WSL. First turn, second turn. When did this buckle happen? When Felipe comes in, we're going to clarify. I don't know. Yeah. Looking a little sticky right there.
What I think personally, as he landed that second turn, it took him a split second to react that he usually doesn't do it. And that's usually because something caught him out of surprise. So he probably landed, heard it, and then he went to. But maybe that's a question you should be asked later to him.
That's going to be fun. We definitely want to know, when did it happen? Toledo with a great quiver from Sharp Eye. And Yufu Penrose, he's just so dedicated to his job as a team manager. There's a blast there on the backup board. He get through a messy section. Another 2-turn combo. Felipe giving us a lot. He's not sitting still too long. He's a guy that doesn't seem to free surf as much as other competitors do. He's even had some crazy wins where he actually didn't surf at all based on how he's feeling physically. He's had some notorious back pain throughout his career. As we watch another 2-turn combination, Maida.
Yeah, he's been really active in this heat. And look, this wave doesn't look that great, but he could just pull two turns, very precise. He liked it. Let's see if he can throw away the 4.67.
He likes it. I mean, that transitional bottom turn from the first to the second turn, the amount of speed and acceleration he got to get up in vertical, it looks like that board is on point as well. Like, no problem whatsoever.
So waiting for the updated scores for last of Felipe Toledo. We'll let you know what he gets right after we get back from this break.
dúvidas, uma das marcas registradas de Saquarema é a igreja Nossa Senhora de Nazaré. E todo mundo vem aqui porque daqui você consegue ver Saquarema de cima. De um lado a praia da Vila e do outro a praia de Itaúna. Você consegue ver as ondas, os surfistas, os barquinhos.
As 18 badaladas que marcam a chegada das 18 horas.
Toda vez que eu venho para Saquarema, eu tenho essa tradição de sempre vir até a igreja para assistir o pôr do sol. Para mim é o lugar perfeito. Relaxar depois de um longo dia de surf e aproveitar que a vista é linda, contemplando a natureza e relaxando.
Great breakdown of Saquarema with Chloe Calmon, one of the best longboarders in the world. Has been competing for a world title for a long time. She knows all about the competitiveness of this big beach at Itaúna, and the fans know right well who they think's going to win. Thanks to Banco do Brazil, our fan pick showing that Felipe getting 91% of the votes. Miguel Pupo with 9%, but that just shows that you are surfing against the King of Rio, a guy that's won 4 times in his career. Those numbers do make sense.
Yeah, for sure. He won 4 times here in Brazil, 3 times at Saquarema. So the fans know how dangerous he is here in these conditions. But I mean, Miguel Pupo also, now he has the highest score of the heat, and he doesn't need much, like just 4.67. So everything can happen.
I actually personally, before Miggy just lost priority, because it seems like he sits in second priority right now when we went through the break, but I would much rather be in Miggy's position with priority and the highest score of the heat with 8 minutes and 30 seconds left. But he might have committed some sort of mistake, went for a closeout or something happened that now, I got to say, the ball is thrown to Felipe's court. Like, it seems like he's in a good spot.
Jesse, how do you think Miguel would handle those Banco do Brazil picks? Knowing that he's got 9%. Do you think he's going, yeah, it is Felipe, or he understands it and he's like, that's fine, and I'll go compete? Or would that get in his headspace in any sort of negative way before, as a competitor, and as you know Miguel?
I don't think it's going to play any factor into his mind. He knows, obviously, he's the underdog. Like, you can't deny his stats. You can't deny that the guy has 10-point rides just in this condition, in this venue itself, and 81% heat percentage winning. It's numbers that Miggy is aware of, but he just, to a side of things, it kind of almost takes pressure off of you because he's so dominant that you just like, yeah, I need to perform my best and do my best itself and forget about himself. Sorry, forget about the opponent.
Yeah, we look at all those 10s that he's had in Brazil. Obviously, Felipe is always inspired by the fans, by the intensity of a heat, a true competitor at heart, where I think we see the best surfing out of Felipe in a jersey. When he feels there's something on the line, like how comfortable he was in the Final 5 format when he was the #1 seed to close out his world titles, and first for Brazil to go back-to-back with those championships.
Yeah, for sure. This guy is a lion when you talk about like competitive surfing. I mean, he's like a rock. He doesn't feel pressured anyway. So Miggy also is this kind of guy, so he knows that he has to stick it to his plan. And normally Miggy is more selective. He waits for better waves. So I think he was just trying to do this. As Jesse said, probably he committed a mistake there, losing priority.
Looking interested is Felipe Toledo, paddling a bit harder with priority. 6:20 on the clock, and he's going to let it go. Pupo with a chance, pulling in deep on the first section. And right in the middle of that attempt to make the barrel, he ends up falling. But when you see a left at that size and Pupo's on it, he typically can go the distance. His first and only CT win in Tahiti in a tube shootout against Cowley Vost.
2 great calls there for Felipe. First, letting that wave go, and second, actually delaying Miguel to commit it. So he kind of kept an eye on it, made sure Miguel was behind him, and had to hold just those split seconds and split of a moment to delay himself a little bit too much. As Miguel tried to pump through that barrel, if he was 2 foot in front, he probably would have come out of that. So just a veteran move there for Felipe. Even against someone of Miguel that it's older in age than him and has been on tour just as long, or started off actually before Felipe Toledo on tour. Obviously went back and forth to the QS through the years, but yeah, just a veteran move there for Felipe.
As we focus in on the Natura Kayak recap of heat number 2 of the round of 16, winner goes on to take on Yago Dora in quarterfinal number 1. Always smooth, Miguel Pupo, after a little stumble on the takeoff, was able to still complete a few solid maneuvers to get a 6.0, Maida.
Yeah, it was a really nice wave, and this was Felipe responding strongly, managed the section right there.
Broke the board on the first or the second turn.
Yeah, we're still wondering. We're going to ask Felipe when he comes in. But his keepers have been on his last 2 rides. 5.6, 5.07 still has him out in front.
I mean, the amount of rail that he engages in acceleration he gets through those bottom turns, it's so impressive. And that's what gave him the scores and very mediocre waves, actually. Like that 5.07, the wave wasn't that good. He just manufactured a score just by over-talented surfer that he is.
Gabriel Medina's always said he has the hardest time competing against other Brazilians on tour. And sometimes you see that in other matchups with all Brazilians, especially in Brazil. Why would that be the case, Maya? Any theory on that?
Oh, I think because they know each other very well. Like, I mean, Miguel and Gabe, they grew up in Maresia, so probably they have been surfing together for their whole lives. So this is something that can be harder for you to figure out. You know that your opponent know your weaknesses. So
it's true. It's a good point. We were actually talking to Sally Fitzgibbons about that when she had a heat with Tyler. We're going, oh, you had that matchup early in your career, and Sal's like, no, it goes way before.
It goes way back.
Yeah,
it goes probably 10 years before that.
For sure.
And I think he nailed. That's exactly why. Like, they surfed against each other 1,000 times, and they beat each other 100 times each, and it's just how it goes.
You go, here we go again. Let's do this. So far, so good for Felipe. Miguel, though, hoping for a big jump in the last couple of events of the season to maybe have a shot to win his first world title, just outside the top 10. So he's got to be fairly perfect the last couple of events at the end of the season. Up and out is Miguel, 250 to go. Coming up next, we'll see Kanoa Igarashi look to continue his consistent season. World number 3 has the big goofy foot from San Clemente, Cole Hauschman. Fun little left for Miguel. Under priority, throws some water off the top. Nice fin release, lays back, a little off balance, but he will ride away. Enough time to climb the whitewater. But a little bit of disruption of flow in between turns. A little sticky on the second as he did pull it off, as he's chasing a 4.67, as he calls on the Red Bull ski. He's had a couple of big moments in Brazil, but still wants to win this event. Jesse, what'd you see here?
I mean, it's actually almost felt like he had a potential of a 4.67, but he had to push hard. There was not much lip for him to get that good board slide that he was hoping for, the nose peak even. And so he got stuck right there, and that just kind of wrote it off for me. I don't think he's going to get the score because of that. You can see he gets sticky right there and can't connect to the next turn. So, yeah, I think that he's going to need another wave.
Miguel Pupo's last score, 3.53. Here comes the King of Rio, big belt vertically, late on the float, and he steps off 90 seconds. Felipe hoping for the quarterfinal berth, looking for a second win of the season. But yeah, briefly we were talking about sometimes going through injuries where he really selective in his wave count. Looks like he's really free to catch a lot of waves right now, Maida.
Yeah, it's true, and I really like that first snap right there, but got a little late for that. Couldn't finish now, but now he opened the door for Miguel Pupo. Or, oh no, he got the priority back. So 1 minute left.
Yeah, Toledo able to control priority. That's super important for him to close out this heat, since Miguel is still only chasing a 4.67. All Brazilian battle, still with some time. And always fun when you get to surf in front of your family. Here comes Miguel, maybe on his last effort. These rights have been fairly full throughout this matchup, but a big turn there for Miguel. Great timing on both backhand hammers. Now he's coming through this inside, and he is celebrating, just creating a moment for himself under the priority of Felipe Toledo, chasing a 4.67 on a right that hasn't really had scoring potential throughout this heat. Miguel changes his positioning on the takeoff spot and drills a big speed carve into a backside snap in the pocket. He's still finishing that wave.
Are you kidding me? That was an emotional finish there for Miguel. Obviously, very important wave for him. And where was Felipe when that happened? I don't know if because he got that left, kind of put himself more towards the middle of the beach and he couldn't catch up in time for that A-frame. Miguel looked left and kind of regrouped and went right, which I was kind of shocked at the moment. Maybe Felipe was sitting on the other side, so he knew Felipe was going to drop in on him if he would have been left. And man, 4.67, that has to be right there.
What an incredible moment for Pupo, creating space in the lineup under priority and actually adapting and going right. The right's been really full, and then he just found the perfect place to throw down his turns, Jesse.
I mean, look at this, kind of like starts off very slow, but then gets to that inside section that's steep enough. Very critical turn right there. Gets very smart to like kind of go down the line and get a vertical once again. Gets a third one. And then right here, he already knows. He's like, oh, I'm on my way to the score. If he probably most likely got the score. And then he just wants to finish it up and keep it clean for the judges to not have any doubts in their heads. And personally thinking a 4.67, that should be, he got a lot of work done on the back. Let's see what the judges think.
There he is. He had even time to celebrate it a few times on that wave. And then he'll just tap it shut, dry docking. Last-ditch effort to turn the heat on the King of Rio. We'll slow this one down, Maida.
Oh my God, such an important wave for Miguel Pupo. And look what he did, like really engaging the rail and a lot of water coming out of it. The wave got really steep, which was really surprising because right in the beginning, it was kind of slow. Yeah, let's see what the judges think.
And then right there, so vertical, absolutely tagging his targets.
Yeah, it was very important after that second turn for him to kind of go flat a little bit so he makes sure he doesn't get too sticky and get too close to the lip. So he went around, generated speed, and got up in vertical. It's waiting. That moment is so nerve-wracking, Joe. It feels like it takes forever.
And you're wondering why. You're like, it felt good for me. Why isn't it obvious that I turned the heat? What are they thinking about right now? And they're comparing the best scores of the heat. The 6 from Miguel is still the high mark. Felipe, though, had the lead with a 5.6 and a 5.07. Well, Miguel's doesn't need to be that good. It only needs to be a 4.67. And still, no reaction from upstairs, and Miguel just catching his breath. Felipe is looking concerned, and judges are thinking about making a call. There is a look at the decision for Miguel Pupo, eliminating the favorite. 9% of you knew this outcome was going to happen on the Banco do Brasil fan picks. Pupo, the underdog, gets a spot in the quarters to take on Yago Dora. World champ de Souza the first to congratulate Miguel Pupo. Bruno, the filmer behind him, celebrating one of the best victories he's had this season at the buzzer, showing how clutch he can be, Maida.
Oh my God, yeah. What a bummer for Felipe Toledo. He might be thinking, oh my God, I was with priority. Yeah, but that's the way it is. Miggy, very patient and got it.
What a heat, what a show. The VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero, is continuing after this with the round of 16, heat number 3. Kanoa Igarashi taking on Cole Hausman. Miguel Pupo still celebrating a huge win. We'll bring in Cote to walk you through the action.
after an absolute thriller, an emotional victory for Miguel Tudela, or excuse me, for Miguel Pupo. I mean, wow. Shock and awe in Saquarema, and that is a beautiful sign of sportsmanship right there. What a heat. What a finish. Miguel Pupo advancing past event favorite Felipe Toledo, 10.83 for 10.67. Doesn't get any closer than that. Buzzer beater, whatever sports cliches you got, throw them out there right now. That was the heat of the day so far, but we got more. Kanoa Igarashi will be going up against Cole Hausman. The round of 16, Heat 3, as we roll on here in Saquarema. Chris Cote joined by Mitchell Salazar. Mitchell, feeling it. I mean, wow. That was a speechless ender right there for Miguel Pupo to come from behind, get a right out of nowhere. We hadn't seen any waves ridden in that area for hours, it felt like. Came through, clutch performance, gets the dub over Felipe Toledo.
Well, not just that, how much did it matter to him right there? I mean, the image spoke for itself, and really cool to see that at this point of the year, he's still in the race for the Final Five, especially heading into Fiji. He's won an event already at a left-hander. We saw that in Tahiti a few years ago. I'd personally love to see him right there, and it could potentially start right here at this event to get him on a roll, potentially qualifying for that.
And the savage part about the end of the year here is that could be the wall that blocks Felipe Toledo from the Final Five. But we'll see. We got a lot of surfing to come. And we've got an emotional victor. Miguel Pupo is on the glass now.
Yeah, Miguel. What an electric heat to watch, guys. Fully Brazilian heat. I just wonder, what are the emotions now after this buzzer beater?
A lot of emotions for sure. You know, Felipe is the guy to beat, and so much respect for the guy. And I knew it was going to be a tough heat. Got the first good wave, probably made a mistake when I caught a wave that was not good, and I thought it was done by then, and caught a bad wave, surfed it bad, and on the way back, I knew I had one more chance, and I probably wanted to go left, but the wave closed out, so I turned right into the channel, and the wave just popped up for me. I had two good hits, and after that, the wave kind of died, and I was just like, all right, I remember his 5 was 2 turns, and I did 2 pretty good turns too, and I was not needing the best wave of the heat, I was just needing a 4 or something, so I knew it could be it, but you never know, so I'm happy to get it.
Congratulations, now in português. Você consegue descrever cada segundo dessa direita que fez você virar? Como é que foi? O que estava passando pela sua cabeça?
Eu sabia que ia ser uma bateria difícil, né? O Felipe é um grande surfista, grande amigo meu, ama a família dele, todo mundo, e difícil, né? Porque quando cai um amigo com um amigo na água é sempre complicado. Eu tinha a melhor onda da bateria e ele tinha prioridade no final, então eu fiquei meio preso ali. Peguei uma onda que eu acho que era boa, mas eu surfei ela mal. E aí na volta eu queria pegar mais uma esquerda, só que a esquerda fechou, aí eu virei para a direita e chegou no canal, ela levantou bem, a onda ficou grande, eu consegui manobrar bem. Então eu sabia que podia ser o score e esperar aqui na areia acho que foi mais tenso e intenso. Esperar aqui e ver as notas caírem, mas eu fiquei muito feliz.
Parabéns, congratulations, good luck in the next one. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Haka. And wow, Miguel Pupo just annihilated a lot of fantasy surfing teams out there, but you can't help but cheer for him. Such a great ambassador for surfing and style, in and out of the water. And again, you got to applaud the sportsmanship there from Felipe Toledo going up to Miguel
100%.
after that win.
100%.
With the bro hug. That's a great moment in surfing right there.
Really close heat too, 10.83, 10.67. Could have gone either way. The judges felt that Miguel just did just enough to be able to advance into the quarters. He mentioned one thing though in Portuguese. I had the left, I blew it over there, and really the right, it forced me to go right because there wasn't a left on it. So surfed it well into the channel, had the 2-turn banger, and it was just up to the 5 people upstairs to be able to give out their score, and they did, fortunately for him. He's on to the quarters.
And fading right in that situation could have been the best decision he's made all season long.
Well, it's worked out.
It's wild to think that just that one little decision could be an ultimate difference maker for the rest of his season. 2 events left, J-Bay, Tahiti. Forget about Miguel Pupo. He's climbing the ranks quickly.
And that's your point about Felipe. He's been so dominant here. He's been so dominant at J-Bay. He was probably making a push to qualify for the Lexus WSL Finals. And now these two guys out there right now, Haushi coming off of an excellent result at home, and Kanoa Igarashi has just had a spectacular year, extremely consistent, multiple finals so far this season, coming off of the final at Lowers, the other one at Bells Beach, and I am just super impressed with the evolution that he's had throughout his career. Great matchup here in the round of 16.
He has been so close to victory throughout this season. And everybody's saying we're seeing a new and improved Kanoa Igarashi throughout 2025. And the results are telling. There's just one more step for Kanoa. And for Cole Hauschman, a bit of a roller coaster of a season, but you said it, that big result at Lowers, being home, recharge, grab a bunch of different boards, you know, get that family and friend support. That could be a momentum push for Cole Hauschman. And both these surfers, I feel like they're on. They're carrying momentum from California. So the next 25 minutes and 57 seconds should and could be glorious.
Yeah, and just consider the results that they've already had in the event. Kanoa had to surf earlier this morning in the elimination round in overlapping heat formats, beat Alejo Muniz. Cole Hauschman was losing the entirety of his opening round heat the other day. Somehow comes back, drops an 8, backs it up real quick afterwards, and, you know, very difficult conditions on the first day. And right now, you're looking at these lefts, and you all saw what Cole Hauschman did at home at Lowers on the Lowers left. Like, guy's definitely one of those favorites out here with these conditions. And then with Igarashi, get on the backhand, get on the forehand. I'd be thinking right here with priority, 10 minutes gone by, you're probably looking for something to really get things going.
Quiet start. Only one wave written each. It's a .43 and a .67. You need to channel Anthrax and Public Enemy. And hopefully the ocean will bring the noise. Because the excitement that we felt, the end of that last heat, send a kind of a reverberation through this crowd. It's pretty quiet on the beach right now. Everyone, you know, reacting and unpacking that last series of events in their own way. And don't get it twisted. I mean, on the stand here, tons of Miguel Pupo fans. But as we saw in the Banco do Brazil fan picks, what was it, 94% leaning on that Felipe Toledo pick? Well, there are some happy fans in this crowd. There are some sad fans in this crowd. But when you've got friendly fire with two Brazilians in the water, whichever one wins, basically they gather up a whole group, a whole gang of new fans.
You would hope so, at least.
There's a lot of bandwagon jumping here, and that's fine.
Kanoa's best result here in Rio, 5th in 2019. And yeah, for good reason. I mean, you come up against that friendly fire kind of camaraderie, but in the end, somebody's got to win, right, Chris? And that's what competition's about. It excels, it pushes people to be their best versions of each other. And if you look at this year, especially the top 5, how many of them were in the elimination round? How many of the top 10 were in the elimination round at this event? Ethan Ewan's coming up. Jack Robinson was in that round earlier today too. Kanoa. And of course, can't talk about number 1 and 2. Jordy Smith and Yago Dora were also in that round. So I think this event in particular, pressure, the environment, how crowded it can get, everything mounts on top of each other. And if you're not prepared for a moment like this, dude, really, I mean, this is the one event that I look at on the calendar. If you're in a good position to qualify for the finals, you need to be doing well here.
Yeah, this can really
make or break everything.
Set everything up for the end of your season. 23 minutes to go here. Nothing happening yet. Gives us a chance to talk about our Vissla Shaper rankings. That's right, the 2025 Vissla CT Shaper rankings are pretty much... Are we putting them in the refrigerator yet?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So you're good at math. So, you know, this is where we basically tabulate the big finishes for the top shapers, surfers on the championship tour, and Lost has put everybody else in combo. Not Violas, Lost surfboards, 225,775 points. That is an incredible number.
Yeah, and I mean, basically 100,000 points above Sharp Irene. They've also had a good season, DHT, finally showcasing their talent. Challenge up and down results, especially with the injury to Baron Mamiya. Hopefully he is able to improve and cement a spot in the top 10 in the last 2 events. And Jason Stevenson, he's got more surfers on tour right now. Marco Mignot, Kanoe Igarashi making the switch over to JS Indices as well. It's the first time ever in the 3 years that we've had the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings that they are in the top 5, Chris.
Yeah, JS with room to go with Miguel Pupo moving through as well.
That as well. Great point. It's very balanced now. The only issue is that Lost has such a big team and all of them do so well. That's why they're currently in the lead for the 3rd year in a row.
It was a Lost sweep. Trestles.
That too. Probably doesn't hurt that you have both champions on the men's and women's side. The one thing I will say, I said it on the lineup with Dave, and I said at the previous event at Lowers, they still need a men's world champion. They haven't had a men's world champion yet.
Okay.
But you call your GOAT.
Make room on the trophy case. 21:19 to go. Things are getting odd. 1 wave each. Maybe we're just waiting for the tide to just start filling in a little bit more.
It's shifting now.
There's playing a little cat and mouse out there, but I haven't seen much opportunity come through. Of course, it's a big bank, and things change, by the hour, by the heat, really.
It is, but it's a pretty determined peak out there. Like, once you see it from the open playing field, like, you kind of know where to sit the entire time. It's either just on one side or the other. But I feel like the most southern bank really isn't doing its thing the way we were expecting it to today. It's predominantly the one left, and then the right going in the channel.
And in case of emergency, go right. Like Miguel Pupo
Why not?
did.
It worked.
All right, looks like something of substance coming through here. Igarashi does have priority. These guys are way spread apart. Wave could be forming up down by where Cole Hausman is. Sneaks up under him, does not give him any opportunity to slide into that one. 20 minutes, 12 seconds left. No restarts because both these surfers have stood up once. Blasting through heats today started their overlapping format of 40-minute heats. Provided tons of excitement, thrilling finishes there. And now we go more into the standard, slow burn in this heat. We know big things will happen because these two surfers have been on it throughout this season.
If there's one thing that's admirable about Cole Hausman's style, he doesn't need much of a section really to throw a lot of spray either. We're talking about one of the biggest guys on tour, a lot of power. His timing and precision is picture perfect. And then you have really the Japanese blade over here, Kanoe Igarashi. I'd like to call him the Ronin, the samurai without a master, and he's truly done exceptional things so far in 2025. And finally, he's qualified for the Lexus WSL Finals before 2022 at Lowers. I feel like this year Fiji, after already having surfed there once at the CT level, going to do very well.
Inside of 20 minutes now, Kanoe Igarashi could be identifying a peak. Didn't like it. Gives it over to Cole Hausman, who has to stroke hard into this one. Takes off and goes nowhere. The wave clamping down, closing out. So that leaves Igarashi out the back, still in priority. And while these surfers reset themselves in the lineup, there is so much going on the beach here. I'd say from wherever you are in the world, plan your vacation around the VIVO Rio Pro. Don't take my word for it. Take Manu's word for it.
Hello guys, I'm here at the Banco do Brasil zip line because you guys know I like some adventure, and look at that view I'm gonna see right now. Itaúna is amazing, and well, Banco do Brasil has an amazing space here. They also have a rock climbing wall. If you like adventure, here's the place. And if you want to enjoy the beach, you can come by and get some umbrellas, beach chairs, and just watch action in the water. Well, talking about action, let's go do this. Well, bye-bye.
Okay, we know what we're doing later on this afternoon.
Yeah, sign me up. Manu with the zip line action. And while she was zipping down that line, Kanoe Igarashi struck to see what he did on that wave. He's going to make his way. Well, we'll see if he opts for the Red Bull ski. He could just be piling right back out. Yeah, he does. 17 minutes left. Now he makes the decision. He's kind of stuck in the middle. Here's a look back. This is the replay of Kano Igarashi.
Yeah, 17 minutes on the clock and was waiting with priority for a long time. Great snap into the lip and just won, but should be consequential. And given the scores that we've had in this heat so far, should be no doubt the best of the heat. Then, oh, how's she barrel? Close.
Tried to get out the doggy door and got bit.
Wow, and offshore so strong that he even has to like kind of get some water off of his face right there at the beginning. Great fade into the barrel right there too. And how's that nice shot? Oh, just beautiful conditions today. As you can see right here though, tries to exit through the doggy door, and Chandelier said something way different, Chris. Good amount of power out there this morning still too.
Yeah, do not exit through the gift shop. Cole Hauschman though makes his way back to the lineup. We'll see who gets the priority edge here. Kano Igarashi is on the Red Bull ski. Being whipped around to the takeoff zone. Scores come in for Igarashi. 5-point ride. So many fives today.
Yeah, mid-range scores. Closeouts, you have some to go into the channel, become duds. In the end, though, don't matter how you make it, Chris, as long as you're still advancing.
Very true.
Especially for guys that are in the top 5 like him.
Cole Hauschman gets a 1.17. Probably got a really cool vision.
Oh, yeah.
But visions only count in the eye of the beholder. Have to make that tube if you want to get rewarded, like we saw earlier. Yago Dora.
It'll make for a great photo, though, I can tell you that. Just the lighting, everything, pulling into it.
You can't post it if you didn't make it.
No?
No. Sorry.
Not even obrigado, Rio? Just be like, hey, like, yeah.
If you admit you didn't make it, you can post it.
Oh, okay.
It's story.
Just a sequence?
Not a hard post.
All right.
Story. So 15 minutes, 14 seconds go. Both surfers making their way to the takeoff zone. Hauschman gets priority. Kano Igarashi will meet him, and we'll see what happens next. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back. Round of 16 continues here at the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Cero. Speed, power, pressure, J-Bay. Loved it. That got me fired up. I can't wait. The penultimate event on the 2025 WSL Championship Tour. Jeffreys Bay in South Africa, one of the marquee waves in the world. Always exciting when you get to watch elite level surfing at J-Bay.
Probably the best wave in the world. I mean, when you look at it just from a ripper standpoint, especially when you include the barrel. And Kanoa, you got your West, Chris, going right.
Yeah, well, this is not J-Bay. This is a pancake of a wave, but sometimes these pancakes turns into a feast. And here we go. Igarashi sees a ramp, blows the tail out, gets blown up. A no-go from the jump. But you gotta applaud that effort for Igarashi, just trying to switch things up, trying to find a way to break through that mid-range curse that's been hitting these surfers all day long. Accidental floater, but still pretty cool. He's making his way to the Red Bull ski takeoff zone. So with 11:45 to go, Mitchell, I think that there's an underlying rivalry here. There's been a low-key murmur about these two surfers that started at lower trestles. Talking about the hang up the phone claim.
You like the claim battles,
don't you? It wasn't talked about very much because there was so much happening on that day. But both these surfers, I don't know who did I think Cole did the claim first. So did Kanoa take the claim and throw it back at him? I mean, the numbers here are with Kanoa Igarashi scoring totals for 2025, 397.29. That's a big number.
So that's coming into this event right here. How impressive is that stat? Jordy Smith leading the rankings. Italo was in the lead for the majority of the year. Ethan, we all know how great he is and how many excellent scores he posts. But look at Yago Dora at number 5 at the moment. So when you consider Kanoa Igarashi's career, nearly a decade on the championship tour right now, close to 400 aggregate points coming into this event. Dude, especially over at lower trestles, the guy had one of, to me, his best performances ever in a jersey. But yes, I think there is a little bit of North Orange County v. South Orange County thing going on.
San Clemente versus Huntington Beach?
Yep, yep. It's been kind of a rivalry for Get 'em Out, and especially now with West Coast Board Riders, been happening a lot more lately.
Friendly rivalry, I'm sure.
No, for sure, but you know that Brett Simpson wants to beat Mike Lostness. You know that Cole wants to beat Kanoa. Vice versa.
It's been going on for a long time, too.
50 years, if not even more than that.
10 minutes to go here. Who's going to hang up the phone? Who's going to slam the receiver down? And I'm not sure either one of these surfers is old enough to have actually slammed a receiver. Maybe slammed their cell phone on a desk. But
Cole definitely is, and he was born in the 2000s, so I seriously doubt that. Kanoa's late 90s, so might have been.
Maybe.
Maybe.
You never suffered being on the phone in the kitchen, talking sweet nothings and having your mom click on the other line?
You're talking about like the 80s
That's some
right
old
there.
head
Yeah.
stuff right there.
I don't know if
Some
I get
people watching and listening know what I'm talking about. Others are like, what is a
Watch Stranger
phone?
Things and look at the way they act with the phones right there, and that'll tell you, like,
There
it'll
used to
paint
be
the whole
a
picture.
curly cord attached to your phone. Anyway, 9:26 to go. Results this year for finishes. 5th place at Abu Dhabi. 2nd place at Bells. A 3rd on the Gold Coast. A 2nd at Lexus, Trestles, Pro. All these numbers are great. There's just one more number he needs.
Uno.
Number 1.
Yeah. But in his defense, the 17th El Salvador, he lost with the priority interference right at the end. He was leading the vast majority of that heat against Crosby.
Will this be the wave? I don't know. That wave kind of got weird on him.
Oh, you like the fade, though. Heading right now.
Okay. This could be something right here. You just mentioned Stranger Things. Well, Stranger Things have happened. Sometimes these reforms can get pretty perky on the inside, but it's going to be a no-go for the rest of that one for Igarashi. Hausman maybe did something on the outside. Now we're waiting for scores. That was strange what happened to that wave when Igarashi hit it. I don't think he did anything wrong.
No, and creative, a good adjustment right there, subtle. But in the end, it worked out for him. Wasn't able to really get too much on the inside, but still the one banger on the outside on the left. And now Haushi right here, Banco do Brasil replay. Beautiful carve on the open face into the lip for the second one. And a great finish, too, with the layback. That should score extremely well, Chris. And to me, the best score of the heat so far by Cole. And then I know it's just one, gets a little hung up right here. This is a really difficult section, though. One side's coming at you, the other one's trying to push you against it, and, you know, made a nice adjustment here on the inside to be able to get the reform right. Unfortunately for him, not a whole lot happened on the inside, and it's just really going to be the one impactful turn, so.
Well, he got something, 3.5.
Yep.
But now all eyes are on the score line of Cole Hausman.
Look at how deep that bottom turn is, though. And once he gets to the lip line right here, see how that momentum's just pushing him forward and the other side's coming at him the entire time?
How did he make that?
Nearly lost the fins, and great recovery. I know it's just a 3.5, but for most people worldwide, they're going to take that every day, and especially on Sunday. But 7.33 for Hauschy is what he requires. I feel like if you don't get it, it's going to be very close right here, Chris.
I mean, that was straight up powerhouse surfing by Cole Hauschman, doing everything the judges are asking for today. And they're taking some time with that number.
Everything looks good at the moment for Cole.
Sometimes it takes a little time when the numbers are looking this good. And here we go. Boom, Cole Hauschman, an 8.67. Power reigns supreme. Cole gets the lead. Igarashi now has to fight back and get himself like 4.87. Waiting for priority.
I know, I've kind of been waiting for the P as well, and to me it felt like Red was way out there before, and don't know who rode the last wave. Usually if it's close, it goes to the first person who rode in that exchange.
There you go, Kano Igarashi gets priority.
I was waiting for that. It seemed like they took a good amount of time.
Such a big playing field. Our priority judges are watching every subtlety in this lineup. So far, it's been so clean here. Judges have been on fire.
Couple of nines.
Crowds with us. They're cheering right now for Cole Hauschman as he has dropped one of the highest, if not the highest, single wave score of the day. And here we go again. Cole blowing the tail out, but it's a little overcooked there. He goes over.
Still an intelligent move, though, when you consider that his backup is just a 1.17. You get a 2 or a 3 at the moment, makes a big difference. Now Kanoa's going to need a 6 if that happens. So 5 minutes 30, Igarashi right here under pressure with priority. Really, though, less than a 5 is nothing for him. He needs to get going on the left, though. It seems like he's really struggled just a bit with his timing.
Let's take a look at this 8.67 power.
Oh, and I mean, to take that angle on the carve, especially coming out of it, maintain that same drive and speed down the line, and combine it the way he did. Timing was perfect on all 3 of them. Great work by Hauschy right there. But you talk about power v power. Saw it right here on display in Sacktown.
Looked like he really unleashed through some frustration as he had basically no scores of note on his first 4 waves, and this one, his 4th wave ridden, and he annihilated it.
Yeah, and that's actually a prototype that Matt, Gian, and him have been working on. I don't think they've released this model yet, but so far, working pretty good. And just under 5 minutes, he's in the lead, but not by a whole lot.
I'd like to see one of these guys hang up the phone again. Make it once and for all.
Or maybe do something creative. We're in Brazil. Is there an acai claim? Is there a picanha claim?
I like a low-key rivalry developing here. We'll see, though. This has been a wild day of ups and downs, of twists and turns, just how we like it.
As long as it's friendly, though, right?
I mean, sports, bro.
You want to go back to, like, the Trans World days, don't you? Like,
sure. I mean, at the end of the day, yes, friendly, but in the water?
Right. You want to see some
Get
people
chippy.
pushing and shoving a little bit? As long as there's no unsportsmanlike conduct,
Agreed.
I'm okay with
Elbows
it.
out, rub some paint, go to the beach, slap high fives.
Yeah. Everything's left in the water. Simple as that.
3:45 to go. Hauschman in the lead, but that number, that 1.17, is pretty scary right now as we see the kayak recap. Igarashi starting strong with a 5 and a 3.5, but Cole Hauschman answered back in a big way.
Yeah, 8.67, one of the highest scores of the day so far. Just beautiful variation of maneuvers, the carve into the lip line snap right there. And we talk about selection of maneuvers on the wave too. Just precise accuracy from Hauschman so far on that one. But 3 minutes to go, does not have a backup at the moment. And Kanoa only needing a 4.85.
The man just performed surgery with a sledgehammer. I've said it before, I'll say it again. We're talking about Cole Hauschman. I mean, he is precise as he is powerful. The final turn, just a little bit of air under his fins.
Yep, slightly.
Reconnected, made it look easy.
Look at that.
There you
Actually
go.
matched the top score of the event.
We've got a tie, folks. Yago Dora versus Cole Hauschman right now, the event's top scorers.
Not surprised that Yago's statistically leading this, though, and he has 2 of the top 4.
Yeah. Hopefully that will change, too. Love to see a 9 or a 10 go down.
Out.
We'd love to give a Yeti out.
It's been difficult this year, though. I mean, especially considering how good the wave's been at the majority of the stops. to get anything above a 9, nearly impossible, and we are talking about the very best surfers in the world.
Best surfers, best waves. Simple equation.
I saw you drop a 9 the other day in the water, though, with the chop hop.
On a scale of 100. 2:10 to go. How is Hausman going to find something to replace that 1.17? He's in second priority now, and we are officially in the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning.
What wave does Kanoa choose as well if there's a 2 or 3 wave set? You risk going on the first one already, knowing that Haushi doesn't have a backup, only looking to improve on the 117? Because if you're Cole, you really got to be looking at anything and just try to go and improve on that. Like that wave right there, you're in position for it, get a 2 or 3, might as well go.
A minute 30. It's getting kind of hectic.
I know. These close ones, low scoring affairs, like tend to be the most difficult ones to really complete.
Looking at that outside buoy, it's kind of hard to tell if anything of consequence is going to roll through with a minute 10. Oh man.
I spoke to Griffin earlier and he said that not necessarily a ton of rip and current, but it's just really hard to locate where you're at in the lineup. Ton of markers on the beach, but doesn't necessarily guarantee that the peak's going to break there the entire time. Also swell on the decline, so.
I mean, can you imagine what it's going to feel like for Cole Hausman to get through
with the 1 as a backup?
Carrying a 1.17. Again, all these scores crumpled up and thrown away. A win is a win. Doesn't have to be a bright, shiny, clean win. It could be a dirty win. Like we might see right here. The 867 was incredible. I mean, that's a worthy one wave winning heat. Because that was probably the best surfed wave we've seen of the day. 10 seconds left.
Wow, these guys just never really had too many chances though, did they?
Help me, Rhonda. Rest in peace, Brian Wilson. What a finish. Started with a bang. Kanoa Igarashi. And ends with an absolute explosion by Cole Hausman. Gets through that heat with a near excellent wave and the most meaningful 1.17 he's had all year long. So at the end of it, it's Cole Hausman from San Clemente hanging up the phone on Kanoa Igarashi. He gets through. Man, a chess game turned into a boxing match. All right, we're going to flip things over to the next seat. It's going to be Jack Robinson going up against Jake Marshall. You're watching the VIVO Rio Pro. Don't go anywhere. More drama, more flair, more excitement. We'll be right back.
Always heard about this kid from WA named Jack Robinson, and at the time I think he was 11 years of age, and I remember surfing that afternoon and it was almost pitch black, and this kid came screaming past me and did the biggest backside air reverse over my head And I just went, holy okay, that must be him.
A lot of great stuff for you out there to watch while the comp is not on, as told by his one series. Check it out, featuring Jack Robinson, your current world number 6, at the doorstep of cracking into the final 5. But Jake Marshall chewed and gnawed his way through a tough elimination round heat to get to this battle with Jack.
Cool shot right there with the board, too.
It's art. We're in the business of artistic entertainment, Mitch. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. 31:37 to go. We do have a wave ridden, so we're not going to see a restart. Jack Robinson with the .43 got the ball rolling here.
All right. Lot Trolls, you're leading. Congratulations so far.
Oh, in fantasy?
Kid, you also just mentioned Encinitas Board Riders winning national title, too.
Well, everybody knows that. Jake Marshall representing Team Encinitas right now. I bet there's some really cool parking lot culture in Western Australia.
No doubt.
I mean, there's got to be some banter going down.
Overlooking some of the coolest spots on the planet, too.
Oh, yeah. So, lot troll for lot troll, that would be another fun matchup. The best parking lots in West Oz versus the best parking lots in San Diego. We could have just came up with a new series. Here we go, 30 minutes, 45, and Jack Robinson's going to fade to the right. Quick foam climb there.
You know, his haircut is a really nice fade, too. Got it over the last few ladies that we've had.
Is that a local fade?
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's basically a local boy now, too. Wife from here. Speaks the language. Batata dulce moleque.
Best results so far?
Couple decent ones, yeah.
Is it ninth a keeper here in the post-cut landscape?
At this point, no. At this point, no. Good point you brought up right there. You have 3 events, have to be quarters or better. Really, for him, maybe semis are better, Chris. He's outside of the top 5.
Well, the top 5 picture is going to come into a little bit more of a clear situation by the end of the day today. So far, everybody's sitting in that top 5, doing all right. You know, Baron Mamiya coming through with the injury, so that's a tough one. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but we know Baron and the next 2 events are going to really just speak right to his strength, and he's only going to come back stronger. So don't worry about Baron Mamiya just yet. We've got J-Bay and Tahiti coming up. 2 waves that we know he's going to rip.
And waves of consequence, too, when they're big. And especially, the same thing, Lexus WSL Finals over there at Cloudbreaker restaurants. If it's pumping and it's mainly barrels, you don't really have to turn that much. Less fatigue, less demand on your body. So for a lot of these guys, potentially be way better that way.
So we got 29 minutes to go. Doesn't look like any of these sets are going to materialize. That gives us a chance to catch up with the powerhouse on the glass now with Raquel.
That's right, Cole. Congratulations. You were telling me off camera that you just aged 10 years in this heat. Was that stress?
Yeah, I fought tooth and nail for that win right there. It wasn't pretty, but it worked out. I was falling in the beginning, and then it went flat, and then I got the 8, and I was like, okay, I got to get a backup, and I could not get a 2 to better my 1 to save my life, and I was just like, oh my gosh, am I gonna lose if he gets the score and I have a 1 backup? So I was just freaking out, but you know, it all worked out in my favor, and it was meant to be, and yeah, stoked.
And now you already had 2 excellent scores in the event. How are you feeling about heading into the quarters?
Yeah, it's been good. It's been really fun. You know, it feels like our last heat was like a year ago because we've been on hold for so long. But yeah, I'm just taking it heat by heat and making sure I have fun and enjoy the moment. You know, so just having fun and yeah, day by day.
Enjoy the moment, then. Congratulations. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Raquel. Congrats. Cole Hauschman, he's on his way to a keeper result. That was a huge heat. for Cole Hauschman for the rest of his season.
Ooh, look at this, Chris.
All right, here we go. Jake Marshall, representing Encinitas, California, bashes that one. But
Let's
Mitchell
go.
starts growling, you know something big just happened.
Yeah, just one and done, but a banger right there, Chris. Great bottom, turn top, turn combo. Perfect timing by Marshall.
The bear is out of the cave. Salazar growl. Usually equates to something above a 5.
Well, and let's be real, with how slow that previous heat was and how slow the first 7.5 minutes of this one have been, they need to start rewarding these single maneuvers a lot more. Because if we're seeing less quality waves, you want to bring the scale up knowing that there's probably less potential for an excellent score. How was that, though? Timing, precision, and of course, I really like the extra little tail slide he released right there towards the tail end of that wave. Once again, though, deep bottom turn, Seaside 101 surfing right here, Chris.
I was going to say, bro, looks like he's surfing A-grade Georges just next door to Seaside. This closed out left. Annihilated. Could you do a better turn on that section?
That extra drift right at the end just, I mean, paints the picture of where he's grown up in his life and in his career and how successful going left has been for him throughout his entire amateur and pro ranks. 26:30 right here. Expect a big number for just one turn, Chris.
That was exciting. And that's what we needed. So here comes the score for Jake Marshall. Just above a mid-ranger, a 5.67, so the Salazar growl was warranted. We're creeping up towards that excellent range. Now, Cole Hauschman, the deceiving 9.84 total, came through that heat with his backup as a 1.17. Where Igarashi had, what, a 5 and a 4?
Mm-hmm.
So two polar opposite heats. But
One that you
similar
had
scores right now in this one. Jake Marshall, 5.67. Jack Robinson, his high mark, just a 1.
Regulars, goofies look for different waves, too. I mean, Canoa probably surfs the wave that Cole got differently. And you see right here, Jake Marshall, his bottom turn approach, top turn approach is so much more different than what we're even probably going to see from Jack Robinson, too. I mean, his drift on the tail is really precise, but I just really like the aggressiveness from the get-go. It's the first wave. It's been a slow couple of heats right now. You know, there's probably going to be less opportunities out there on the map as well. And you risk it like that on the very first wave. To me, that's why I want these one-turn waves to be rewarded a little higher. It's just getting slower. We know the swell's on decline. Hopefully we get to see that a lot more.
Adaptability. It's in the score line. So 25 to go here. Jake Marshall and Jack Robinson have tussled here in 2025. And at the moment, Jake with 0, Jack with 3 wins, but
pretty
their,
even.
Yeah, their wave scores and max heat scores pretty much even there. These guys did meet up in one of the heats of the event, the 2025 Bells Beach quarterfinals. That heat was amazing. So right now you'd think, okay, Jake Marshall, he's got to lean in on the revenge theory and get that 1 next to that 3. Jack Robinson could feel like he's got Jake's number.
Yeah, at the moment he does. I mean, 3-0. You're feeling pretty stoked about that, confident. But look at the max wave scores, nearly identical. But the one thing I will say, Jack Robinson eventually won the event over there at Bell. So ball is in his court at the moment, Chris.
And you look at that average heat score, 13.92 versus 9.52. We'll see if history gets rewritten right now with 24 minutes to go. Jake Marshall's in the lead. The 5.67. Robbo looking at something. He's going to fade left. Comes off the bottom. Vicious backside whip. Gets another. That right there was 2 stingers from Jack Robinson. And that's the thing with when you're going up against Jack Robinson, I mean, you got to have to surf right up against him all the way to the last second.
Yeah.
He's flipped so many heats just when you think he's out. I mean, there's so much time left in this one, so that's not the story yet. And we think that this right here is going to be the equalizer wave. This was so well surfed.
Great looking wave too, and just from the get-go, a lot of intensity, good amount of speed. And as you said, what Jack brings to the table is energy. And that's why his model is called the Synergy from Sharp Eye Surfboards. But I really like the intensity within those first few turns on this wave. More of a down-the-line turn on the first one, but still good amount of power. You can just see the water heat displays. But sharpens this one just a bit more, takes a creative angle coming down the line and making sure that his nose is pointing more towards the beach rather than down the line still. Good intensity right there. So great response to Jake Marshall's 5.67.
I mean, so much precision with both of those turns. Right in the most impactful points of that wave as well. So really just from beginning to end, clean lines, adds a little bit of flair, throwing his tail out on both of his turns.
And two big things to really look at for Jack Robinson this year. First of all, coming off of a great result over at Lowers, semis over there. He's made major improvements in performance in small wave surfing. He had never made a heat up until this year at really a wave pool system. Made it to the semifinals over there in Abu Dhabi, Chris.
He's complete package. Score comes through for Jack Robinson. It's a 6-point ride, so that'll put him in the lead. Jake Marshall now needs a 1:34, 21 minutes, 58 seconds left. Jake out the back with priority. Pretty clean across the board there.
Well, that's really tight scoreline right there.
A lot of similar looking waves too, so I think the judges have been doing really well in keeping, all these waves along that similar score line.
Just
hard
gotta
to
look
decipher, right?
points of difference, yeah.
Backside turn is a backside turn is a backside turn, but I think they've been doing a great job of deciphering the subtleties.
I will say it's less difficult in this round where we're not overlapping. You have more time to really look at the replay and analyze certain things, but overlapping heats, you got to be quick. And I know those heats are, typically longer. 40 minutes still, it goes by very quick. There's more people riding waves, and especially at a beach break like this, you got to get to work quickly. And same thing applies to the surfers. Like, you wait around too long thinking that you have the extra 10 minutes, might not go your way, but right here, really tight battle so far. 6 points, 5.67 for Jake. And, if there's one thing I always like to highlight about Jake Marshall, first of all, he's had one of the most successful amateur careers coming out of the U.S. But last year, he only lost it before the round of 16 once or twice, Chris. How many times in the history of the sport can you really say that most people either get ninths or better results than that? Pretty incredible when you think about it.
Well, he's going to have to sit and watch now as Jack Robinson now finds another left. Quick snap to start. That one kind of got weird.
Good adjustment, though.
He did right out. Things got a little rowdy and reckless. As we see now, Jake Marshall. See if this one's a little cleaner than what the last wave from Robbo was. Great snap there.
Oh.
Ooh, yeah, blow the tail, rides out clean. That was worthy of a finger snap from
Dude.
Jake Marshall. That second turn was lethal.
His timing's on point today, Chris. And he's had to surf twice already. Beat Connor O'Leary in the elimination round, and right here, passing this test with flying colors. He knows that he's down 3-0 to Jack Robbo. First turn's very difficult, too. I mean, he goes up into the lip, manages the backwash well, but he comes straight down on the lip, out of it. And that second turn is just picture perfect. Blows the tail, controls it well coming out of it. And I really like that board under Jake's feet at the moment.
Yeah, it looks perfect. I mean, it's bending to his will.
Wow. As critical as a turn could potentially get right there. I mean, the lip's starting to come down on you. You go up, you puncture it. And then this second one, he just readjusts so well. He knows that there's a lot more froth on the face. Blows the tail rather than trying to snap it under the lip. So pushes just a bit harder. And that is difficult, Chris.
You see the back leg kicked straight out,
Man.
karate style.
I like the use of the round tail here, too. Just a bit more control than the squash. Great stuff by Jake.
To me, that whole wave exemplified the power and progression thing that the judges are trying to look for.
Good point. And then Jack right here, 4.5. Adjusted well. I mean, given how the wave was, it was difficult to surf.
I mean, 4.5 on a wave like this that's a pretty...
And it's a
That's
keeper.
a reward for sure.
By today's standards.
Not easy to surf. That first turn just perfectly placed. This is where things started to get a little bit weird, but kept it clean.
Nearly lost it on the second bottom turn, too, so good readjustment right there by Jack.
Earned every bit of that 4.5.
100%, but Jake's only needing a 4.84 at the moment, and I feel like that is going to be way more than he needs.
Agreed. We still got plenty of time left with 18 minutes to go. The score comes through for Jake Marshall, 7-3-3. That puts Jack Robinson in need of a 7-0-1. Great call by the judges. That was the most progressive maneuver we've seen. One of the coolest turns, kicking that tail out. You pair that with the opening snap, which was just pure precision and power. Well earned 7.33 by Jake Marshall.
I like
now
to
he's in
think
the lead.
Of this, he kind of like scalpel versus a machete. Like just so rugged. It comes from the West where things are so much different to city life. And you look at Jake and, you know, you're from the same area, you come from Southern California, you're dealing with crowds, you know how to navigate crowds and get certain waves on certain days. And just feels like when it comes to these lefts and his style, suits him perfectly.
No doubt. 17 minutes, 15 seconds left. We're going to wait for the next set to roll through. While we wait, let's find the one and only Jesse Mendez.
What's up, crew? I mean, as much as I'm here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and I'm kind of having a pick of what the surfers are doing, and here to my left, you see Jordy, you see Leo, you see Connor. They already felt on the event. You see Griffin that just popped up, and those guys are also trying to pick it apart, what's happening in the water. And just, I want to mention the importance of right now finding those waves that give you the combination of two major maneuvers. Because if you look at the first score of Jake Marshall, he got a 5.67 with one big crack. And then the second one already getting a 7.33 with that combination. That second turn was massive. Like you mentioned, Chris, very progressive. Probably the most progressive maneuver we've seen it today. But if he not had that first one to combo it up, he'll probably be looking at a 5.5 again. So you need to find those waves of substance with a lot of criticalness that doesn't dissipate and give you two big opportunities for you to crack the lip.
Yeah, thank you, Jesse. And, you know, for Jake Marshall, getting that 7.33, that really is building his momentum. But I don't think any surfer on the championship tour is as much of a momentum shifter than Jack Robinson. I've seen him do it so many times. So if you're Jake Marshall right now, just keep surfing, pedal to the metal. Here we go, Jake again. Flying around this section. He goes to the air, almost. Well, not quite almost.
That was
got
cool,
blown
though.
out the back. I love that idea. I love that thought process. Had he made that, things would have been much, much different. But still in the lead, 7.33, 5.67.
And what's really cool about that, you don't see that very often from Jake either.
Jack Robinson now looking for a 7.01.
Whoa.
Falls out of the sky late to the second hit. Gets blasted.
Well, I like the thought. Oh.
Broken leash, broken board. What are we looking at here?
Maybe just lost the leash.
This place packs a punch.
Yeah, it does. This was a very difficult wave to surf. More of a down-the-line snap, and tried to go for the 2-for-1 right there, but very tardy to the second one. And you can just see right here, I mean, the first one's really nice and tight in the pocket. He goes down maybe just a bit too much coming out of that first turn, and super late under the lip snap, and lip won that battle.
I don't think if Jack couldn't have got to that lip, anyone could.
And I like this, though. Good approach from Jake, down the line wave, and had to readjust. Looked for the air and, you know, maintained his positioning on top of his board for a super long time, but you can just see right there on the landing, board kind of loses pace on the wave and was never really able to get anything going in terms of riding out in front of the white water. Still, though, with the lead, Chris.
When Jake's blasting airs, you know he's feeling good. Hopefully we get to see that again.
Be nice. Difficult with the offshore wind, though. Still relatively strong this afternoon.
Yeah, it's still blowing for sure with 14 minutes left. Jake Marshall in the lead. Jack Robinson, valiant effort on his last wave. Beautiful first turn, but then just got crunched by the lip. Robbo trying to fight his way into the final five picture. Of course, you think of the next couple of events. Those are Jack Robinson's favorites right there. J-Bay and Tahiti.
Made the final at J-Bay before, and to your point, the way he surfs the last 10 minutes when he's, you know, under priority or maybe losing the heat, that final with Medina 2023 in Tahiti to qualify for the Lexus W Still Finals, still to me one of the best I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, you have to keep competing against Jack Robinson all the way till the buzzer blows.
Good analogy, yeah.
You know, Jake Marshall knows that. He's 0-3 right now. Sitting in the lead. Jack's out the back with priority. I don't know if these guys haven't even really seen each other in this heat. They've been on kind of opposite ends of the takeoff zone.
Yeah, and I think that's been good for Jake. You know, you settle for priority at the beginning. You got the 5.67 with just the one turn, and Jack started to work underneath your priority. And then once he got the 7.33, you see a bit more intensity for Robinson. He's really looking at anything that breaks at the moment.
12:50 to go.
I like these heats, though. Competitive, and as you said, till the very end, everybody knows what the task at hand is.
And we're finally starting to see some bigger numbers.
I know. And more consistency of waves, too.
Knock on wood.
Let's keep it going, huh?
What? Somebody should get a T-shirt with this quote. That's Saquarema. Because you really never know what's going to happen.
True.
Here we go.
It's a good wave.
Knock, knock. You're supposed to say who's there.
Oh.
Well, I was going to say opportunity for Jake Marshall now. Cranks it off the bottom. Blows the tail a little too far. He goes down. Priority still with Jack Robinson. Things might tighten up in the takeoff zone, though. We'll try that one again later. That bit.
I'm sorry.
The knock, knock
Yeah.
bit. Should have warned you before. All right, surfers are looking for a gem out here at Saquarema. And we're going to take a quick break. Who's going to make it through this battle? Will it be Jake Marshall or Jack Robinson? Stay tuned to find out. It's the VIVO Rio Pro.
Welcome back to the VIVO Rio Pro. We got the crew down here on the beach, and they're loving it. Let me tell you, the conditions down here on the beach, epic. Every day, all day during the event, because they love this event so much. Come down here. There's still a little bit of beach. If the tide goes down, you have a place to sit. But the Maitera conditions right now, it's about 3 to 4 feet and super fun, straight offshore. Looks like Jack's into the lip right there. It is firing out the back, you guys. Don't go anywhere. It's on. You can't leave the beach. Let's go.
Watch out for flying soccer balls, Strider. This crowd's getting rowdy down there. Just how we want it. 9:20 to go. Jake Marshall in the lead. 9 minutes, 18 seconds left. Jack Robinson looking for a 7:01. He's back on the Red Bull ski. Did he do enough on this one? Was this a 7:01, Mitch?
Well, it'd have to be the second best of the heat. First turn's critical, but nearly loses it. You know, coming out of that one and just right here. Never want to see, you know, really have to force the issue at the end, and had to do that a couple of times. Probably not even going to replace the 4.5, but still good execution on the first turn, especially all that reverb, the backwash. Look at the picture-perfect placement of the turn, though. But once again, your timing's slightly off at this wave, Chris. It'll make you pay, and we saw it right there. It seems like Jake was up and riding, too. This one coming in at a 4.5, so another critical turn. And, boy, he is just on one. It doesn't improve, but that is just still beautiful stuff.
That's a feel-good turn right there.
4.5 for him, but that's really a 9-point ride for anybody worldwide. Wow. How technical does he get? I mean, he gets so low with the center of gravity, and for a kid that tall to be able to do that consistently takes a lot out of you physically.
The board looks perfect.
It does.
And this is a board I think we've seen him on before.
77 model.
Yeah.
And shout out to Taylor Clark, too. He's been doing amazing work with the Sharp Bike crew over there in San Diego.
No doubt. And this is a kind of a cool, unique way we start heats here at the VIVO Rio Pro. Boxing match style. Coming up next, Seth Moniz versus Jordy Smith, number 21 in the world versus number 1 in the world. I mean, that has upset written all over it, but Jordy Smith's been pretty on it so far down here in Brazil. It's going to be a fun one to watch, but we got some work to do here. We're 7 minutes, 30 seconds left. The Encinitas, Seaside Reef Lot Troll, Jake Marshall with a 7.33 and a 5.67. We're going to set our field for the quarterfinals. Your yellow jersey, worn by Jordy Smith.
Once again, riding another JS today, too. Rode a JS in the elimination round. This one seemed like it had a bit of a different tail, though, and he was trying some different boards the other day when it was a bit smaller, so wouldn't be surprised that this is a completely different board, Chris.
I think when you're world number 1, you get any board you want. I would love to go into Jordy Smith's garage. They might be a little big for me, but it would just be cool to see the selection. It probably looks like a surf shop in there.
How many boards do you think you have in your garage, accumulated?
Well, if I had a garage, that's where I'd keep them. They're stacked up on the side of the house.
I go into Brett Simpson's house, and I swear, he has like easily 250 boards, I would think. And I mean, I'm talking over the years, right? But as of right now, you're probably riding, what, the same 5 to 6 every now and then?
Well, my wife said if I got another surfboard, she was going to leave me. Sure will miss her. 6 minutes, 20 seconds left. Jake Marshall still in the lead over Jack Robinson. Both these surfers now, it feels like they're swinging for the fences, and I love to see it.
They definitely are, and, you know, for Jack Robinson, we talked about his ranking inside of the top 10 at the moment. Former finalist over at Jeffreys Bay, former champion in Tahiti, silver medalist last year at the Olympics in Paris, too. This is a big moment for him. You know, if he wants to qualify for the Lexus WSL Finals, there's no doubt he has the potential to win the next 2 events. But why leave it to that point? Maybe he works better under pressure like that. I actually spoke to Marco Mignot earlier after his loss in the elimination round, and he said he doesn't feel the same post-cut as he did pre-cut, because there's a difference to him. He feels like he has a much more or a bigger need to perform pre-cut, knowing that something's on the line, rather than now feeling a lot freer. Could potentially be the same thing for Jack.
Well, the one word that I think of when I think of today's elimination round for the men is relief. Every surfer in their post-heat interview had that look on their face like, whoo, squeaked through that one. There was a lot of relief, and now that we're back in to elimination surfing here in round of 16, we're getting closer to these surfers with potential keeper results. And this one's heating up. The 7.33 and a 5.67 for Jake Marshall. It's a 13-point heat total. That's bigger than the last 3 or 4 heats. Both these surfers in double digits.
Okay.
And both just kind of sneaking around the lineup. Jack Robinson does have priority with 4 minutes, 40 seconds left.
Personally, Chris, I think top 3 are secured at the moment. You see Kanoa, Jordy, and Yago. Who's going to be the other 2 that'll follow into the finals as we see the Natura Kayak recap? Jake Marshall, 5.67, 7.33. He's throwing away a 4.5 as well. And Jack Robinson, 6 and a 4.5. Been a competitive heat.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, both these guys on their backhands, showing each other their fins with every single turn. Plenty of power. A lot of waves being ridden. Each of them have 6 waves. But just with the edge, it's Jake Marshall. This was a turn we loved right there. Jesse Mendez called it the most progressive turn of the day. I got to agree with him. The finger snap. Appropriate claim there from Jake Marshall.
Okay. Give me the other 2. You think Itilo's going to make it back in? You think Ethan's going to make a run for it too?
To the final 5?
Yeah.
Hold that thought. There's a wave coming through. Just bought myself some time right here. 3 minutes, 38 seconds. Jack Robinson does have priority. And he doesn't even look at that one. Wise decision. That's not a good wave. I mean, it's fun, but not when you need a score. There wasn't a 7 on that one.
It's a twin fin wave right there on the inside.
Yeah, that's a good time summer type of wave. So with 3 minutes, 15 seconds left, like we said, this is kind of raising our spirits. There's been some slow heats before this, but this one has been hot. You want to take the temperature of this one? Let's Take a look at the heat check. This is kind of where we, almost like we feel like we're on the Starship Enterprise, right? There's a lot of information on this screen, all waves written. Here's your top scores from our judges.
Well, if you want to live long and prosper, you got to be catching waves. Both of these guys have done it, 6 waves each. Really tight scoreline right there for the 7-3-3 from our panel of judges, and basically a 6-point ride really has been the standard for Robinson in this heat so far, Chris.
Yeah, now we're looking at 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Could be a little bit of a stat adder for Jake Marshall if he can hang on right now. Neither one of these surfers you can count on to crash out. They both have nerves of steel. But Jack Robinson does have priority. He knows exactly what he needs to do to achieve a 7.01, but it is going to take a special wave. And don't look now. Mitch, the deposits have been made. We're inside that Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. Do you think there are sirens going off on the beach when the 2-minute warning comes off?
Maybe.
There should be.
Yeah.
I know there's Bufazellos blowing.
A couple of debit cards rolling around too.
Maybe.
Will you let me
Well,
use your
who's going to
debit card?
make a withdrawal now with 1:30 to go?
And if there's one thing to say, Jack Robinson has been in this position much more than Jake Marshall in the past. We talked about him having the resiliency, acting under pressure. 7:01, got a great air game. Haven't really seen it so far in this event because it hasn't been necessary. The sections haven't popped up. And just like 2 heats ago, Miggy defeats Felipe in the dying seconds of the heat. And the fade here is so important, especially when you're going left. I wouldn't be surprised to see him forced to go right here.
All right, is this one going to be a shower?
Looking
Jack
right, actually.
Robinson paddling in. All right, looking for a 7:01, hunting a ramp.
Oh!
Gets the section and goes down.
Dude.
What did you just scream? It was an inaudible something. It was like the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat all in one shout.
Might have another chance. He might have another chance.
Come on now. 7:01 on an inside right-hander. Will he do the impossible? No, he will not.
Man, he lands that previous one, though. It's got to be close, especially if you grind it all the way towards the beach.
Can you imagine if you're Jake Marshall and you just kind of look out of the corner of your eye, you see Jack Robinson flying?
Nothing you can really do about it either. He had a priority. You had to let him go.
10 seconds left here.
Get a
Jake
attempt.
Marshall with priority.
Hands need to leave the rail, Chris.
Uh-oh, Jack Robinson seeing a little something here. Paddling into this
counts.
right-hander. This will count.
Oh!
Pulls in, comes out of a little barrel. Nice carve. You would be hoping for a miracle on the inside section. So a fun wave surfed for Jack Robinson, but we don't think it's going to be enough. So let's make it 1 for 3. Jake Marshall from Encinitas, California gets the dub over Jack Robinson. Now that makes Jack's road to the final 5 a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, that's a barrel that everybody would be stoked on any given day, but 7:01, it ain't it. I mean, good effort right there by Jack, but you got to give props to Jake. He surfed a great heat in this one, 13 points, and once again, another angle here from Robbo. Just a bit more depth or maybe a bit more size on that wave. We're probably looking at something in the good range. He's going to have to settle for another 9th place finish here in Saquarema.
Yeah, and we're going to say goodbye to Jack Robinson. But we will see Jack and Jay Bay right around the corner. Big congrats to Jake Marshall. Huge momentum victory right there over Jack Robinson. They've tussled in the past. It was 3-0 in favor of Jack Robbo, but Jake gets one of them. Brilliant surfing, powerful surfing, high speed, technique, and progression. Jake Marshall advances through. All right, we are at 12:30. Tide's pushing. More consistency in the water. That means more action. Coming to you right after these brief messages. We're going to have Jordy Smith versus Seth Moniz. Do not go anywhere. It's the VIVO Rio Pro. Can't wait to see you after the brief messages.
The VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by VIVO, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Maiteha, official sponsor of WSL Brazil. By Dr. Peanut. By Probiotica. And by Yeti, built for the wild. World number 1 in the water, Jordy Smith taking on Hawaii's Seth Moniz. Seth, 21 in the world, but with a lot of room to move on the rankings. And Jordy Smith, as you can see, that number dropped to 2 on your screen. That's because of the live rankings. Yago Dora already into the quarterfinals. So Jordy's got to match him now and win this heat to make sure that he stays in the yellow jersey. Thanks for being with us. Just saw another top seed go down in Jack Robinson. Kanoa Igarashi out in this round as well. The title race has just gotten a little bit of a shake-up. Joe Turpel, Maida Papson, also Jesse Mendez here for the cause. The focus has been on the run of Jordy Smith, and it must be for you really fun to call as far as the Portuguese WSL broadcast team, Maida. Seeing a guy that we've followed since day one, 18 years on tour, in the title race, and his best chance he's had in a very long time.
Yeah, for sure, Joe. It's been so fun to see Jordy in this mood, you know, since he got these 2 wins this year. And it would be great to see if he can clinch a title after 18 years on tour. But we have all these guys, Yago Dora and all of them chasing him. And he's just right up and riding.
Got a wave during the break. It's a quick start for Jordy Smith of 4.83. And Seth Moniz, just a quick, incomplete number, 0.63 to kick off the matchup. Nice quick start for Jordy, Jesse.
Yeah, just nice. Great way for start to heat, you know. Get back out the back and start doing damage again, because it looks like Seth Moniz is approaching for a nice left-hander. That might run away.
That's right. Down the beach, it will run away. So under priority, Jordy takes advantage of it, well, ends up grabbing a rail, so just a throwaway score. Getting a little stuck as the wave stayed full. And the 37-year-old will reset and paddle back out. Fond memories for Jordy Smith when you think about his run out here. He's made 5 quarters, 3 semifinals, 2 finals, was runner-up to Toledo, including the win in 2013, where he beat Adriano de Souza. That was down the coast in Barra da Tijuca. Pretty consistent when you think about his track record competing in Brazil. Maida.
Yeah, I mean, I think his surfing really suits the waves here at Saquarema as well. A strong rail game. These waves are very powerful. Yeah, and just with this past that you just mentioned, everything gets together for him here in Brazil.
The year he won in Brazil, 2013, he ended up finishing number 4 in the world. We have one last version of the WSL Final 5 coming up in Cloudbreak, so let's kind of pretend we had that in 2013. First match would have been Taj Burrow versus Jordy Smith. Whoever won that would
Wait, we got to pick it. Where would that be as well?
I'll keep you posted. Yeah,
where would that
have been?
Is it like now or Trestles that we previously had?
Yeah, goodness. Pick the venue. It'd be pretty exciting. Trestle's obviously somewhere Jordy's done really well in the past, and in Cloudbreak, he's never won before. He's had some reps out there. Should we just focus on Cloudbreak?
Yeah, let's focus.
Let's focus on Cloudbreak, because that's what Jordy's got to do this year. Taj versus Jordy, Jesse.
I'll pick Jordy, I think.
Then he would have Joel Parkinson in the next match.
Ooh, that's a tough one. I think if it's a barreling day, I would pick Joel, actually.
And then...
like the 6 to 8 foot day.
So then Joel would have had Kelly, who is the number 2 seed, and then the number 1 seed waiting is Mick Fanning.
Oh, that's even more trouble.
What a year that was. And there was no Final 5 back in 2013. That was a 3rd world title year for the great Mick Fanning. But when Jordy has this kind of longevity on tour, it's fun to see all the heats he's had with these guys. With Taj, it's 0-7 for Jordy. He never beat Taj in his career, which is pretty wild.
Wow.
Against Parco, it was dead even, 4 wins apiece. And they've had some great clashes at Trestles, at Bells, on the Gold Coast. Kelly, Jordy had a few wins, but Kelly had 6, so it was 3-6. Mick Fanning, talk about a close rivalry. 5 wins for Jordy, 6 for Mick Fanning, including some really close decisions in finals like at Jeffreys Bay. So those were the names he was dealing with, you know, when he got on tour, including being able to compete alongside the late, great Andy Irons. You know, he learned so much from that generation on tour, Maida.
Yeah, well, an amazing generation right there, and Jordy just a pedal knows he's up and riding.
Nice drive from Jordy Smith, gets stuffed again, so 2 falls back to back.
2 similar falls as well, Joe. Pretty interesting. It almost felt like he's maybe applying a little bit too much pressure on that front foot. And you can see that he digs the rail, the inside rail as he's doing the turn, but more towards the nose as he approaches. As you see, this wave kind of copes out. Beautiful wall in front of him. He finds that clear water right there, very clean water, which the judges are going to love. But you can see as he's starting to change the power to the toes right there, he starts to dig that rail, and happened obviously on the previous wave as well. He needs to adjust that because that was probably a good way for him to better his situation. It looks like Seth had a wave on that replay break.
Yep, he's already lining up the Red Bull ski to get back out into position. We'll see what Seth did in just a moment. Leaving the door open, Jordy Smith, 2 back-to-back falls after starting with a 4.83. Seth Moniz got this wave, throwing some nice spray off the tail of that sharp eye. A nice 2-turn combo to get right in this heat, Maida.
Yeah, for sure. It was a good wave for Seth Moniz. But talking about Jordy, as you were, like, he was exactly as we were talking, like the first year he got in second in the world, and then after that he kind of had a hard time, like again being second, and in 2016 runner-up again. So he's been always there, you know, beating all these guys that you mentioned before.
Yeah, we might have to play another Final 5 fantasy from back in the day. That second time he finished runner-up in the world was to John Florence that year you're talking about, Maida. The first match would have been Wilco versus Kolohe. That's when they were both in the top 5. We'll play that in just a moment. This is the current race to the Final 5 this year. Last year, we'll have this format where we have a 1-day sudden death surf-off for the world title, starting with the 5th seed surfing against the 4th seed. At the moment, that's Ethan and Italo. We still have this event to finish, J-Bay and Tahiti, to see who'll be competing for the world title. Kano Igarashi out in this round. Jack Robinson just lost in the previous heat. Seth Moniz beat his friend Baron Mamiya, who is world number 5 into this event. And maybe the biggest news we've had of the day, the King of Rio, 4-time champ Toledo, out on a buzzer beater by Miguel Pupo.
I mean, obviously Italo and Ethan right now are sitting very happy with top end out the heats, the first few heats of the round. Mostly with Felipe going out. Obviously the next stop is very good for him, but he's a dominant force here at Itaúna.
Rolling into this one is Seth, as he's already looking like he's going to kick out, but his way before a 5.83, best number of the heat so far, a point difference between Jordy's best. So took advantage of those falls. So yeah, 2016, last year Jordy was runner-up in the world. Wilco versus Kolohe at Cloudbreak. How you guys seeing that one end out?
I see Kolohe.
Okay, you'll do the next one.
Well, it's so tricky because all those guys are so good, you know?
Kolohe then would have taken on Gabriel Medina in the next match.
So Gabriel Medina.
Then Gabriel versus Jordy.
Gabe.
And then John Florence waiting as the final guy to battle with.
So when you mention all of that, like, conditions creep in your head, like, because it would vary depending on. But then if you talk about the 2 surfers, Gabriel and John in the final, like, really any condition suits both of those surfers. So
it is funny when you play fantasy, even on worldsurfleague.com. You're never going, okay, it's going to be 1 foot on shore. You just never do that. You're always imagining it's 6 to 8 foot and firing. As we look at Seth, have a nice easy pace wrap. Drives into the end section and pulls off the frontside reverse. It's a maneuver he's been nailing this year in bigger sections. Jordy's heading right, he hops out. Seth started just putting a ton of full rotations together at Winky Pop this year, just kind of bringing back a lot of explosive landings, which really helped him on the live rankings to make the cut this year. But I've just noticed a real good connection with Seth's board and his equipment, and this week, even in his warm-ups, he's pulling off a lot of big power turns. I just feel like there's been serious improvement in Seth. One, finding a really good surfboard with Sharp Eye, and also just really looking like he's in 100% form coming into this event.
Yeah, he looks really into it, and I mean that wave was kind of smaller, but at least he threw the air and stomps it. It wasn't a critical part, but it was good to have a backup score.
So we check out this view of Jordy's last wave, Jesse.
Yeah, I just didn't connect on that first turn right there, and he probably realized that, and he was like, it's better for me to just kick out. And here, like Maeda mentioned, a smaller wave here for Seth, but look how clean and smooth the face is. So he adjusts himself a little bit and get that nice spot. Very tricky to do it. Probably much harder to do than the 5.83 that he did right there. Mostly with the wind, all the wobble, but obviously on the smaller side of things, so it's going to keep the score on the lower. But definitely a decent backup, mostly without priority, kind of paddling back out. That's great effort there for Seth. And way to, apply a little bit of pressure, and he's right back in the lineup.
It's interesting when you're at like a great surfing community with a lot of history. You see parents getting their kids into the water very young, especially in Hawaii. You see it all the time. They're in diapers, and they're like, okay, almost putting a jersey on some of these kids, pushing them into waves. And it's interesting. You might think that that's what would happen in Seth's life, but Tammy and Tony actually had a very different approach. They did not go, we're going to have pro surfers. They were at the beach anyway, but there was never this push like, you've got to make this happen at all. And, Seth being the youngest, Tammy told me once that he was just the one that wanted it. It's just all of his older siblings are surfing, and they'd be like, where's Seth? And he would just swim out, into the water at Waikiki, and they're like, well, there he is. And he just didn't mind wiping out. He didn't mind, getting worked and tumbled around. He just wanted it, because all of his older brothers and his older sister were out there, and he's like, I want to play,
Yeah.
And it made sense that he was just so hungry to catch up with his entire family. Standing by is Rachel with Jake Marshall.
I'm here with Jake Marshall, who is definitely building a lot of momentum here. Talk us through, how did you identify that wave that gave you that 7.33?
Yeah, the wave ended up giving me 2 sections, so that was nice. All the waves look pretty similar out there, so figured if it was a set, I would just kind of roll the dice and see what happens. So yeah, I was stoked that wave opened up for me and let me do a couple turns.
How did you control your nerves when you saw Jack trying to catch the last wave?
Oh yeah, when he went for that huge air, I was just like, oh, here we go. Jack's gonna probably make this thing. He's so consistent with his airs, and it's definitely one of his strengths. But at that point, I kind of already used my priority on maybe not the best wave, but it's hard to tell which one's gonna be good. So I took a wave off him, ended up not really bettering my score, and then he was able to kind of create that opportunity for himself, and I kind of just got lucky. So yeah, it's been one of those days for me. Like, I feel like both my heats, like I got a little bit lucky. So it's nice. The last few events, I felt like I'd been on the unlucky one. So stoked to get through the quarters.
That boosting your confidence for the next heats, for sure.
For sure, yeah. This event, I've never really done very good in Brazil, so I'm stoked to be making a few heats, and that was definitely my best heat. Like, felt like I finally started surfing good and feeling like myself. So psyched for the next round.
That's amazing. Thank you very much, and congratulations again. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Jake. Jake turning in his best result in the making here in Brazil. First time he's been in the quarterfinals, and he kind of shared that with Rachel earlier. He's like trying to figure this place out, and this year's just been a different year for Jake, turning in his best ever heat total back at Bell's, and still absolutely ripping, and finds himself in a matchup with Cole Hausman, catching up to the last wave of Seth Moniz, 2.17, wave before a 4-point ride. So Seth is out in front, and Jordy with priority now needs a 5.01. Jordy's in position, will use priority here. Man from Durban, South Africa, hits the first section off the lift, swinging for the fences on the second turn, and Jordy's feeling it. Tries to swipe the little foam climb section and goes down, but 2 clean snaps for the big man, chasing a 5.01 to get the lead change. He's got a real fun backhand to watch. He's done some big moves, especially above the lip in a lot of his movie parts over the years. It was kind of like Taj in a way, where he was competing for world titles, releasing movies at the same time, and some really busy years of his life. Well, now he's always got his filmer with him, but it's really just focused on completing this season. As we see the JS Industry surfboard there, and back to the replay, Jesse.
I mean, solid surfing right there. Beautiful first turn to open up, kind of setting up things to generate enough speed on that bottom turn for that closeout. Pretty similar wave surfed compared to Seth Muniz 5.83. I got to give the edge of being more dramatic for Seth on that closeout turn, but I think Jordy was a bit more critical and vertical on the first one, so it's going to be interesting to see what the judges go for it. Where is he going to weigh out more? Like, I felt like there's more commitment for Seth on the closeout with that big blowtail, and Jordy finished off very strong as well with a good drift, but not as critical. But the first one, a little bit more vertical, so it'll be interesting to see that one and out.
Good time to get caught up with the claim conversation, whether to claim or not to claim. Nice little fist pump there from George. He's been doing a couple in this heat so far. What's your take, Maida? Do you enjoy seeing that?
Yes, I do, and especially here in Brazil, where you have this huge crowd. I think every time you do this, people goes with you, you know. So he's just playing the game. I really think that wave was good and maybe better than the 5.83. Yeah, it just came out as a 6, so he's playing the game, you know,
Yeah.
trying to bring the crowd with him.
It was sort of a topic that was always up for a while, you know, whether you're allowed to claim anything below an 8-point ride or what it meant. And I think sometimes we kind of overanalyzed it, you know. If it feels good or you feel like it's enough to turn a heat, that's going to be an emotional response. Sometimes you have claims like at Pipe where it's just involuntary, like your just hands are going up because you got the wave of your life. Sometimes you're trying to show the judges that you feel good about it. Maybe even if you don't, you just got to make sure you're kicking out with control. Jesse Mendez never claimed on tour.
Never. Just a little.
But it's fun. There's been some pre-planned ones. That year Sammy Pupo had a run in this one. He actually would tell me what he might do if he got a good
Did he
wave.
really?
Yeah, he'd like, oh, I've been watching a lot of Bronny James. I've got a few of his coming up in his next heat. So it was really fun to see what they might do. And you know, Jordy's claims are still famous from his win back in 2013.
They've been pretty shy so far. But I also feel like people start to loosen up more as the contest moves in to the quarterfinals and on, because there's more energy. Like they're more relaxed as well because they're just performing more, and it's not that like, you know. We'll go back to that after.
Yeah, we've got two good scores on the screen. A 5.83 for Seth, which he got in his second wave, and the last wave for Jordy is 6. What's the difference?
I mean, I just thought it was cool to break it down and for us to actually realize what happened. This is the opening turn that I mentioned. Seth has to go a little bit more lateral, and Jordy goes up in vertical. The second one, very aggressive and dramatic from Seth Muniz. So I'll give the nod for the closeout for Seth, but if you put both of the turns together, obviously Jordy was able to get more vertical and more critical on that first one. So the judges paying attention on that and giving that slight nod of a 6-point ride compared to a 5.83 from Seth Muniz.
Nice breakdown of two scores that are in a very similar range. Just the edge going to world number 1, Jordy Smith. Actually, world number 2 on the live rankings. That's just because Yago's already made a heat, and he's in the quarterfinals against Miguel Pupo. Cole Hauschman will have Jake Marshall in quarterfinal number 2. Let's now check in with Kaipo in the VIP zone.
Yeah, Joe, we talked a lot about the crowd on the beach, but I'm talking about the VIP zone over here. We got a packed house, we got catering, we got tons of Red Bull, we got serving it up. We got tons of Corona Ceros. We got everything over here. So there's a crowd on the beach. You get your admittance fee over here, and you can join the VIP, and it's happening in here, Joe.
That is awesome, Kaipo. So lucky. I tried to walk in there. I don't have the right wristband. He's going to help me out. As we continue on with live action, we've got Seth Muniz getting clipped on his finishing move, chasing a 5.01. Jordy still controlling the matchup here. Seth, such a super talent. He's had certain waves that you just can always remember. He had this like upside down, just Hail Mary air at the US Open one year. It was like 1 to 2 foot, ended up upside down, looked like he was just flying away, and ended up getting a 10-point ride for just this miracle performance. And he's done that in heavy water waves as well. So anytime it's really big, you always see how Seth can just channel a real clean heat strategy when it's bombing. He'll just lock in. He's trying to get the barrel of his life.
And that's supposed to be the opposite way, right? Like when you're surfing conditions that are of consequence like that, your heart rate goes up and you tend to commit more mistakes. But guys that are very used to just thrive in those situations, and he's a wild card like that. Just lucky for him to be that crazy.
Seth Moniz trying to find just a 5.01. He's already taken out his good friend who is world number 5, Baron Mamiya. Let's see how he handles world number 1 in the back half of this heat. Jordy still out front. We'll be right back. Let's crack open the polls, showing you the major highlights of competitive surfing each and every day throughout the day. We'll continue to update this. Yago Dora, top of the headline, says he's the man to beat. So consistent at Saquarema. Opened up on his first wave against Al Cleland Jr. with an 8.5.
I mean, that's incredible surfing from Yago. Just flawless, so unreal, very powerful, composed.
Also had an 8.67 before, and then an all-Brazilian matchup. Two good friends. Pupo, the underdog, but he stuck to his game plan. Had a little stumble on the takeoff, and then it was all smooth after that. Miguel turning in a 6.0. This was the best score of the heat, and things got intense towards the tail end.
I mean, that was so cool as well. Like, just to see the emotions after this wave from Miguel Pupo and getting the score on a buzzer beater. Obviously, he's done that so many times, but against someone like Felipe in Brazil, it's really impressive.
An emotional buzzer beater moment for Miguel Pupo, world number 11. Had some moments in the Red Bull Athlete Zone with tears coming from his eyes. Felipe gave him a big hug following that tough loss for the King of Rio. Then we got to see big combinations for Jake Marshall. He had to deal with Jack Robinson. A huge win. First time Jake has made the quarterfinals in his career here in Brazil. Thanks for watching The Pulse. More highlights to come throughout the rest of the day. Round of 16 continues. We'll also see the women's quarterfinals out there this afternoon. And we'll see what's going to happen in this one. As far as the yellow jersey is concerned, Yago already in the quarters, and Jordy's got to get there. It is that close between number 1 and 2 in the world. Griffin Colapinto coming up next to take on Leonardo Fioravanti. That's been a classic this year. Two high-seeded surfers bringing in a lot of strengths in the back end of the last two events of the season, I should say. And you see how you enter the water here. It's really unique compared to other venues around the world, Maida. You actually go on stage, you get announced in Portuguese to this crowd, and if they want you to win, you get a big eruption to follow.
Yeah, it's true. It's just because the event here is so built for people that are watching on the beach as well. So, but here is Jordy up and riding again.
Jordy Smith, slopey right with not a whole lot going on yet. But he's connected to this wave. He ends up blowing the tail out on an end section. It did grow for him. It looked a little more exciting at the end, but ends up overturning it. He's actually had a few falls in this heat. Talking about the bounce and how sticky the whitewater can be. And Jordy's been dealing with it a few times, Jesse.
Yeah, it almost felt like that wave was kind of a grower down the line as he started to approach that inside section. You could see it stacking up, but just was a one-turn wonder, and he kind of had to go big. As you see, he takes off right here. And just zigzags it around, trying to, you know, stay in the energy pocket source of that wave, and then starts to run down the line. That's where I think it starts to give him an opportunity, but it's just a one-turn opportunity, and he kind of overcooks it, go a little bit on top of that lip and then disengage. The boards get stuck. His body keeps moving forward, but just the board wasn't with him and under his foot.
The theme for Jordy Smith with surfboards this year is, well, he's going to try to ride anything he wants, really, whatever feels good. He's had some magic boards from Matt Biolis, great boards from JS Industries on a JS right now. The emotional win on his dad's surfboard in El Salvador, as we see a little backside snap up and out from Seth Muniz. Seth spent his childhood and the start of his career riding Tacoros for a very long time. A few years back, changed to Sharpeye. And he's been really enjoying it, the equipment from Marcio Zuvi in the squad. We talked about surfers that really excel in their rookie season. That was a story for Seth. And he's felt the stress and pressure of the cut, but he continues to survive as we see this last wave, Maida.
Yeah, very nice first snap, but then the wave didn't offer much. He needs a 5.01, and so it's better to search for something else. But he didn't get the priority, so.
Priority is with Jordy Smith. Seth has some talented surfers in his family. Josh Muniz spent a lot of time on the QS, a winner of the Vulcan Pipe Pro as well. Had a really scary back injury in Portugal, but has recovered since then. Really love the way Josh surfs, just really spring-loaded, a lot of fun energy, and really good at hollow waves as well. Then there's Isaiah and Micah Muniz. They're the goofy footers, along with Kalia, longboard champion multiple times.
Family that knows how to surf, huh?
They stop everything. When Seth has a heat on, they all just find their little zone, and they just have a phone. They'll stop and focus on giving positive energy to the youngest, who's representing their whole crew on the championship tour. If you want to learn to surf and you go to Hawaii, you could actually learn from the Muniz family. Posted right up there at Waikiki. You can often see Tony there. You can talk to him about his career, all things surf, and he'll just point you in the right direction and really give you the best lifestyle you could ever have in the world. Riding waves and traveling. What's better than that?
Yeah, and probably that's why the family didn't push him so much, because they knew that he would be a good surfer no matter what.
Well, I think a lot of people, well, I know a lot of people ask the Muniz family, what do I do? I've got my kid, you know, I want him to do well in surfing, and they're always there for advice, but it's fun when you hear them, well, we weren't actually pushing them that hard. They naturally took to the ocean, and they're obviously there to go, we can support you in this lifestyle, and it's really cool. Sometimes the pressure can come too early. We see that a lot at Grom events. I think definitely want to make sure the love's there first, where you just love riding waves and then go from there.
You just got to give support. The kid will do the rest. If it's meant to be, it's going to happen, because otherwise, like you mentioned, too much pressure, kids are going to get burned out in, you know, the first year of their career, professional career, because it's a lot to take. And you can ask Seth or Jordy how many times they lost, you know. Mostly when you just get exposed to the tour with a bunch of hungry older guys than you're going to get eaten alive. So you really got to love surfing.
You certainly do. 3:14 on the clock. That's been the quote for Jordy Smith all season. Like, what's going on differently this year? He's like, I love surfing. I love my job. And I think he's finding even more appreciation in it, because he knows it's not forever. He knows he's 37, and to find rhythm and to win 2 events in the same season for the first time in your 18th year on tour. I mean, how do you even predict that?
Yeah, that's why this whole story of Jordy Smith this year, it's been so exciting, you know, because he's been here for so long, and it feels like he is with a different energy, as you mentioned, just being more happy, enjoying, and grateful to still be here and competing in this level actually.
Let's focus on the Natura Kayak recap. Jordy Smith got a quick wave right out of the gates here.
Yeah, that's what's making a difference. That backup of a 4.83, applying a little bit more pressure early in the heat. This is Seth Moniz with that first wrap, and then getting very critical and aggressive here on this second turn to finish it off that wave. Gets the fin loose on out the back.
And then Jordy Smith locking in a solid wall here. Patience to set up the critical part of the wave. Big power snap to slide. 2 moves that he's been doing for a very long time. 6.0 over Seth's 5.83. Now we're down to 1:45 to go. And Jordy still has priority as we pass the Banco do Brazil. 2-minute warning. Winner goes on to the quarterfinals. Talking to Jordy's dad early this morning. Graham Smith, longtime surfboard shaper, was just talking about those early years of traveling around the world with Jordy, kind of getting on the road. When Jordy was about 11 or 12, Graham went all in on bringing him to Australia, taking him to Hawaii. Graham was remembering Mick Fanning would call him up and pick up Jordy at about 12. They loved grabbing Jordy because he was such a polite kid, very respectful, and they drive him up to Stradbroke Island, and he got to shadow all these guys that were a bit older than him, already finding success. And Graham looks back at that, thinking about that as like a very critical moment, turning point in Jordy's career, being around greatness, but them also identifying greatness in Jordy. So they wanted him to come around. They wanted to see how this kid from Durban was going to surf at all the waves that they were surfing back in the day.
Yeah, this is the best way to learn, like surround yourself with people that knows much more than you. And here is him up and righty again.
Jordy trying to create some space with the wrap, and now he's got a little bit more speed and a section attacking the closeout. Good read there from Jords. Some of those rights start off a little bit slow, and that paced wrap fit in well, and then he got to pick up the board speed for that finishing move. There's G-Force enjoying this matchup right now, and probably this last wave too, Jesse.
I mean, he had to pull the trigger at 40 seconds left. For Seth to do an air and get a 5.01, it happens that quickly. So smart of him to just block and minimize the opportunities for Seth. Make him think, make him have to do the action, and if a wave comes towards him, which sounds like nothing came afterwards. And that's a huge win for him, mostly with a lot of the guys right before the cut line, losing early in this year, in this event.
So true. Jordy Smith will now go back to number 1 since he now matches Yago Dora into the quarterfinals. It is so close with those two on the live rankings. You can see that all unfold on worldsurfleague.com. Just hit refresh after every heat finishes, and it'll be updated in real time. Jordy into the quarterfinals here at the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Coming up next, Griffin Colapinto takes on Leonardo Fioravanti. We'll be right back. Leo with the lead and priority. He looks at this wave and he's like, take it. You can have it. Griffin's gone, yep, this is my chance. Starts racing down the line, does a speed check. His stance starts widening and you're going, oh my gosh. Is he really going for what we think he's going for here? Looking for something big. Spring loaded, full rotation, and a perfect landing for Griff. Wow, wow, wow.
That's a 10. That was psycho. What the just happened? In body, out of body, locked in. Just dropped a 10.
I wasn't quite sure I've seen Griff levels like that before.
Griff just did the biggest of his life against me.
Is that the biggest they're ever done, maybe, in a comp?
It's just years and years of taking beatings, trying stuff like that. It felt like the biggest air I've ever done in my life.
What a heat that was. That was a beautiful clip that we just got to see from Inside Pro Surfing. You can watch all the episodes on worldsurfleague.com. It's a beautiful series that breaks down all the biggest moments, like that moment that we saw last time these guys enjoyed a big moment together. Margaret River, main break, it was pumping, and Griffin went to the sky. One of the biggest full roats we've seen in competition, certainly at main break. With a section that big, now they meet head-to-head here at Etona Beach, and he's going for big airs again. Griffin applying the same formula against Leo, this time on a backside full rote. And a day we haven't really seen a whole lot of that. That was really refreshing to see. He's already starting off quick against Leo Fioravanti.
I mean, we haven't seen it and also today and also the previous day that we had on competition, day one. As you see it right here, it takes off on that little wedge and just eyeing it down that section, kind of like similar to what Yago did with the 10-point ride a few years back, but obviously on a smaller scale. Like, doesn't really have time to adjust, to pump down the line, just takes off, use the energy of the wave and launches smoothly to the flats and lands it perfectly. This is amazing from Griffin. Way to start.
What a way to kick off your heat. Obviously, the big full row was much later in the matchup at Margaret River. Leo Fioravanti already feeling the memories of a full rotation again. Leo's probably going, no way, this isn't starting this way. Let's catch up to the right-hander. The Italian finding a right here.
Yeah, kind of slow wave, but then he paced his turns, but got caught in there. So.
And then that was the moment. Looked like Griff was just chipping into that left. What kind of waves are we seeing now? Is everything changing? We saw a bunch of different types of surfing early this morning, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, it constantly changes. Now we have up and coming tides, so it's probably going to make things not as nice as it was before, but still the winds are offshore, so the faces are clean, and every once in a while it's going to be that A-frame wedge that it's going to come towards, and some guys are going to take advantage of it. And thinking about it, we saw that replay of Leo as he was kicking out. I'm sure he saw that whole air happening because we could see it from this angle here, and he looked back and he probably saw Griffin taking off on that wave, and he was like, no, not again, you know? Like, obviously, like I said again, way smaller scale of an air that Griffin did at Margaret River, but as you see it here, just beautiful. Whips that head halfway through to gives the acceleration to the spin so he can make sure he's at first eyeing it down, where is he landing, and also to spin the board around and land it with the nose forward. So beautiful technique. The footwork glue almost 99% of the time. You just come down, glue the back foot a little bit on the end, which is kind of normal. You start to apply pressure to your front foot, and then the back foot comes off just a touch and then regroups it perfectly. Very well executed from Griffin Colapinto.
7.17 for Griffin Colapinto. Leo with a 2.67, getting stuck on the right. He's definitely a guy that runs on feel, Griffin. This morning he woke up, he was with his coach, Tommy Whitaker, in the house getting ready. Tommy just heard this guy talking, and then he realized it was a freestyle rap, and he's going up, Griffin's up. He said he freestyled for about 4 or 5 minutes, just dropping these beautiful flows. He was really on point this morning, just getting his mind alert and ready. He does it quite often, Kind of like when he's cruising with his little support crew and his brother, he'll just start rhyming and just creating these rad little hip-hop beats.
I got you here firsthand with some guy that might be sitting right by me, right in front of me right now.
Oh, yeah, he puts me on the spot sometimes. But I'd way rather hear Griff do it. He's such a character. He'll even do that right before his heat.
There you
He'll
go.
just be like, yeah, let's drop a little freestyle real fast.
That's
And
cool. Like,
just
to-
finds energy that way, yeah.
Loosen up.
Kind
We
of
were
clears his
dancing
head, too.
today before our.
Yeah, you know, exactly. And when you're dancing, usually you dance when you're happy, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Get in the flow, get in the mood.
exactly. Look at these guys having fun at the beach today.
That's how Chia. You were trying to explain the other time. Here you go.
And look at how good they are. We're just panning by randomly. They haven't dropped it once. That has probably been going for a few minutes. And the crowd just enjoying the sponsor activations here on site. Definitely one of the biggest event sites we have on the championship tour, from VIP zones, Red Bull athlete zones. All of our sponsors here on hand have somewhere for fans to hang out. So if you're in the local area, come down and join us. We still have a couple of heats to go in the round of 16, and also looking forward to the quarterfinals for the women. All focus will be on the opportunity for Molly Picklum, world number 3, only surfer in the top 5 left of the event.
I mean, smiles must be through the roof with that girl, right? Like with the opportunity that she has, and probably, I don't know who she's facing against, but most likely the wild card of the event. I would think about it, but we can confirm that in a little bit. But it's a huge opportunity for her to gain some ground.
Giant opportunity as we will continue on through the day and find out what kind of matchups we'll have for the men's quarterfinals as well. Looking at the women's heats, yes, you're right. Molly Picklum, Morena Rodriguez in quarter 3. We had Arena take out world number 1, Gabby Bryan, a few days back. As we see Leo, maybe he's looking for a ramp now. The Italian punts almost lands on his board upside down. So trying to match Griffin in the air. Griff now is just up and out of the right. Leo's got some big backside full rotes as well. Different air reverses that he's used in his career. He's actually hurt himself a few times. He did a backside reverse at Newcastle once. Ended up dislocating his shoulder. It was an important time for him to qualify as well. And I'm just happy that those injury stories seem far away from Leo these days, because he had so many of them at critical times in his career. As we'll catch up with world number 1, Jordy Smith is with Manu.
Hello guys, I'm here with Jordy, and this is your 18th year on tour, but you seem to be lighter, happier, with a different energy, and that's bringing you so many good things. Is that right? And what's behind that vibe? Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I think with 18 years, maybe it's a bit of wisdom that comes with age. And yeah, as far as that heat went, the conditions are difficult. Tide's coming in, and yeah, I kind of went into attack mode too much on some of the waves. Kind of the bank would fill up, and then I'd catch. But yeah, I'm stoked into the finals day, so now it's just got to swing, eh?
And you've been to Saquarema a few times. What do you like the most about this place?
Definitely the energy the crowd brings, but I think that's in Brazil in general. Feels like you just really need to buy into it and kind of be a part of this whole thing, and that's what gets me fired up.
Nice. What about some açaí, churrasco?
Oh, of course, everyone's hammering the açaí.
Great. Thank you very much. Congratulations and good luck. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Manu. Thank you, Jordy Smith. Yes, he's experienced Brazil so many times in the past. His 13th start in this event in what's been just a stellar career, but now world number 1 with a chance to win his first world title. He's on to the quarters, and things getting interesting in the water now. Griff and Leo really feeling the energy in a tight space. Jesse, what are you seeing out there?
I mean, it's the situation is set so early in this heat. I felt like most of the heats everyone was kind of tied the last few ones. Everyone's like kind of building together. This one, Griffin obviously starting with that 717, very strong. Leo just needs to be patient and stick to his guns, stick to his plans, and try to get that good wave. You know, 2 big cracks, he's going to get into the 7s. Mostly the type of surfing he's capable of doing. And Griffin, on the other hand, get away from him. Try and, you know, create a little bit of space away from him. And as you'll see it right here, tries to pull in that barrel, but it's very wonky. Has a backwash halfway through it, he hits the lip, and gets knocked off.
Now I just expect him to make all these barrels after what he did at the box this year.
That's true.
Where he could levitate, go sideways, come out any direction he wants. So I actually thought he was going to make that one.
That was an easier version of that.
That was much easier. He's not afraid of a wipeout, that's for sure. And the way he had the box, he called that maybe one of the best of his career, just a moment in time where he was levitating. His board was moving sideways and then pulled off the impossible. He's now been doing more things like that lately, from that wave at the box to the big full rotation at main break, getting a clutch wave to beat Felipe Toledo on his home break when it came down to needing it. He got the 8.93 on 3 big turns. It's like all of a sudden, after the hard yards of losing and worried about the midseason cut, and then now to hit this type of purple patch, as they say in Australia, where you're in a strong run, where you are really just turning in highlights.
Yes, it was just so crazy how he could put everything together, you know, because in the past years we saw like Griffin a little bit more consistent, and this year he started the year like a little bit lacking of winning actually. Like he was doing great, but sometimes just missed for a bit, and after Australia he put everything together and he's in a good moment. And here Brazil, his surfing really suits this wave, so it could be a potential winning for him.
Yeah, certain headspaces work in different waves. Some people actually like to be, you know, a little bit tense. They want to feel the pressure of something on the line. As we look at Leo Fioravanti now hitting that section hard, but he goes down and catching up to Griffin, just speeding, going over some big backwash lumps, and he'll lose connection on the rotation.
You can notice the difference. I think Jordy mentioned how the tide's filling in, and it's a little bit trickier. All those medium-sized waves don't have too much curve, so it's hard for the surfers to have scoring potential on that. You see Leo's wave had a beautiful shape as he took off, but it kind of misses that outside bank that we have right now, and it goes into that in-between that it's not shallow enough. And this wave also from Griffin Colapinto just kind of running away from him, never really got the section he was hoping for, so he had to kind of try and force something out of that lip right there and just got stuck. This is the wave I was talking about, Leo. That wave just disappeared. Look, even if he landed that turn, it wasn't going to make any difference because he was done afterwards. So they're going to have to be very selective and probably wait for those waves with a little bit more energy to break on the outside bank better.
There's that beautiful view of the church that's been here since the 1600s, right here at Saquarema. From that view, they've seen a lot of perfect waves running down the beach. I think the first national titles for Brazil back in the 70s. And even international surfers that would come here and stay. Guys like Gary Linden ended up flying here to Saquarema. He was very instrumental in teaching a lot of locals how to shape surfboards as well. Still has a house in Saquarema. And as we know, for Gary, big wave charger, loved the size of surf at this part of Brazil.
Yeah, of course. I mean, here Saquarema, that's why it's called Maracanã do surf, because we have like plenty types of waves. You can surf like either in Praia da Vila, which has barely good waves as well, and Barrinha. So that's, I really feel like every surfer that comes here really falls in love with Saquarema.
We're looking at the situation if Griff wants to compete for a world title this year. We know he does. This is the whole point. He's here is to win. He's had 2 years where he's finished third in the world, you know, and that was when the stage was his home break for the WSL finals. Now it's cloud break. He won it last year, but you really think about what he has to do to be in the top 5. You know, we've got the points left in this event, J-Bay, Tahiti, that's it. And the ones in the top 5 are ones with keeper results already. So then it's easy just to, without having to bring a calculator out, it's, you know, Griffin needs to win. He needs to win events, you know, if not 2 of them, to really put himself in a position to compete for a world title.
And that's all because of that slow start that he had. But hey, if you want to peak, might as well peak it by the end of the year. You know, you don't want to kind of have like a quick sprint and then kind of go down afterwards. This is the time, and it feels like he's growing, like you mentioned. He's been getting better every event. And it's time to show up and light up. And looks like so far in his heat, doing very well.
That's right, number 9 in the world, Griffin Colapinto. Toledo's ahead of him, but he's already out. And then you got to mention what will happen with Toledo, 2-time world champ. Now needs to really get on a roll at J-Bay, one of his favorite events on the calendar. Here comes Griff on the wind-up, touches Slob, gets the air to start. Now throwing down the wrapping cutback. Found himself an end section to float. And actually creating more space. Could get a little inside reform. This is where it turns into a bit of a river rapid, little backwash, and Griff steps off. And picking creative lines, going for risky moves at the start. That's going to help him out big time. Found a backup to the 717, Maida.
Yeah, I think he's playing the best strategy right now because the tide is filling in and the waves are a little more chunky, and find some ramps, nice air, nice lob, and then just engage his rail, trying to maximize the points here. Did a pretty great job.
Yeah, that's great from Griffin. I think it's just important for him to identify the conditions decrease a bit and just trying to keep himself busy, you know, mostly without priority. Gave himself room from Leo. Leo wasn't even near that wave, and he was able to find that section and connect with the lip right there, getting a nice launch. Nothing crazy critical, but for the conditions we have right now on offer, that was very smart, and finish it off on his foot. Even try to maximize a little bit of the opportunity of that wave, but it just kind of ran into the shore. As we see it right now, maybe it was going to give him a closeout, but it was way dry under him, so he opted to kick out.
And not your typical ramp. It's really cool, and you could do just a snap there, and you decide to go for a slob. It's like he reached for it, got some great height, and nice way to land.
And kind of transitional as well, you know, like he came out with the same speed as he was launching, so that shows he just kept a good flow throughout the wave. Like I mentioned, it's not going to be a massive score, but definitely a good backup for himself.
Griffin Colapinto, a Triple Crown champ, just like Jesse Mendez, winning at just 17, the first from California to accomplish that. As we check out the race for the WSL Final 5, Griff right ahead of Leo on the rankings and getting there in different ways. Leo was the one that started off number 2 in the world after making the final, losing in a tiebreak to Baron Mamiya. Griffin catching up big time. Maida.
Yeah, a really important hit for both of these guys. Just Leo in 10th and Griffin 9th. So whoever makes to the quarters, it's going to be in front of each other. So very important moment for both of them.
Late takeoff for Leonardo Fioravanti. A lot of spray as he connects well on the back end. Closeout section, make sure his lines were perfect in this turbulent lineup. The one thing, the curve changes even down the stretch of the wave, and he did well to stay on his feet, Jesse.
And that's what I said, Joe. Like, stick to your guns, stick what you're best with, and that's beautiful. First turn to open up and finish it off very strong, very hard wave to read. You can see how much wobble there is on that lip. Look how many times that board kind of shakes it on the bottom turn. And as he hits the lip, just a lot of water and spray. And he kept his composure right there. He kept it calm, lowering that back knee quite a lot in transition, kept the rails engaged, and finished it off very strong. He's going to be right back in the heat right now.
Well played from Leo Fioravanti. Another surfer riding the Sharp Eye equipment. It is chasing down a 717 to try to catch up with Griffin Colapinto here in Heat 6 of the round of 16. We'll take a quick break. We'll give you Leo's score right after this. 12:15 on the clock here on a beautiful afternoon at Saquarema. Griff and Leo still in the lineup as we have Griffin still out front. Fioravanti finding a 5-6-7 as he's trying to come back in this seed. Let's now have a chance to catch up with Kaipo Guerrero.
Hey guys, I'm here at the Natural Kayak Activation and we're activating balance right here. I'm on the surfboard balance board here. We got another couple balance boards. We got the slack line, and talking about balance. Balance in your life is important, but so is freshness. And remember, Natural Kayak. Feel the power of freshness. Ugh.
That was wonderful. You know, look at that. Feeling good, feeling fresh. Thank you very much, Kaipo. He's always in the right place at the right time, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I walked through the activation area and it looks so great. You have a lot of things to do, many games to play. If you guys are around, you should come.
We know hydration is key. That was borderline romantic from Kaipo. 11 minutes to go here. Griff out front. Leo making a comeback of 5-6-7 and his low score of a 2-6-7 at the moment. Jesse, you were pleased to see him stick to a couple solid backhand turns. We saw him try to reach for the sky to turn it into an air battle at the early stages of this heat, and Leo's put himself in a much better position now.
Definitely, and I don't think he should avoid trying to go for a big punts because he's very capable of doing it. I just don't think he should get stuck just because the opponent did that, and I know he's not the type that would let someone's actions rattle him. So just very smart of him. And that wave didn't have too much scoring potential. He turned into a 5.67. So if a good set comes, he's riding rich to get that 7-1-7 and maybe paying it back, you know, a comeback that Griffin did to him in Margaret River.
Leo now with priority, and it's just kind of wild to think that he hasn't won a CT yet, Maida.
Yeah, he got very near in pipeline this year, but I mean, he's a great surfer. I think it's just a matter of time. He can win some of the stops. It could be here, but first of all, he really needs to find a good wave to turn this heat. He needs 7.17, and we saw Jordy Smith getting over 7 points with 2 big snaps. So Leo is all capable of doing this.
Yeah, tight break, not going his way at pipe. The feeling of devastation, you know, on Leo's face. And he was just trying to stay so calm, being so close to not just winning his first event, but pipeline. You know, that's everything in surfing. And he's come close now twice, 2 times runner-up, where if people have kind of missed anything, they're not missing anything now. He's a favorite to win at pipe now every single season, and he'll feel that advantage with 15,000 points in that event next season, Jesse.
I mean, this is definitely a spot that he shines. He used to be very underrated for his tube riding skills. Obviously now, like you mentioned, everyone knows it, obviously. So just, I think the time that he spent there just kind of gave him the advantage on top of most of the surfers. He spent a lot of time there since he was very young and just got familiar with the lineup and puts himself in good waves all the time.
When competition stopped around the world in 2020, Leo went to Indo and had one of the craziest parts of giant HTs. It shows how brave he is, really. When the surf gets big, Leo's putting his hand up and willing to charge most waves around the world.
Yeah, I think he's this kind of guy, you know, who is very humble, but really strong-minded, and that's just the way he does. And we're looking for the next heat.
Look at these two. Crosby acknowledges the crowd. He knows he'll be competing against them with Italo coming up next. Huge contrast in surfing and in personalities with these two coming up next. Cros finding the belief in himself. You know, has been in the shadow of his big brother, catching so much fire so quick. But talking to Crosby this year, he's like, yeah, I'm ready to create my own results and make my own dreams come true. And he's back again. I mean, making the cut after missing 2 events to start the year was brilliant. And here comes Italo. Maybe could have been a little strategy, waiting for Crosby to walk out first, and then to get the crowd to erupt right behind him. Winning this event last year, in an all-Brazilian final over Yago Dora. Last year, the first half of the season was very slow for Italo. Almost thought he was going to fall off tour. The back end, completely different. Winning in Tahiti, winning in Brazil, and almost taking a world title. Came in blazing and finished runner-up in the world to John Florence. Italo Cross coming up next. Here comes Griffin Colapinto checking out the right. Connects well on his forehand and just good for one move. Nothing changing in his top two. And now down to 6:30 on the clock. Leo Fioravanti will take a turn on the left. Nice big vertical, connected really well. And now a third turn for Fioravanti. That was the flow he was looking for. He had a smaller wave and a two-turn combo for his 5-6-7. That's his best so far. 6 on the clock, chasing a 7-1-7. Fioravanti upset by Griff at Margaret River with the big full rote that he threw on him. He's still fighting back, Jesse.
I mean, that's very impressive. Beyond vertical on that first one, second one kind of putting that like the bottom of the board to go through that second section, which was very steep and critical. As you can see in the front angle, clears that perfectly. Just the last one gets a little bit sticky, a little bit late as he's coming up, but comes out clean. But I think this is money, the first one right here. Beautiful bottom turn. A lot of pressure on that back foot. Stomps it. Air drops it. Comes out with a lot of drive as well. That second turn is so hard to do, so underrated sometimes. And then this is the third one here. He gets up in vertical, but the lips breaks it just a little bit before he puts the board over it. So let's see. This is a very good way for me to my personal best for him so far in this heat. Is he gonna go in a 7.17? Only the judges will tell.
That was just that short throwaway ride for Griffin Colapinto. It's really important. Wave is on Leo's last. Another ramp for Griff. Nice soft landing to pull off 2 backside punts in this heat. Started off with one on his opening ride, a 7-1-7 on a bigger section, and then turns in this, Jesse.
I mean, and just to mention that no one has actually done any airs so far in this event, just because the winds haven't been super in favor of it. This one just hitting a little bit late on that first as he's approaching the lip, but he's able to clean that up halfway through the air. Cleans the whitewash and comes out perfectly. Another beautiful rotation for Griffin Colapinto, and what a way to, as soon as you know Leo starts to bounce back, he just kind of applies even more pressure towards the Italian.
This is getting fun. 4 minutes on the clock. Griffin throwing a bunch of airs, and Leo's power surfing is really undeniable, Maida.
Yeah, it's true. And look, some of the judges already gave him the score.
Now comes in on the average a 7.13. Leo Fioravanti still second, but now only needs a 5.72. We'll stand by for the reaction of the backside air from Griff. That's still yet to be scored, but pretty much matching each other's top numbers in different waves. Griffin, big backside air. Leo, 3 power turns. Richard Dog Marsh with Connor O'Leary, Tyler Wright, Jake Marshall, Jordy Smith right behind him. They have incredible food up there. Chiropractors, sports therapists, local fruit, produce from the entire country of Brazil. They got everything they want up there. And the best view in the house. Colapinto's punt, a 6.7, will turn into his low score. Leo now needs a 6.75. Fioravanti with priority, and Griffin looking interested in this roll-in. And the Californian will stick to this one for a moment. Let's see if it builds, and he'll throw it away. So building on a scoreline, the backside airs are working for him in this heat, Jesse.
I mean, the criticalness of it, you can't deny it. Obviously, like I mentioned, this is by far the best. That was by far the best wave that Leo rode on the heat, but the judges just think it's just short of what he needed. But as soon as he finished that wave off, it didn't really matter because Griffin obviously was going to better that 5.67 with that other rotation. Just, I think, the commitment and the degree of difficultness of those turns were well rewarded.
Ramping up again, tail to the sky, and Griffin losing the handle on what would have been a really big version of a backside air. Landing his first two, falling on his third attempt. Leo trying to fire himself up, passing the Banco do Brazil 2-minute warning. He's going to hold back. And he's going to hope that he hangs on to priority. And looks like he's further out the back. So he hangs on to it with 1:45 to go. Winner of this heat will take on world number 1, Jordy Smith, in the quarterfinals. Cole Hauschman has Jake Marshall in quarter 2. Those two guys outside the final 5 picture. We got Yago Dora, world number 2, taking on Miguel Pupo, who's just hunting a spot inside the top 10 now. Up next, Italo Freire takes on Crosby Colapinto. Italo, world number 4, and remember Kanoe Igarashi, who's ahead of him on the rankings, was knocked out earlier in this round. So an opportunity right for Italo there in this next heat. As we're looking at 1 minute to go, Leo does have priority, so he's got that in his favor, but he's running out of time. And he needs a 6.75. Looks like he'll choose this left to try to turn the heat. Leo throws down a big vertical first turn. Swinging hard, leaves the fins out, but ends up losing it. Meanwhile, Griffin's on the right. Nice patience for Griff. He'll just fill in the gaps here with a roundo. Already looking uninterested, and he might just be calling it a heat here. These guys bring out the best in each other. Leo still got some time on the clock, but that's not going to be the wave.
He was on his way, Joe. That second turn right there, just overcommitted by a touch, which he had to. When you're talking about 20 seconds left and you have that one last chance, just going over the handlebars on the backhand on that second turn, but good effort for him. Way to fight back, as we expect from Leo, just coming up short.
And Richard Dogmarsh just with his head down in frustration in the camp of Leo Fioravanti. His coconut water just went from sweet to sour right at the end of that heat. And Griffin Colapinto has just delivered another great performance against the Italian this year, and really relying on backside airs to really be the difference in his performance as we watch this last wave.
Beautiful way to just stomp on that back foot. Got a good release, but you can tell that the wave's just dissipating, going into that deep channel, and he's kind of looking back, just hoping that Leo doesn't get another opportunity. And good effort there. Very progressive surfing from Griffin Colapinto in this heat.
So I'll be checking the live rankings because Griff and Leo were right next to each other inside the top 10. Griffin trying to pass Felipe Toledo as he moves into finals day. He takes on world number 1, Jordy Smith, in quarterfinal number 3. And now we will work on the back end of the final series. But Griff turning in highlights after highlights as he's found his feet halfway through the season. Backside airs are the big difference in the outcome of that last matchup. Italo versus Crosby coming up next. We'll have Cote walk you through the action. Italo Ferreira just moves on a different type of rhythm.
Reckless abandon is what Italo Ferreira is.
Ferreira, just a ball of energy.
He's trying to stay in the zone, and he's got Red Bulls everywhere.
He's willing to sacrifice his body, his boards, everything for the win.
And the persona that you guys see, you know, the rock star that's necessary for this world is somebody that's different from the human that he is. Deep individual, you know, operates on a lot of feeling, and the best do that.
You can see how much it means to him.
Let him celebrate, you guys.
It's so unique. It's so fun to watch. When the Italo show's on, it's something you don't want to miss.
Well, let's turn it on. It's Crosby Colapinto versus Italo Ferreira. We've got 31:30 on the clock. Italo already has 2 flyaways in this one. Crosby just dropped a quick one off the jump, so Italo ranked number 4th. He is officially in the conversation for the final 5 for now, but he's got to get through this heat. He's going up against Crosby Colapinto, who's been putting up some big numbers. And here's how this thing started. It was a paddle battle from the jump, but it was Italo Ferreira getting the edge.
Yeah, and, you know, Crosby forced him to go right here, too, and an incomplete error for Italo, and then Crosby, the answer back, as I said, this came in as a 3.33, so really probably going to be a throwaway for Cross at the end of the heat. Nice maneuver right there, though, Chris, right in the pocket, and it seems like the right's slowly turning on this afternoon.
You're going to have your hands full anytime you surf against Italo, and that is the case right now, already up on his 3rd wave. This is the replay from his 2nd wave, so a little overcooked on that back 3 attempt, Strider.
Yeah, I think this is live right here.
You
Look
never
at
know.
this. You never know what's
with
going
this
on.
guy.
He's got so many waves under his belt, Chris.
Yeah, with Italo now on his 3rd wave ridden. Production team on their toes right now. Anytime Italo surfs, it's like a telenova. I mean, drama, excitement, action. Raw firepower from Italo. Quick pop shove in the shore break. That was for the fans. He doesn't care about fins. Fins? They don't stand a chance against Italo. Grabbing his board, running back out into the lineup. We knew what we were going to get.
They're
This
not
is Italo
popping.
Ferreira
They're
we're
not
talking
popping.
about.
He's so just psyched. He'll do an air 3 onto the beach. He doesn't care.
He checked them, though. What you think, Strides?
I think the wave kind of was a little warbly and wobbly, but, I mean, he does tag it on the inside a couple times. It's a setup wave, you know what I mean? I feel like these are...
Get the rhythm going?
Yeah, this is just kind of like, we're just going to get this thing started. This is my 5th wave or 45th wave in this heat already. He just, you know, he catches so many waves. It's unbelievable.
He's having fun, too.
Oh,
Pop shove it revert onto the sand. It was purely for the stoke.
Oh, this angle's sick, too. It really just goes to show how difficult the right is to surf, how many different waves there are in this thing, too. And really, once you go into the channel with a low tide, it just ends up standing up all the way through to the inside, Chris. And, you know, for him, as Strider was saying, really a setup wave. We know this guy's the Energizer Bunny, though. So he has a ton of energy, likes to catch a ton of waves, and, of course, gets into a groove right here at Itaúna, which tends to be the smartest of cases, too.
You see all those people on the beach? That was crazy. The beauty shot was just mental.
Everybody shows up when Italo takes to the water.
Why wouldn't you?
Here in Rio. So as it stands now, Italo...
Yeah, and Tico and Teco from Silver Surfboards right here in Brazil, they make the majority of the Timmy Pattersons that he rides, but all in all, they have a small team. You look at Italo, look at Al Cleland Jr., I mean, by no means are we looking at them overtaking Mayhem, but just with those 2 guys alone, you could say that potentially maybe one of the best teams out there.
100%. We got 28 minutes, 10 seconds go. Crosby Colapinto out the back with priority. Italo has now joined him. Schrader, how loud is it out there? I haven't been all the way to the sand in a little while.
Ridiculous.
What?
Yeah, it's actually one of the most impressive things I've seen and heard. And I love it every second of it because the beach is beautiful.
You can hear it from all the way back here, and you can feel the energy coming off the sand. As Italo now paddles himself into the proper takeoff zone. He is just sharking it out there.
I'm pretty sure with Griffin making it into the quarterfinals, I think along with Yago, maybe it kind of tied up the Shapers rankings. I think it's over. Lost wins.
They were already up by 100,000 points.
Tied
It's
up
over.
with a bow.
Yes,
it's over.
yes.
All right, 27:15 to go. Both surfers back in the takeoff zone while we wait for one of these surfers to strike next. Let's go down to the glass. Raquel standing by with Griffin Colapinto.
Actually, it's Manu. I'm right here with Griffin, and that was a great hit. Congratulations. And I saw on the Color Bros Instagram the other day, I think yesterday, that you guys were training hard here at the beach, running, burpees, swimming, everything, like heavy workout. Is it to deal with the heavy conditions here in Saquarema? Congratulations.
Yeah, for sure. I thought this is a good place for cardio. You know, you're moving around a lot, and I thought, oh, we should do a little cardio when we get here. And after the lowers event, we kind of just took a few days off to rest and recover, and then it was time to activate once we got over here. So yeah, that was feeling good.
And you had a 7.17 in the beginning of the heat. Did that help you to be more confident throughout the heat?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I was super happy about that. Actually, in the heat earlier, I could feel, I kind of tried to do one air and I didn't really connect very well, but I could feel like the pop off the wave. And I told Gian, the last TM over here, I was like, I feel like this board has a really good air in it. It's going to stick to my feet. And then first wave, I got the opportunity and it did. And it's so fun. I haven't done backside airs in a long time, actually, so it felt really good to get that going again.
Great, and we really like to see it. And the guys were talking on the broadcast that you do some rap. Do you think you could, like, take something out of your mind about Saquarema and surfing here and everything, just a little bit?
Well, yeah, we do rap sometimes with our friends. I'm not very good at it, but I could give it a try.
Let's do it.
Okay. We're in Brazil, what a thrill. Who's gonna make a killing on these waves? Italo's out there flipping around. Crosby's going to town. What are you gonna say? Saquarema town. Hey, don't turn that frown. Or no, turn that frown upside down because we're in Sac Town. Hey.
That was so good. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Good luck. Back to you guys. Amazing.
Thank you, Manu.
That was awesome.
Manu,
that was
the best.
awesome.
That was the best call of the day. And what a clutch performance.
I mean,
did it in the water,
on the spot.
did it on the glass.
Yep.
And then now his brother's up and riding.
All right, here's the answer back to that wrap.
Oh!
Crosby goes upside down, lands straight in the flats, no worries.
Turn that frown upside down, my boy.
Wrap fired up, little bro, right there. That was incredible.
Bro, I cannot wait to watch this replay.
And you know what's crazy?
Like 4 times.
The wind just turned side shore going into the rights, too. Perfect timing by the cross.
That's how you out Italo right there. Go upside down into the wind.
Take it away, Strides.
I mean, he just has, it's so hard to actually find a ramp in that kind of like there's so many lips within the lip to actually find a place to take off like that and come around. I mean, tail high, inverted, completely disappears into the landing. I mean, this is ridiculous. And just look at how undulated everything is, and he still finds a way.
That was sick.
I mean, that is a heavy section. That's going to be a huge score. I mean, that has to be. That was ridiculous.
A different kind of power surfing, the ability to hold that board under your feet as you land and whip it around. Highly anticipated score right here.
You know those sections in West Oz that you have in all the great videos? That was kind of replica of that in a jersey. And props to Crosby, man. I mean, under pressure, going up against the defending champion of the event with priority should be a major score.
Almost flipped it again right there. 23:20 to go.
Italo has firepower just like that, though. Not forget him, plenty of time.
That's probably what Crosby was thinking, and he wants to show his own off, which he did. Because now it's going to be interesting to watch the answer back by Italo.
The reaction.
And, because this is his bread and butter. This is where he rises to these occasions, and I cannot wait.
He just poked a bear with a 7.83. Big number for Crosby Colapinto. There's a score line. He's feeling it now. He's hunting ramps. So he's into the lead. Italo now needs a 617. Kraz still has plenty of time left here.
Could turn into an air show, though, boys. Here goes Italo.
Let's hope so. Italo Ferreira now on his backhand. You know this guy can hunt and find the ramp. He does. Goes full. 5 into the flats. Asking for the 10. The crowd wants the 10.
That was exactly what we were waiting
Are
for,
you
boys.
kidding me?
We knew it was coming.
Claim's still going.
The
He's not
future
done.
father, yeah, the baby claim. Put the baby to sleep.
He's going to the sand. Look out, crowd. Part. Stay
The
out of
floater.
the way. Like a raging bull. Italo Ferreira now. Have you ever seen a surfer run into the crowd with 21 minutes left? Where is he?
Yeah, he just came in for some high fives and some vibe, and now he's back out there.
That guy's a madman.
Now, was it a 10?
Expect nothing less.
Probably not, but still really cool.
This is going to be interesting, the way that this is perceived, because when we go through the replay and we see the spin, if his tail's high, he's going to go huge with the score.
It's a big section, I will say that. And it's a full rotation, too. Yeah, you know what? He got the tail a little bit more inverted than we saw in real time.
It's got potential.
It does.
10-point potential. Look at this section right here.
I'm going 8-5 with this one.
Yeah, I mean, if it's something on the 9s, I think we can all agree that it's deserving of it. But to get a 10 this year, especially with just the strength of one maneuver, it's nearly impossible still. I mean, talk about a perfect rotation, Chris. Excellent execution. Look at where his back foot is the entire time.
He stomps it, too.
Yeah.
Look, oh, my gosh. All right, I'll go 9. That was sick. Oh, my gosh.
We got Strider to come up, though, Chris.
You guys, no, well, just watching the replay, and you see everything in it. It's pretty sick.
9.33 for Italo Ferreira. Now Crosby needs a 6.51.
It feels like we're in Gladiator, though.
20 minutes left. This
Maximus
is going to be
Decimus
fun.
Meridius asking the Caesar if he should go thumbs up or thumbs down.
I love it.
I love that.
Well, that was
run.
a definite thumbs up moment, though.
Run into the crowd, hugs, high fives, get that energy. Who thrives on the energy of a crowd more than Italo Ferreira?
No one. Absolutely nobody. And you know what? With the string of bad results that he's had in a row, this is major for him right here. He needs this at this moment. He's the defending event champion. First time his dad's ever seen him compete at a CT event last year. He won. And now, especially being number 4 coming into this event, he wants to make it back into the top 3.
I saw him before the heat, and he ran up into the VVIP area, said hi to Ivan, ran out of there, ran into the competitors area, ran downstairs, and then went out into his heat.
And he's back at it again. Italo now looking to do some damage. That wave was a mess.
It still is. I want to see Kraus have a chance to answer here and see how he can respond.
Well, we got a lot of time left, so just sit back, get the popcorn out. The show has started, and those two ridiculous airs that we saw from both of these guys to start this thing out, I mean, are you not entertained? That is just so. And then the beach run from Italo.
Well,
are you kidding?
I mean, it feels like the collective attention, not only of the Brazilian fan base, but the global fan base is really focused heavily on Yago right now. And I don't think Italo likes that.
That's actually a good point.
I think he likes the attention focused right on him. That's not a bad thing. When people focus on Italo, he does surfing like this.
But it was focused on him for the majority of the year, though.
At the beginning,
yeah.
But then eyes started to wander.
But that's because of poor results. I mean, Abels loses out early, loses out over in Burley Heads quite early. Same thing in Marks. And then in his defense, at lowers, he loses a really close heat to Joel Vaughn with more than 16 points. I mean, he had an excellent heat total on that one. But right here, you got to demonstrate that you can go back-to-back with championships, Chris,
Well,
especially in a big moment.
He's defending himself right now. Surfing like that, highest single wave score of the event so far. 9.33. Italo Ferreira, put him on all your lists.
It's so funny, too. I swear. As soon as the heat started, the wind switched. I just saw that, and Crosby threw the one pun, and then I knew Italo was going to have to answer. I love air wind.
I remember the 10 that Italo got on the Gold Coast for that one big backside three.
A few
that he
years ago,
did,
right?
Snapper, like
Yeah.
a really long time ago. And it was just like a moment where he was the one I felt like that changed the game in the heats to being able to lock down massive scores with one maneuver.
Yeah, and I think these days it's pretty clear you have to land clean. You know, I think Italo, Gabriel, a lot of these guys back in the day, 5, 6 years ago, they were landing a lot of airs, but there was a lot of arm movement and laying down on the whitewater and getting back up. These days, these big numbers are coming from clean airs, landed well, and there you go, CT by the numbers, Italo Ferreira with 20 excellent waves.
No surprise.
In 2025. That stat right there is massive.
Yeah, it's huge. And look at Leo right there at number 3. Jordi and Felipe also tied, which is really relevant considering that Felipe has still haven't had the consistency. But Italo right here at number 20, incredible. I mean, he's leading by 5 excellent waves above everybody else.
That's a world title feeling, right? Like if you.
Well, it was at the beginning.
But the fact that it's not still is crazy to me. I mean, the guy is just, like you said, he lost with like a 16-point total at lowers.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not putting down bad heats, he's killing it. It's just that his opponents are rising to the occasion at times.
And you have to if you want to stand a chance against him.
I think the point there is that he's actually raising everybody's level.
Here we go, Crosby Colapinto gonna answer back. Big snap to start, comes around this section. And he's getting a little bit wild out here right now with this wind switch. So 2 big turns. Crosby's sitting on a 3.33 as his second score. So
Tom's
might
expression said a
erase
lot.
that one.
Not the wave that you're looking for at this point against Italo.
What is that, like a mid-6 or something? What do you think?
Well, that's what he's looking for. I don't know, 4, 5, 7. So
yeah,
you got to be looking right with the wind switching the way it is right now. The lefts are just going to be so difficult to serve. Much dirtier. I mean, the sections aren't as steep as they were earlier either. So I'd be looking right again if I were Crosby.
Because we know that his opponent's going to do some crazy acrobatics. I think that, maybe he was trying to put some separation in it with some power surfing. He does get hung up a little bit right there. Look, his foot slipped off the board.
But that's because there's so many ribs on the left now because of the wind.
It's going to be a big challenge, but I mean, solid surfing.
All right, so the score comes through. It's a 4.57 for Crosby Colapinto. A little bit of an increase there, but still needs a 6.51. We've got 15 minutes left. You are in for one of the heats of the day so far with a 9.33. Italo gets the highest single wave score of the event. No doubt more to come. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more from the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero. Sunday's air show featuring Escuadrilla Seiyuu. Today's air show featuring Italo Ferreira and Griffith Colapinto. This has been an incredible heat thus far. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar and Strider Wasilewski. Boom, boom, boom. Let me hear you say wayo.
Wayo.
Thank you, guys. So Italo is in the lead with a 9.33 and a 5. Crosby hanging in there, hanging tough. New kid on the block with a 7.83 and a 4.57. Only needing a 6.51. We know he's got that score. But at the moment, things are getting a little bit wild out here in the lineup due to a wind switch. But the good news for all of us watching, it's air wind. And here goes Italo, leaning on a carve on his forehand. That wave was weird.
It still is. Not
hard
sure.
To ride. Like you were talking about
Yeah.
earlier, the lefts, they're hard.
I don't think
mean,
they're the right call at the moment, but a good move. He's looking to replace a 5 and under priority. Like, I don't see it as something bad, especially with ski assist so far this afternoon. Chris, you're making it back out relatively quick too.
He's going to come in and give somebody a high five on the beach real quick.
There's potential for that always.
Just pop into the Red Bull. Here we go. Griff, he's got a section. He goes upside down, right out.
Dude,
Crosby
Crosby's
Colapinto trying to join his brother Griff in
close.
the quarterfinals.
He's close.
Do you think that is an incentive for Crosby, knowing that his brother's in the quarters? I mean, that's got to do something, right?
It's got to fire you up for sure. But, I mean, that was so clean, and he looked like he was riding out of it. But, you know, the Brazilian mana, the vibe on the beach just sucked the surfboard away because everything about that was perfect. And he landed right into the impact zone and looked like he was going to slide right out of it.
Outside rail just caught a little bit. And this one doesn't improve, Chris, 4.33, so a throwaway for Italo. But really, I mean, when you look at how difficult it's the left far to surf, he earned every ounce of that score right there.
It was a great slash. It was fun to watch. A little filler right there from Italo. Look at this turn. It's pretty vicious.
So much spray comes firing off the tail of the board. It looks like it's raining out the back for about, look all that spray back there. It was heavy, so he's pushing really hard, is my point. And that's something we love to see out of Italo.
And he's not that big of a dude either, so the way he throws that much spray, I mean, really goes in technique and just how powerful he is too. I mean, that air he landed the other year at J-Bay, 99% of people would have had their careers destroyed after that. He was in the gym 2 weeks after that, Chris.
He's a
fit
He's
human.
a different type
is.
of person. He's built different. 9:24 to go. This one is still pretty tight. Italo's sitting on a 14.33 total, but Crosby's right there with a 12.40, still needing a 6.51. Crosby Colapinto does have priority. We'll see where these two meet in this lineup. Pretty far apart for now.
Pretty wild to look at the comparisons of the airs that they're actually going for. One is kind of inverted and a powerhouse air, you know what I mean? And the other one's more velocity and speed. And it's just like they're two completely different approaches to a completely technical move. And it's just so cool to see the difference between the two.
Ooh, it's got pretty quiet on the beach just now.
Well, the tide's definitely coming up, so it's going to make the waits longer. But when they arrive,
there's quality in them.
You're kind of hoping that the sheets get pulled tight a little bit, you know, by that first wave. And then you've got kind of a cleaner surface to ramp out on because that wind is perfect for airs on the rights.
Like that sentiment. 8 minutes to go. Mayera standing by now with Tico.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I am here with Chico Oliveira, Italo Shaper. So, Chico, tell us why is he riding right now?
Italo is riding a replica of the winning board from last year. So it's a really magic board that he really likes to use here in Saquarema. So we just want to keep the same thing. So he's got all the backups, same board from the last year.
And fresh news is that you launched a new technology. Can you tell me a little bit more about this?
Yes, it's a different construction. It's a APS plank, high fused APS plank, but we are working with a different stringer, and it's giving him a really good feeling. He's really liking the board, It has it's a translucent material, so it also gives a really nice look to the board. And we also put some carbon on the rails to control the flex and the torsion of the board, and it seems to be working really good. He's happy, and so are we.
Yeah, and he's doing pretty great in this heat. So let's cheer a little bit more. Back to you guys. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. That high-tech information.
I like
Tico
it.
at Silver Surf, collab with Timmy Patterson Surfboards there, under the feet of Italo Ferreira. I wonder how many boards Italo goes through per year.
I mean, I don't know how many boards he goes, but I've seen the board that they're talking about, and you can literally see through the board.
Really?
Yeah, and then there's this like crazy stringer system inside of it, but then I think they're making it, you know,
hide it a little bit,
so you can't see it, but it's really, really cool. And then just carbon fiber down the rails to adjust the flex of the board. I mean, so much goes into it. It's crazy.
We'll see if he flies high enough. We might be able to see right through the bottom of his board. If we get another opportunity, that will be really cool. Here's your kayak recap. Italo show started cool and then went sky high. When he starts to turn things up, big things happen.
Definitely, and you know, started off with a 5-point ride. It was more of a working class wave right here, but set the standard for the heat, and then Crosby answered back and stride 7.83, nearly excellent. I thought he was in a good position to make it out of this heat until Italo responded with the big air afterwards too.
Well, I'd say by no means is it over, but the setup, just you knew it was coming, and for him to find that liftoff spot, just, you know, we talked about how hard it was. Crosby found it, he found it, and really just elevating and acrobatics, really. I mean, pirouettes in the sky, coming out so clean.
Perfect landing too. I mean, that was an absolutely perfect landing for Italo.
But how many times have we seen him do that air already? Like, we all know that it's locked and loaded, and he gets the right section.
Burp the baby.
I think he was putting the
baby to sleep.
Colapinto to sleep.
Yeah.
Is what I think that was. So we'll see if Colapinto gets the chance to answer back here.
Well, Crosby does have priority, but watch out. Italo again. He's been hunting ramps and finding them throughout the entirety of this heat. Will he find another? No. You know he was looking for it, though.
And does that even replace the 5 either?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
But I also feel like after these guys are doing the caliber of technical above the lip surfing that they're doing, all this stuff just becomes almost boring.
They've kind of reset the scale for themselves in this heat.
Exactly.
4 minutes, 25 seconds left. Crosby out the back with priority. Needs a 6.51. It looks like a wave is coming. You can hear our beach announcers ramping things up. Colapinto now trying to join his brother in the quarterfinals, looking for a 6.51. Quick setup. Nice carve there. Is this wave going to gift him a section on the inside? Goes fakie for a little bit there. Ooh, I mean, you remember what he had to do to get that 7.83, basically go upside down, land in the flats, ride out clean.
Close to a 1.5 difference, though, between that score and what he needs.
All right, so 6.51. Let's break it down.
We'd have to watch the replay, but I don't get the
excitement, right?
Well, it's just the intensity, right? I mean, these guys have been going so hard. And doing the craziest above the lip surfing.
He goes bigger on the first turn, I'd say yes.
Yeah, all these turns are pretty flat, you know what I mean? I mean, the wave is flat. The surfing is obviously there for these guys, but if you have a wave, you need some section of consequence in it, and that wave didn't have it.
Right.
So I don't think he's going to even come. I don't think he's going to get the score.
I mean, that to me, that was a bit of a sales claim, which should do.
I like it. Yeah, positivity is always a great way to go.
Well, definitely number 2 and 3 on that wave are, I mean, exceptional by how the wave is. The only issue is, once again, I think you need to have more risk. The first maneuver needs to be much more critical. Degree of difficulty, we talk about it all the time, but repertoire is something that we see from Crosby quite a bit. He had a good variety of maneuvers right here on this wave.
I mean, blows the tail, rides fakie for a little bit. That's not easy.
That's difficult with all the backwash too. Consider that.
I think it could be close. By no means, you know, an absolute. Could be close.
So the thumbs are just thumbs out in the middle.
Thumbs
right now?
medium.
Middle.
Sideways thumbs for now. Luckily, we've got
I think
5
he knows,
experts
I
above
think
us.
he feels like he needs another wave.
Yeah, so it was close, 5.47, but still needing that 6.51, and now time is not on his side. 2 minutes remain.
Yeah, definitely. The wave let him down on that one.
Yeah. Good heat, though.
Time, the Banco do Brazil 2-minute warning. Yeah, super memorable. I mean, not just the 9.33. That 73 from Crosby will be a highlight wave for sure. Elbow to elbow. Trading paint here on the paddle battle. Keep each other honest right here.
Well, you wanted to see it, didn't you, Chris?
Yeah, I did. This heat has provided.
I'm not even sure what was going on there, but
entertainment
I'll
level
take
through
it.
the roof.
I'll take it.
So they paddled themselves out of position for the rights.
And now they're on the side of the left, but Crosby's a big boy. He's got some long arms. He could easily make it out of there in time. And
Uh-oh, late takeoff over the falls, stands up.
Oh.
Just can't get around that section.
I
Solid
like it, though.
effort right there.
You got to try. You got to try somehow.
These guys are going, no.
I love the fight, though. I love the bite. That was really fun to watch. Just
Inside
to see
double up.
that kind of energy. You know what I mean?
52 seconds left.
And let's be real, 6.51. We saw the 7.83 with just one maneuver. It doesn't have to be a huge wave.
Here comes Italo to shut things down. Party's over. What a heat.
Just give us a 2-wave set at the end. Try to
35
improve on the 5.
seconds.
And give Cross a chance to get the 6.51.
Why not just battle a little bit? 27 seconds left. Crosby's going to keep him honest to make him earn it.
Oh.
Double duck dive. They might have made contact underwater right there.
What is going on out there? This is radical. It's over.
Maybe.
No, it's over.
There you go.
It's conceded.
See, that's what we like to see.
Great battle.
Get
Elbow to
chippy,
elbow.
get chippy, and then shake hands. Deafening roar from this crowd on the beach. Flags are flying. Italo Ferreira now into the quarterfinals, but give it up to Crosby Colapinto. These two guys matched up, made for one of the most entertaining heats of the day.
Thanks,
for
boys.
sure.
I would like to say thank you to Italo and Crosby for a really fun heat to watch. That was pure entertainment.
We need to come up with a new
Finish my popcorn.
squadron name for that air show. The Italo Air Show. Well, more of that to come, I'm sure. So, round of 16, Heat 7 in the books. Italo Ferreira gets the win. Coming up next, we got Ethan Ewing versus Joel Vaughn and a special guest in the booth. You're not going to want to go anywhere. It's the VIVO Rio Pro. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero. Italo Ferreira doing Italo Ferreira things, dropping the highest single wave score of the event thus far with a massive backside 540. Live on the beach from Saquarema. What a heat we just saw. And now we're joined by one of the breakout stars of the round of 16. Miguel Pupo, congratulations. What a performance. I'm Chris Cote, Strider Wasilewski. And out in the water, we've got Ethan Ewing and Joel Vaughn. But Miguel, let me just ask you, we saw the emotions that you went through after that massive, massive heat win. What did that mean to you to take out an event favorite, one of your friends, a guy who you've been surfing against forever now, Felipe Toledo? What did that win mean to you as we saw you in that locker room?
It means so much, you know, pretty much. I had to climb a huge mountain, and I did. And at the very last second, which is pretty crazy too, a lot of emotions. I wanted to make that heat so bad. I want to get the points. I want to be up there with those guys. So you got to beat them. So yeah, Felipe is a great surfer and great fan. And it is what it is, you know. The heat, we go out there to do the job, and I'm happy to get the win.
And you're so calm now, but it seemed like you were on top of the world. That was a huge statement victory that I'm sure we're going to be talking about for a long time. But since we have you in the booth, let's break it down right now. Ethan Ewing, current world number 5, going up against Joel Vaughn, ranked number 13 in the WSL Championship Tour. Miguel, I'm sure you've surfed against these two enough to know what are their strengths and weaknesses. Who are you looking for to perform right now?
Actually, Joe's my pick for the Rookie of the Year, so I guess he's doing pretty well. I know how good he is in the airs, and he's good in the barrels, and great competitor, and great family too, you know, his father and his brothers and stuff, and just good friend. And I know this is a good kid, and he competes really well, and I think the tour suits him really well, and he's doing good, so I'm happy to see. And Ethan, obviously, always fighting for the top 5, and it's been the toughest guys to compete against the last few years for sure.
Here's your start for Ethan Ewing. This came through at a 4.67.
Oh, just annihilating the rail. The guy is just so unbelievably powerful out there on that. But this is Joel. You know, this is the kind, you know, he does that kind of above the lip surfing that we're all here to see, that we just saw in that last heat. So I think that'll be the separation between him and Ethan. What do you think, Miggy?
Yeah, definitely, especially with this wind right now and those bumps, you know. If Joe hits one of those big bumps sideways, he's probably going to go huge. And you know how big the alley-oop he does. And his brother just did a huge, crazy rotation yesterday at the pool. And yeah, just great guys, great people. You know, I think he deserves to be there and surfing well. And I'm always cheering for him for sure.
Well, yeah, and one of the main reasons he got on the championship tour was a huge alley-oop he did right here at the Challenger Series not too long ago. Will he find that ramp again? We sure hope so. That'll make this a really fun heat. I mean, you look at the strengths and weaknesses of the D2 surfers. Of course, Ethan Ewing, probably the best on-rail surfer on the championship tour. And as I say that, that's what you call a commentator curse. Slips out. How bumpy do you think it is out there right now? This is way different than when you surfed, which was only like an hour or two ago.
Yeah, I think the wind this morning was a bit more west, so it was more into the face and nice and easy. Now it's more of the east side, so I think it's going to create those bumps. And, you know, Italo and Crosby just went to there because they saw the wind just turn, and it must be fun out there to do some airs. And probably Joe's just looking for the ramps. And I think, I don't know about the girls, if they're going to run them or not. I haven't heard a call yet, but I think they'll have some fun on the rides too.
Does, you know, you said that you picked Vaughn for the Rookie of the Year. You know, I know that the Brazilian Storm and all you guys are always together, always having a good time and always talking about, you know, each other's surfing and what you guys can do to better each other. But it sounds like that you guys also are well into the minds of these other surfers and everybody on tour. You guys do a lot of conversation about the other guys on tour.
We do. You know, you're always watching on the internet, the clips and everything. And I knew Joe was a good guy and great surfer, and it was just a matter of time until he made to the tour. And he did in just a couple of years, I guess, because the first year I saw him, he was just doing okay, and the next year he qualified. So it's pretty amazing. A lot of good guys from everywhere. You know, I'm always cheering for all the young guys. Every time I see them losing and get rattled, I text them and say, be calm, you got time. I was just like them when I was 17, 18, and yeah, you just got time. Gotta trust the process and keep going, and at some point you're gonna make the tour for sure.
Love to hear that. That support's very cool. Like
Yeah,
an older bro.
Right? I
Yeah.
mean, and you know, you're a veteran on tour now. I mean, and you have that knowledge and all that understanding of just, you got to get rid of it, right? The losses, you got to let them go and move on, or else you can't just keep them and put yourself down all the time.
Yeah, exactly. I always have trouble with that, Usually I'm the guy that carry those losses for a while. I still have dreams about the heat I had against Imai on 2023. So it's like, it's hard, man, but you gotta move on and keep trying, keep surfing, keep having fun, That's what's all about. When I'm out there, I'm trying to have fun and just be grateful for the moment, for the place, for the waves. We're traveling around the world just surfing, which is amazing too. And I've been doing that for 13 years already on tour, and I'm just blessed to be here for sure.
Right. Leave the losses where they were and celebrate the good times. And for Joel Vaughn, he has a lot to celebrate, particularly at this break. Talked about the alley-oop heard and seen around the world on the Challenger Series. We've got that teed up for you. Miguel, what did you see here?
I think he went higher than he expected, But you see, like, there's a lump in the face of the wave, and then I think he just hit it perfect right on the tippy toe of the A-frame, and with the wind too, that thing just shoot him so far up, and it was a straight 10. I think that was a no-brainer. I think it was the fastest 10 ever.
Yeah, I mean, the whole beach was holding up 10 fingers like that instantly. That was, like you said, no-brainer.
When you shock yourself, then you know it's a 10.
What you saw when he kind of came up out of the whitewater was like, whoa, what did I just do?
Actually, he had a hang time. If you look closely, it looks like he stays in the air for a split second more than he used to, he just stopped there and then he started coming down.
Amazing. Hopefully we get to see that again live and in person here in Saquarema from Joel Vaughn as he's going up against Ethan Ewing with 24:38 to go. While we wait for the next set to roll through, let's go down to the glass. Manu is standing by with a very stoked Italo Ferreira.
Hello guys, I'm here with Italo, and what he did out there, it was just unbelievable. Congratulations. I've been seeing your career since the beginning, and to me, honestly, you are in the best phase of your life. Is it right? And what's the reason for that? Congratulations again.
Yeah, for sure. I'm living my best moment, and then my last hit was super fun against Crosby. I saw him doing like a nice hair, and then I had a chance to do something big as well. And then, I'm so glad to live in this moment, and then try to push in the limit and then surf and then put in the show for the other people on the beach.
Italo, agora uma especial em português. Você é um cara muito família. Ano passado, o seu pai estava aqui colado com você quando você venceu em Saquarema. Hoje você está com a sua mulher e o Martim, que vem aí em breve. Como é que é viver isso tudo mais uma vez próximo da sua família?
É incrível poder, ter a família do lado. É algo que é muito especial, e que, sem dúvidas, te impulsiona, te dá força, e sempre foi assim, sempre tive minha família ali do meu lado, hoje especialmente com a Sofia e com o Martinzinho que tá vindo, e eu sonho com os momentos já com ele, no braço, ou indo para as competições, ou comemorando alguma manobra muito legal que o papai pode mandar, e é muito legal poder viver tudo isso. É incrível, sempre foi um sonho estar no circuito mundial e hoje, graças a Deus, ele me permite estar aqui, me permite ser o melhor no que eu faço, então isso para mim é especial. Então eu só tento aproveitar os meus momentos e ser feliz.
Que lindo, que Deus siga abençoando vocês. Eu tenho certeza que você vai ser um grande exemplo para ele. Good luck, back to you guys.
Manu, maybe you could give us a long story short of what Italo was saying there.
He's just saying how amazing it is to become a dad, and he hopes that to someday, have his kid in his arms and go into the comps and winning and having the family together, which I know the feeling. It's amazing, just to have your family, everyone, and just to show them what you're capable of doing. And God just bless you with the gift, and we're doing that out there. And I think we just saw something happen in the heat, right?
Yeah, we did. So we were thinking that this air wind could play into the advantage of Joel Vaughn right there. That was light work, but still pretty cool.
I mean, that was as smooth as Miguel Pupo's style right there. That was pretty ridiculous. I mean, for him to technically, full lift off into the wind, right, pressing against it. The landing, though, was like as smooth as you could get.
Buttery.
Just looked like he just hot knifed it right through the butter. So maybe made it look too easy.
No, I mean, it came through a 6.67.
Okay,
so
yeah.
solid score for not a big wave. So for Joel Vaughn, these errors are going to be his best friend as he's going up against one of the most technically sound surfers on the planet. Right there, uses the wind, perfect rotation, eyes the landing. I mean, crispy, clear, perfect air right there.
There wasn't even a foot adjustment.
Going straight into the turn.
Pretty cool, like the timing and stuff, right?
Here we go with Ethan Ewing. The answer back. Well, that's what you're going to have to deal with when you're surfing against Ethan Ewing. Not only the most precise surfer on tour, but super powerful. Big hack right there from Ethan Ewing on a closeout section that was pretty critical. Now it's going to be interesting to see what the judges are going to do.
Yeah, this is a growler. I mean, raw, just pushing everything into it, right? And getting out in front of it in time so that you don't get gobbled up. That's hard.
That's gnarly, especially here with the bumps and, the backwash, and you see he's pushing the back foot right in the pocket. He almost caught the nose right there and then just came out kind of clean. I think that's pretty much about like a high 6, maybe a lower 6. I don't know. It's pretty close to Joe's, I think.
Yeah. It looked like he used that inside arm to kind of like stall him up into the lip.
Just perfect positioning, right?
Always with this guy.
So fun to watch.
With 20 minutes now, we're going to wait for this score to come through from Ethan Ewing. Looks like it could potentially be pretty evenly matched with Joel Vaughn's 6.67. Waiting for the judges to throw these numbers out. Miguel, when you're sitting out there and you just happen to look in and see fins flying and spray flying in the air, what does that do for you mentally when you're in the middle of a heat like this?
I was just hoping not to see Felipe flying around, but I knew he was probably trying to find some rights, and I was going for the lefts, and it was pretty much an open game in the beginning, and I wish we had more waves. It would be more like a more of a battle, but it was a tricky one, and at the end I was just lucky to get the wave. But yeah, when you face guys like Joe and Felipe and those guys that are capable of getting 8s in mid-sized waves, that's a hard one. But you gotta trust your gut and do your surfing like Ethan is doing. You see, like he has something in his mind. He's going for the big turns. He's gonna push the rail, and I think he needs to keep focusing on that. And Joe is definitely going to try the airs, and let's see who wins.
Well, Ethan Ewing just regained the lead there. Now we got a split peak. We're going to follow Ethan Ewing on his backhand. Tough turns to pull through there, but he does it with ease. We'll have to wait and see what Joel Vaughn did on the right. We did just see a quick look at the Banco de Surf fan picks. Pretty skewed over towards Ethan Ewing, and Miguel, I don't know if you knew this stat. The Banco de Surf do Brazil fan picks were very heavily weighted towards Felipe Toledo. He's got the titles and all that stuff. 6% were on your side. So we want to thank those 6% of people who are Miguel Pupo believers. He made you proud.
Yeah, I guess I did.
Do you like being an underdog? Do you
probably
thrive on that a little bit?
Probably that 6% is like my mom, my dad, my sister, and my brother.
That's a good percent, though, right there.
But yeah, I get it. Felipe is the guy to beat out here. 4-time champ at Rio, just both places. He won in Rio at Baja and won here. It doesn't matter the place, and he feels really well, like comfortable with his family and stuff. So it was just a big mountain to climb, and it was a hard one. That's why I was so emotional about it after, because it was such an important moment for me going towards the next few events and towards the goal I want to reach at the end of the year.
As we saw that replay, there's a wild-looking wave on the right for Joel Vaughn, but the left for Ethan Ewing, well surfed. He comes through to 417.
Yeah, they surf in a different bank because the tide just came high, so that bank out the back just died, and they surf in this little bank just before like just on the inside the bank that was breaking like early this morning, and the tide just dropped and then went higher again. So that's probably why they're sitting so far down and chasing those rides.
It's crazy how many different faces Saquarema has on the same day. I mean, there was guys getting spit out of barrels right on the lefts, and then there's guys on the reform right, and then they go back out to the middle of the peak, and then now they're surfing this other little triangle because of the tides getting so high. I mean, I feel like it's one of the most versatile waves there is. It's crazy.
For sure, I feel like it's like Peniche, you know. You gotta surf every time, all day, so you can have all the feelings of the wave. But still, like I've been surfing 3 times a day, and then I haven't surfed this wave yet at this tide and with this wind. So maybe jump out there after the event and just take a look and see how the wave go.
This definitely has become one of the, if not the marquee break in Brazil, just in terms of international competition. And we've been talking a lot about how young surfers from Brazil, you got to come through this gauntlet throughout your entire career. Is that true? Are we seeing this as like the spot that you have to win at to achieve greatness in surfing?
I guess, you know, I remember coming here on the under 14, under 12, and having to surf heats at 8 to 10 foot waves. I remember one year me and Gabe and Jesse, we were here and the water was freezing. It was like 10 foot out the back and we were surfing under 12. We had to make it out and, you know, just go out there and charge and do big turns. And we've been fighting with this wave for a long time. And I guess this is it, you know. My dad surfed here, Felipe's dad surfed here, we surfed here when we were groms, and that's the place to be. It's our Maracanã.
I love that. A generational break here at Saquarema. So we got 15 minutes to go here. Ethan Ewing with a slight edge over Joel Vaughn. Joel needs a 4.63. Will he get it? Well, he's got 15 minutes, but we're going to take a break. So you're going to have to stay tuned to find out what happens next. You're watching the round of 16. It's the VIVO Rio Pro. We'll be right back. Let's take a walk down memory lane just a few hours ago, but it felt like a lifetime. We were watching Miguel Pupo, who was sitting right next to me, going up against Felipe Toledo. And of course, silky, smooth, powerful, beautiful surfing from you, Miguel. So at this point in the heat, what are you thinking? Are you thinking, I think I got this?
Actually, when I dropped, I got the wave, I was looking left, because I wanted to go left to get the score, and then when I saw the left close out, I started turning right, and that's when I saw the right, you know, and then out of nowhere, pretty much the wave just doubled the size, and I had two good heats, and I knew I was not needing a 7, you know, I was needing a 4, and I watched the wave on the TV, and then I look at Adriana. I was like super excited, but at the same time thinking I was not gonna get the score. And then I looked at Adriana. Adriana gave me the thumbs up. So that I came down after that, and I was more relaxed for sure.
Was that wave like? It seemed like you had just gotten off the ski. and then we looked at one, and then that wave came right to you.
Yeah, I looked at my watch when I jumped on the ski and it was like 2 minutes 20. And then I knew I was going to get to the outside about like 50 seconds to go or even less than that. And then I saw, when I jumped off the ski, I saw a lump like out the back. So I was trying to get as close as I could off that sandbank out the back. So I was like, if this lump breaks, it's going to break here. And then I probably try to go left or right, but I was looking at the left. And then when I passed the first one, I saw that one. I was like, I still tried to go left anyways, but it closed out, and then I turned to right, and the wave just doubled the size. You see, like I took off, it was like 3-footer, and then out of nowhere, it just became like a 5-footer.
Clutch performance of the event for sure. If we had an award for the best buzzer beater, that would have been it. But right now, things are getting wild out here because Ethan Ewing just flexed his board in half, doing kind of a weird under the lip reverse, awkward landing in the flats. He pulled it off, but he buckled the board. So
That was a
switch
pit stop of all pit stops right there. How quick was that?
That was F1 level.
That was.
So gets the Red Bull ski back out to the takeoff zone. No priority in the lineup right now. 10 minutes, 45 seconds left. How many boards are you guys bringing down here for this event?
For this event, I have 12 boards. I have from 6'3" all the way to 5'9".
All right. Here's what happened.
Nice wind up and absolutely attacked that thing. But he rode out of it. Did he want to switch because he broke it, or did he want to switch just to get on a different board? This is Joel's wave. Trying to make something out of it. Nothing really there, right?
Yeah, Ethan even got a 6 with the broken board.
That was a mental snap into the lip. That was so powerful. It was crazy.
It's funny because I thought Joel was going to stick to the game of going to the airs, and you kind of can see him going left now. So it's more of a battle of like who's like sticking to the plan. And Ethan is doing the same thing, you know, going for one big maneuvers, and Joe kind of went to the left, and now he's coming back. And I think he probably should stick to the other game, you know, just try to go right and do big punts and see who comes out on top.
Looks like he's in a river right now.
You wanted Rookie of the Year. You got to coach him.
No, I think he got good coaches, you know. I think he's working with Boto at the beginning of the year, which is a nice guy and amazing competitor. I was in the QS, my first year in the QS, but that's when Boto qualified, so it's a pretty cool guy, great surfer, and yeah.
We got 9 minutes, 14 seconds to go. Our surfers are trying to maintain their spot in this lineup. We've been doing something pretty cool throughout this event. These announcements on the beach have sent the crowd into a frenzy. Let's throw it down now to Paula Issa, our PA announcer.
Início das quartas de final do surf feminino. Essa garota estreou na elite do surf mundial aos 13 anos de idade. 7 vitórias dentro do Championship Tour. Campeã mundial de 2023. Campeã mundial nos Jogos Olímpicos de Paris. Ela vem de San Clemente, Califórnia. Uma salva de palmas para Caroline Marks. Tá aí Caroline Marks, um dos grandes nomes do surf feminino de todos os tempos. Agora, ela sai do seu semestre sabático, podemos dizer assim. Vice-campeã mundial de 2021. Marcou história com uma nota 10 na etapa do Tahiti em 2024. Medalha de prata nas Olimpíadas de Paris. Nascida em Porto Alegre. Ela é nossa. Ela é Tatiana Weston Webb. Tá aí a Tati e a Caroline Marques. Ok, ladies, you can go to the water. Good luck and good waves. Vamos fazer barulho aí, galera!
Thank you, Paulo Issa. Getting the crowd fired up, as if they needed it, but still, I mean, you do these announcements before these heats and you really set things up. Like, this is a huge moment. The women's quarter finalist is going to be coming up next. Caroline Marks versus Tatiana Weston Webb. We have 7 minutes left. Ethan Ewing v. Joel Vaughn to field our final quarterfinalists for the men's bracket. Obviously, you don't have a choice of who you're going up against in the quarters. But do you do a scouting report when you see the draw get locked in? As we see this replay, you got saved by the bell right there, Miguel. Joel Vaughn, quick alley-oop into a series of turns. 4-4-7.
It just wasn't anything of substance on that wave. Even the air seemed like it was kind of a little funky. You know what I mean? It was it was technical, but I don't see the score going very high.
Yeah, I think he hit the lip instead of getting the pop. So I think he probably should have tried some rotator instead of alley-oop again, you know, because if he hit the lip better, he's probably going full rotation because he does that in his sleep.
Now we're looking at 6 minutes, 8 seconds left. Joel Vaughn now needs a 5.96. So Ethan Ewing is not safe, especially when Joel Vaughn's shucking around these rights. One ramp could be the huge difference.
Plenty of time left, yeah.
But we know how icy Ethan Ewing can be in the lineup.
Did you say Ethan had moved into the number 5 spot on the live rankings as well?
Ooh.
I think he did, which is a big deal, especially coming around the back corner of this year. I mean, that is just wild that one wave can put you in a precarious situation, you know what I mean? And just like every one of these heats, it means so much to these guys.
I'm going to go to the WSL app just to be sure.
I think he is.
We got, yeah, so.
I'm checking that live ranking all
You're
the time.
checking, how much do you check it, like 6 times a day?
At least a couple of times,
Right before bed?
To see if I move, you know, someone gets some numbers wrong and then move up.
I like that.
But I'm pretty sure he's sitting at number 5 now, yeah.
That's, and the storylines are starting to develop, as they always do here in Saquarema.
I don't know where I saw it or maybe I heard it, but I was definitely feeling it. So if he can hold on through this, I mean, he'll be moving or and hovering at that number 5 spot, but Joel can take that away from him.
Yeah,
with
just one wave, one section, right?
That's
so
just wild.
So if you're Ethan Ewing right now, what are you thinking, Strider?
I'm thinking I need to stick to my game plan, get priority, and hold it down.
Carve, slice, dice, power surfing.
Because priority is going to be everything, and he's got to go shadow Joel Vaughn, not give him any elbow room.
Actually, Joel looks pretty far from Ethan right now.
He's going over there.
We got 4 minutes left here. Ethan Ewing with still just the slightest edge over Joel Vaughn. Vaughn needs a 5.96. Ethan Ewing sits out the back with priority. As we make our way to the women's quarterfinals, for all of you fans watching on YouTube or Facebook, those streams will stop at the end of this heat. A new live stream will start for the quarterfinals and beyond. Coverage will continue. Play. For those of you on worldsurfleague.com, the WSL app, and ESPN Plus.
I have a question, Miguel Pupo. Is there a wave that you've surfed in a heat that really just stands out?
You know the one.
Is it Pipeline?
Yeah.
The one that went black to green and then was just incredible over the reef barrel. Because that's my favorite wave of yours.
Yeah, that's my favorite wave. That's the wave of my life. I tell everyone, like, even after winning Chopo, and it was really special too, but that wave at that moment in my career, I was injured. I was needing that wave to make the tour, and just to get that exact wave, like, I didn't even move. Like, did I tell you that? I was like sitting, I saw the wave, I didn't go right or left. I just turned, faced the beach, 1, 2, 3, and then got in the wave. That's how like perfect it was. I didn't move, like I was just in the perfect spot. So it is definitely the wave of my life. I don't know why it wasn't a 10, but yeah.
It was a 10. I gave you a Yeti, I gave you all kinds of cooler items, everything.
Joel Vaughn, a little messy right there.
I was watching that wave with Kelly Slater and Ross Williams and a few other people at Kelly's house live on the big screen. And then we all ran, you know, we were like watching it, and then we ran in to watch I mean, it was the most incredible wave, and everybody there thought you got a 10. So
Yeah.
that was a 10.
I'll take it.
Sentimental 10 for sure.
What year was that?
It was 2013.
Wow.
Yeah. About 12 years ago.
We're now inside the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. And speaking of Banco do Brasil, those fan picks will be reset for the quarterfinals. Let's get Miguel Pupo some numbers, right? Text the friends and the family.
Oh, we'll,
I'm
yeah.
going to tell all my friends.
I guess
to
I'll
vote
have a
for
bigger
you.
number for the next year.
Yes,
Yeah.
thankfully. You deserve it. All right, one more time. For those of you watching on YouTube or Facebook, those streams are going to stop here in about 1:25 seconds. If you're in Brazil, switch on over to worldsurfleague.com, the WSL app, or Globo Play. For those of you watching in the United States of America, coverage will continue exclusively on worldsurfleague.com, the WSL app, and ESPN+. You've got a minute left to watch, however you're watching now. But after this heat, we're talking quarterfinals. We're there, Strider.
Wow. I guess it's on. We've decided. It's been called. We're going to watch the ladies battle it out. That first heat, whew, a couple of the best goofy footers in the world are just going to go smash it out. Let's see what happens.
Caroline Marks needs this if she wants to work her way into the final 5 picture. She's sitting at number 6 in the world right now. And Tatiana Weston Webb coming through as a wild card with nothing to lose.
Could play spoiler.
Ooh, that would be a big, big spoiler.
A lot of goofy foot talk right now. I like it.
Yeah, it's all goofies from here on out, at least for a little bit. 25 more seconds, at least, in the booth. Miguel, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations. I mean, what a huge victory you had earlier today. A little bit more work to do. Congrats on making the quarterfinals.
Yeah, thanks for being you, Miggy.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me, and hopefully we have a great finals day.
Well, we're pumped. And now we've got through plenty of heats today, so we have the luxury, I think, of being able to be selective with when we field our quarterfinalists. And after this, semifinalists for women. So at the end of it, Ocean goes a little docile. Ethan Ewing gets the edge with a 12.63 over Joel Vaughn. Valiant effort there. Huge alley-oop for 6.67 for Joel Vaughn. Definitely in the highlights package, but he will bow out of competition. So from here, we're going to flip it over to the women's quarterfinals. Chris Cote, Miguel Pupo, Strider Wasilewski. Thank you so much, Miguel. Good luck moving into this event.
Thank you, brother.
And we're going to flip the booth over. We've got Joe Maeda and Kaipo coming on in.